But to further go on to this, I want to start off with Breeze a little bit more because Haven and Lotus we haven't seen. I think we'll have some time to dissect that later today. But Breeze we've seen at least from the side of Liquid. So are we expecting them to stick to the winning formula? Because when we've seen it, it was Santiago, it was the Yoru with the Neons too.
Yeah. I mean, it would be kind of crazy to see them stick to this, but I'm not.
ขอบคุณครับซีโร่ไอ้เหี้ยเผลอหลับไอ้เหี้ย
Looking at the composition, I think obviously he's already demonstrated to be very versatile. Whether or not there's any switch up alongside him and Miniboo is what I'm curious to see. I don't expect.
มาชื่อแบมสวัสดีครับพี่น้าสวัสดีครับพี่บาลาสวัสดีครับมุจิสวัสดีครับ
means they lock playoffs, so it is their game to lose.
ขอเดี๋ยวพี่บ้าสวัสดีครับ
Yeah, I mean, if they win today, I think that's
ให้เกี่ยวสวัสดีครับ What's up bro
had already said they don't feel like they've had
น่ากลัวจังไอ้เหี้ย
grip so far.
คือเชื่อสวัสดีครับหลับเหรอเผลอหลับไอ้เหี้ยเกือบไปแล้วมึง
And I think that if they can come out and win that and secure playoffs so early on into their regular season, it gives them so much more time.
ไหวชิวคิดว่าจะโดนบิดสลาบิดตาโอไม่บิดหรอกไม่เคยบิดครับบิดตามมาตามสัญญาเสมอแต่มือตื่นจริงเผลอหลับจริงอย่างง่วงเลย
Yeah, exactly. Albeit obviously complete roster shuffle this time round.
ปาลิควิดฟนาติกจัดไปครับ
For sure, and for Liquid side of things, it's also, I mean, it's for the Breeze side of things from both Liquid and FUT actually.
เอาทีเอลกลับมาแล้วหรอหายไปนาน
Both of these organizations love
หายไปไหนวะ
duelist setup, so I'm not expecting any changes there. We do get Kamo on the KO though.
Yeah, I probably didn't see that one coming. Maybe just a reversion back to what we saw them kind of toy with us straight away from at kickoff. Yeah, little bizarre to see, but maybe a return to a former comfort role for him.
Okay.
Where they built around Phoenix.
มาไหวชิวครับต้องสู้2คู่
เวียดนาม leader of the country เซตมอยคันทูพัดกรีนดู NSM ฟาวูอึนกุยแดนว่ามังไลลี่อิทโชอึนกุยแดน
What the hell จินเจ้าลองทับปกรวมระยะเยอะเกินเลยครับปกแยกดีกว่าดีแล้วเดี๋ยวเกมโซ่กับเลยครับจาก 3.5K เหลือ 2.6K หรอกูซื้อจอเลยพรุ่งนี้เลยสั่งออนไลน์เอาดีกว่าเพราะแอปส้มถูกกว่าเมื่อถูกกว่าก็คุ้มราคากว่านะเว้ยก็ลองไปลองก็ได้พรุ่งนี้ถ้าลองแล้วชอบก็สั่งแอปส้มไงคิดว่าไงบอ202คู่แต่มี OT ตลอดไม่เอาได้ไหม
https://x.com/i/status.com/i/status
อะไรจ๊ะ
เปลี่ยนสีแดงเป็นขาวแล้วหรอเนี่ย TL
กดโหวตแป๊บนึงนะ
Yeah, again, I come back to the same thing. The KO versus the double duelist. I think yes, in terms of information, sure you might have an upper hand there, but I think FUT certainly have, in terms of opportunities, the bigger advantage in that regard.
Well, we'll see if they can capitalize off of it and start this one strong. Both of these rosters are fighting for a number one spot in their group.
พี่ขอถามเองตอบจากใจท่าหม่งเข้าประตูของพี่กับท่าโลไรเว้นช็อตของเผามือเองว่าใครเท่กว่ากัน
โอ้โหคูเลล่าก็มีคูเลล่าอยู่แล้วครับครับผมเฮียทีมแมชสวัสดีครับดิสนายสวัสดีครับเชียร์ฝั่งลูกครึ่งไทยใช่ไหมเชียร์ลิควิดครับไปครับแต่เต็มลูกพี่นั้นผมนะมาโปรเฟสเซอร์สวัสดีครับมาครับทุกคนดาวอยู่เหรอแต่ดูนักแข่ง VL มาขอลายเซ็นคิวจะเห็นแล้วน่ารักจัดเลยนั่นน่ะใช่ป่ะไอ้ลิงเมื่อกี้เหรอใช่ป่ะ
And starting off on Breeze, it's the first time that we've seen FUT play it in the VCT this year. Liquid
มาทุกคนยินดีต้อนรับสู่ VCT EMEA นะครับผมวันนี้เราอยู่กับ Liquid เจอฟุตคู่แรกแมปแรก Liquid เป็นคนเลือกนะครับผมอย่ารีบโหวตกันด้วยนะมา
Master Santiago's FUT no go
โดนยิงแล้วมาขอลายเซ็นเหรอน่ารักจัดไอ้เหี้ย
catch the spike in transition but Camo getting the information that's needed and the players start to move out towards B. Exactly, it's where Liquid now
เจ๊
start
เพิ่งมาเหรอ
to
ใช่ครับ
take
จินๆสวัสดีค
some
รั
of
บ
those liberties.
แข่งรอบแล้วคุมสเตปเหมือนเดิมครับ
In the meantime, Sop with the first action of this pistol round, but Minibu equal in return. Both smoke players sent out of the round by a Neon.
Yeah, but Foot now being dragged towards B, but the
อ๋อ
spike is
มีคนไหล
headed
มีคนไหล
A.
เปิดมามีคนไหล
And that is where JJaz finds himself in an interesting position to try and disrupt this
Liquid
rotation.
up.
Minibu equally so. He's still yet to be plucked out of backside B, and this is where the problems start to pick up for Foot. At the same time, Sop and JJaz combining.
Yeah,
and that spins it to a 3v2.
JJaz, though, is very close to the A site. He could be a big disruption, but look at Nats, the forward position.
สองดูเอลสองสมอง1เซน
Across Starly, just playing with a little bit of discipline here, the youngster into the team.
สองสมอง1ดูเอลสองอีนี้
That's trying to mastermind a pistol round for Liquid here. Has a general scope of where these players now are as the plant is for him in this deep position in the bridge. Purpo yet to be dug out from main, and as the time ticks down, someone's got to get to work. Sop on the one angle where he's somewhat
มุม
safe,
ดีจัดเลยว่ะ
but even that is just an illusion.
เชี่ย
Nats pulling off a masterclass in the pistol
มุมดีจัด
to
เลยว่ะ
let Liquid an early lead.
Yeah, well, Liquid have a very good record on this map. 1 at 5 out of the 7 times that they have played it. The fans here to support them, to put themselves in that best possible position, to be the
ฟิล
king
ส์ซับโรเอลสวัสดีครับ
You can already see the how good
พี่ตีมันแดงไหมตีมันแดงครับเฟนลิงก์หน้าโปรไฟล์เลยครับน้องชาย
it's a chaotic round, but one
Kill
which they
กับผม
almost
ครับ
fight their way back
โอ้
into.
โหส้นตีนไอ้เหี้ยเวทีเชียนี่อย่าบอกว่าเปิดมาแล้วแรกแล้วก็
They are able to show
Take partเลยเหรอ
their talent in terms of aim. This is a roster which has found itself rebuilt.
สู้ๆนะครับบีบีกันเหมือนกันนะมีอะไรทักมานะเธอโอเคไหมถ้าตัวก็โทรมานะไม่เห็นไลฟ์ไปดูช่องหลังตั้งนานโอ้ตื่นสายอะดิเฮียหลับไอสัตว์มึงเชียร์ลิควิดเหรอดิเอารีบจบไงเชียร์คนชนะรีบจบจะได้ไปดูฟันติงไงจะเล่าเรียนน้องชายไปเล่นกับเพื่อนแป๊บจัดปะไม่คิดเอาอยู่วะเมกาไหมให้กูได้หลับได้นอนก่อนไหมไอ้เหี้ยกูหลับเฉยเลยเมื่อกี้ไอ้สัตว์
The Turkish scene, right? All these young bloods coming up and being absolute aimers. We do have confirmation. Will be a slight tech pause. Should get back into game shortly, though. But I think that comes through the fact that, like, you look at towards like Sop coming through. Right? Zeus seemed like he was going to be that player for Foot, but just never quite had that support in terms of the actual raw.
TL 20 Fnatic 21เหรอขาประจำของลีกนี้อันที่จริงนะเว้ยหน้าฟ้าไปดิครับลีกไหนล่ะครับอันนี้ลีกยุโรปครับเกมเชนเจอร์เป็นลีกหญิงใครไปขโมยเกมในยุโรปก็ไหนบอกฟันติกวอร์มตอนคิกออฟเราเลยขอจริงในสเตจ1ไงใช่ครับ2-0นะครับ2-0ป่ะชิวๆครับความตัว130ชิมๆครับน้องซี2-0 2คู่ดูเมกาไหมถ้าจบเร็วดูเมกาโอเคป่ะดีแล้วชิคเก้นสวัสดีครับโอเคไหม
the fact that he knows how to play those game plans, and it seems like Zeus, JJaz have got massive benefit off that as well.
5-2-0 2คู่ดูต่อเมกาแมน
one of the players that did come into the team for this year, but of course he has kept his place into stage
เองว่ากล้ามใครใหญ่กว่ากันโค้ชอเล็กกับพี่ทีม
กับกลัวพี่ทีมกำลังไต่ไปแล้วพี่ทีมใกล้แล้วอีกนิดนึงอ่ะจะคนบึ้มบั้มอ่ะพี่ทีมอ่ะดิจูคิดเตอร์วิมิเตอร์สวัสดีครับ 2-1-2 คู่ OT เกิน 15-15 ทำไมโชว์สวัสดีครับอุตส่าห์โบรเซียนกำลังมาเหลวเซียนแข่งอะไรอ่ะ
Some classic Nats gameplay, and he's brought the Outlaw out here as well. We've seen him do this a couple of times. The Fnatic fans waiting for their match against Pacific later will know that.
เกมเมอร์วันนี้ทำอะไรบ้างวันนี้เรามาดูยุโรปก่อนแล้วถ้าไหวก็ดูอเมริกาต่อเฮียสวัสดีครับมาสเตอร์ลีโอโอ้คิวสวัสดีครับ
Really depends on where Team Liquid go here, because as you can see, a storm brewing towards one side of the map. So Team Liquids wait for FUT to come and push them, give them a decision to make, one which often than not, Nats makes the right one.
แล้วเดียวเอาเลยหรอก็สมเป็นยุโรปอะครับ
If we're looking at Liquid
ผม
this
หัดเล่น
stage
เก
as
มนี้
well,
อยู่ยาก
we've
จั
got
ง
to be
มาเล่นเรื่อยๆน้อง
calling
ชาย
them
เขา
for
ไหว
what they are in this situation where they're actually the ones probably defining the current meta rather than being influenced by it. I think back to them being some of the earliest early adopters that we had seen in the region. Now they've moved away from it.
มิกเริ่มแค่วันนี้ครับแต่เขาพี่รอดออเดอร์แค่500 ตัวนะผมเห็นนะต้องรีบอยากรีบสั่งนะอยากได้อะ
5 players on the A site.
Yeah. Team Liquid need to be careful and make sure to check every nook and crevice under the floorboards and maybe even in the roofs, as we can see FUT are hiding in every corner. Team Liquid are deep within the site. The trap not being activated, but already one of the players being found round the corner. They go. This seems like this is going to be fairly easy for Team Liquid in the end. Only one remaining. That's the captain sociable, and he'll go. Nicely done by Team Liquid.
Yeah, very diligently cleared the A site. On Breeze, of course, it's seen its changes with the map coming back into the pool after an extended absence, one of the longest departures that we've seen. I think that's something I want to see from this Liquid team. What's the decision making like if they get into that situation where FUT do have weapons? Are you taking the extra backside control? What do you give up? What do you keep?
ขอบคุณครับแพมเมอร์
Like 5 players strong and the barriers yet again.
ขอบคุณครับผม
Zeus is here, but no scoped weapon, just the rifle in his hands.
Plenty of targets as well.
เอาเพลงอะไร
Does
อ่ะ
have the Sova behind him. The drone will clear out. It's going to be Cristalli to hold, but Zeus yet to be cleared. It will be Minibu to do it. Nice entries and still alive on 5 HP.
สแปมกล่องมาสแปม
Looking
กล่อง
at
ดิ
the setup here, yeah, FUT setting up for a retake. I mean, JJaz is still on the other side of the map. It's a long rotation for him. With Sociable dead. Should maybe be thinking about safe here now. And JJaz 1v5. That is likely to be the case. Strong bonus round for Liquid.
สวยครับลิควิดรีบจบนะครับเพราะอยากดูฟานาติกครับลิควิดโอเคไหม
The fact that they come in straight away, a nice way to like try and take that main, right? But the problem is, though, you see Cristalli just stand in the middle. You're waiting for Zeus to activate. He activates far too late.
Yeah, I guess so. I think at the end of the day, Cristalli is baiting there to break the drone. So
I get that.
Zeus has the difference then is just the entry work on the Liquid side. When you've got a Neon sliding at you,
รีบไปจะได้รีบโดนหลอกเหรอโอ้โห
With
ดู
it
พู
being
ด
an in-zone flawless, it only
วันนี้
gets
มีเมกาแมปเป็นตัดมีครับพี่
for Liquid.
Yeah, that's the thing. Something that we've not necessarily seen from FUT just yet is that iconic aggressiveness, especially on the defense, especially on Breeze, right? Sometimes you really have to be pushing to take control of that space on this map. Make sure you have, like, eat into that information deficit it sometimes feels like. And once again, you can see this is Team Liquid's game plan. They're expecting something like this. So they stop, they wait for that aggression. And right now, FUT are playing into their hands.
ใครกูมี W ครับต้องมีทุกคนนั้นยาวจริง
Interesting to see such passivity from a team
ไม่มีไม่ได้นะ
defined themselves so far in
คุณ
the
จะ
stage.
ดูแข่ง MLBB ทัวร์ไทยไหมโอ้โหถ้าดู ML ด้วย Pacific น่าจะไม่ได้ดูนะว่าโลวะทั้งนั้นอะ
where you have the weapons to really enable it. But that was the big talking point from the desk a week ago.
ฟานาติกหรือหมาฟานาติก
That
วะ
their key to victory would be cementing what that identity is. And I think we need to see that follow up in the big games. You know, Liquid are naturally the next biggest test that they will get, and the same can be said the opposite way around. So if you change up your play going against them, it might not just work for you. And you can already see here, it's another A site taken by Liquid. Easy enough entry, and FUT, another retake.
All four ready for FUT to come back in towards the site, but realistically, you're not expecting too much here. I thought they'd be waiting for the spike to explode.
And even then, advanced positions.
ลงแรงหล่อช่วงนี้อาจจะยังว่ะถ้าเราสู้ทุกคู่ดูทุกลีกอะ
Look at this, they'll set
คมครับมินิบู
flash, and just like that, Minibu gets his hands dirty. Zeus at the double makes it interesting, and he even walks away with a third. So, look, damage on the board for FUT, but it's a drop in the puddle when you look at the amount of money that Liquid have already racked up.
Yeah, not only that, it's starting to rack up the ultimates. That's the big game there in terms of sending players forward because then they start to get even more important pieces for later on in this half when it gets to important rounds like the next one we have coming up. Because FUT are on a bad eco cycle. For every round you win, the next round will be an eco. So this is where you invest your ultimates if your team Liquid. Shot does have the operator.
And we're yet to see this deviation of having the Viper towards A since the early rounds, so should be an easy way in here for Liquid as they're looking to hit the site 5 strong yet again. Mini-boot barreling through. Foot off the back of it, do trade out. Sociable with the double from the corner.
บางทีมันแบบโอ้โหมันใช้จนชินแล้วไงอาจจะเป็นของแบบคุณค่าทางใจไง
Yeah, 1 versus 2 operator now on the A site. That spike's going to be hard to pick up.
โอ้ไม่มีอันตีว่ะ
That's with a wall and an orb though. There are tools at his disposal to play around the site here.
My ultimate isn't ready.
Quick delay
เอาปะ
on the spike plant. Just searching out any kind of a push from FUT, but absolutely no reason to give him what he wants.
แต่รู้สึกว่าเขาขึ้น
That spike being attempted to go, both FUT players are going to start to make their way in.
Nats is just pinned through the Viper wall. He doesn't get half a swing at it. YesJaz, too intelligent. Nice combination between the two there. And so the first successful attempt on reprisal at the end.
Really comes through Sociable's heroics here. Sure, you get a nice little been able to get 1. But 3 in main is criminal from Sociable. Obviously one of them the down KO, right? That eventually Stop does finish off. But yeah, Team
ว่าสรุปแบบจัดไปครับผมนะสู้ๆนะสอบพวกนี้
And with you talking of heroics, is that something which is replicable here for FUT?
มีปรับแนวนอนเหรอครับแนวนอนบ้านเดมัน
do
มั่วขา
have 3 ults, as you say.
I think I missed it in the last round.
คู่ตอนบ่ายใครชนะหรอฟูเซียเป็นเล็ก2-2 คู่
FUT's, I mean, Liquid still with tools here though, and I mean, if Zeus is taking that fight dry into elbow, there could be problems. Liquid
อันตีต้องมา
now
ผมไม่โดน
starting towards the site itself, in through the team.
สวยจัง
up top, drops in, finds Sociable. Nats following it in due course as well, and Sop having to keep this backside space as much as he possibly can. Oh wow! And with the shock of the feet of Camo, that's it, wrapped up surely. Purpo's got a whole lot to do with 2 players left to find in main and no spike.
Yeah, really needs to make it work for him. The fact he has to go toe-to-toe with 2 players. He does have time to work with. That's why we're seeing him go
พี่จัสวันนี้เหนื่อยมากขอกำลังใจหน่อยไม่เอากอดขอ
Solo player
2
on
แปะ
a long wrap in a clutch. Where have we seen this before?
นะครับ
Now I've got to say, 45
ใน
seconds
ฐา
is
นะ
a
คนเล่นม้าวันนี้ข
hefty
อ
amount
เชียร์
of
ม้า
time, but there gets to a point where FUT start to think about it, and you can already see
อยาก
the
รู้ว่า
clock
พี่จัด
turning
พู
for
ดว่าอะไร
YesJaz.
ตอนมีคนส่ง
He's
รับช่วง
having
ต
an
อนนี้เอาพี่จัด
exploding mid.
สตรีม
จิโยวาเซโอโยจิตยอเซโอโยซิโกซิพีโอโยบาเอโกไปโยนากาโก
He's
ซิพีโอ
left
โย
Cristalli all alone here.
All comes down to the foot start timing, and Purpo may have just played an absolute blinder. Cristalli has no idea, and Purpo, of course, you're going to look for that second player. He won't find YesJaz anytime soon, because he's on the other side of the map, but this is the duel that he's got to win. And Cristalli backing himself into a corner can defend it.
Cristalli's a lucky boy. I'll tell you, FUT are lucky that Purple never pulled the trigger early. Understand the trigger discipline. Fair enough to go for it, but that is the one thing that has actually cost them the round.
ตรงกลางพี่จูได้ไปเล่นไหนไหมพี่จูไปเล่นที่สยามมาทีมไปเล่นไหนมาครับ
If he'd have just got that kill, there was a fair chance at the 1v1. But it happens.
คู่นี้เจอใครลิควิดครับลิควิด
But 2 rounds in a row, and that has to be something to think about here. They've got enough money for the op now, and Sop immediately out on this mid line, spotted.
I love it, honestly, looking for that aggression. But look at Zeus at the same time, walking down mid and cutting off that space. Nat should have an idea, and he's searching for it.
Here in support as well, but Zeus will land the all-important shot. This 1-2 punch that we were talking about on FUT, starting to show signs of life, but not before Miniboo has anything to say about it. He's the next one chasing up this play on A as Liquid are intensifying in their efforts.
Miniboo บอกกูสู้อยู่คนเดียว
towards the orange box, but he's holding down his ground as well.
เอาแล้วมึงลิควิดเริ่มแล้วครับลิควิดเริ่มแล้วครับอาการเริ่มออกครับลิควิด
A little bit beyond him this time. He does have the health to support it. Not the positioning though. Zeus will catch it.
อาการเริ่มอ
And
อก
it's
ครับ
a
พี่ควิด
one-round lead.
The Turkish Giants have certainly woken up, and again, it comes through Sop's aggression. You see the map work
Miss
around
Woody
that,
Hab.
and it feels like such a pivot point, right? That early point in the map.
ถ้าว่าปก
getting
คลิป
that early
ให้
point
แก
in the round,
ใช้ไหม
getting
อุ้ย
the
ใช้
OP out, getting the shot out, making Team Liquid scared of it, and then Zeus moving at the exact same time. It's lovely stuff from Foot.
It's the difference in macro as well. Where
ไปหามา
previously
ฟุ
with
ต
your
ย่อมาจาก
Yoru,
ฟุ
you
ต
could
บอลลิส
just stay extensively on these limits of the map with an op and have that
แข่งส่วน
control,
ไป
whereas
โอ้โห
now
ผู้
you
เล่น
really
เชีย
need
ร์ค
to
รับเชียร์
reinforce it with
ลิควิด
numbers,
ครับ
and that's how Foot are playing this double duelist.
Team Liquid are looking to change the pace up though, ready to hit straight in towards A, but thank God Yetiji is here.
You say change up. How many times have we seen Liquid brute force? Doesn't feel like they're
โอ้
willing
ทะลุทะลวงว่ะ
to
Liquid
interact with
ทะลุทะลวง
the
ว่ะ
flows of the map sometimes. And Miniboo again finds another entry kill, but as the wall comes crumbling down, there's
Hey,
players
hey.
in behind.
Ow.
And Sociable even on the backside
Ow.
of his own side take is going to drop 2 bodies and leave Nats again in a 1 versus 3, which
ตอนดู FS แข่งด่านโลตัสฝั่งกันแผน FS โดน
does
อ่าน
find
เป็
the
นหนังสือ
first,
เลย
but Sop's right in there to trade it out. Blink and you'll miss it from 4 rounds to start off the half. It's 4 back.
เล่นสโมกตัวเดียวครับมันก็ประมาณนั้นอะ
KTL ให้ไปตก FNC 30 เหมือนรอบที่แล้วออกจากเครื่องหมาย4เหลี่ยมจะทอนยศบ้านส้ม
อะไร
Yeah, really nice stuff.
เขาเรียกว่าอยากล้างแค้นครับ
You can just
เอ
see
อ
how confident the players are. And I think, Hazza, if we come out
Come
this
to me.
replay, you'll see this is our first timeout coming in this matchup.
Nice!
ดูทรงได้เจอกับตอนเช้าที่หน้าหนังสือก่อนถ้าไหวก็ค่อยว่ากัน
It's going to be the first from our coaches here with a
มา
timeout.
ทวนความ
We
จำ
actually
ดีไหม
lined up
ซิ
a
กเซ
question
เว่น
for the Liquid staff before this one, asking, do you think that Santiago helped you
ได้
learn
ครับ
as a
เรียน
team
ตอบ
how
ป
to
อโทหรือทำงานดี
play
อ่ะ
aggressive teams?
ถ้าเราอยากรู้ว่าเราอยากเรียนอะไรก็เรียนครับทั้งนั้นน่ะแต่ถ้าเรายังไม่อยากรู้ว่าเรียนอะไรก็ไปทำงานก่อนครับแต่ขึ้นมันทำไมขึ้น
I don't think it helped us playing against aggressive teams. I think
อะไรเนี่ยทำไมสัมภาษณ์ระหว่างไทม์เอาท์หรอ
aggressive team in
Oh.
Santiago. I think we learned from that. We know what it takes to counter that type of play style, and I think for today we'll
มีอย่างนี้ด้วยเหรอวะแชท
to face them. We're ready for anything, to be honest. So that's it. Thank you, Ayat.
มีอย่างนี้ด้วยเหรอวะ
And it's a valid point that he makes there, because when you look at their opponents, T1 to start things off, heading into Gentleman.
หรือมันมั่ววะหรือมันเป็นคลิปที่อัดไว้วะ
Final game as well. I mean, they only played against 1 Neon out of those 3 different teams, so it's very different.
ไอ้จ้าทำไมมาช้าโอ้ยกูเผลอหลับไปว่ะแป๊บนึงอ่ะเออ
Now where the meta has really shifted around what.
เย้ย
Yeah, exactly. But I think as well, it's not just Foot's aggression, it's how dynamic they are in doing it as well, using different points. I mean, even just being ankles and playing off of one another. Once again, Liquid want to go back towards it. You can see Sociable trying to walk out, but he does give the first entry.
ทำติง
Team
เจ็ดแหละดี
Liquid
แล้ว
taking that space.
Oi.
Cristale coming in and at least getting a double.
Liquid immediately able to punish some of that foot aggression. That's hanging around in middle, but Zeus catches it. Oh, and Sop finds the follow-up as well, so with Spike dropped at the mouth of A main, Miniboo the one this time left to try and do it, would need an ace
มินิบูเอ
clutch.
เหรอ
Yeah, but it's against Zeus and Yetiji. 2 highlights
โอ้
from
แล้วไอ้เหี้ย
last
เขาอ้อม
year.
เลยเขาอ้อมเลย
Where's Miniboo going? He's going looking. Spike's still on the ground, and Foot will have
Le bomb
control of
dog.
that in a minute.
He's following the footsteps of where these players would have been. The thing is, Foot are a step ahead in that regard. They've already re-cleared
Oh,
out through
man.
middle into main
อี
and
เหี้
sit
ย
behind where the spike is
ไป
right
ไกล
now.
จัดเลยว่ะ
Miniboo
น้อง
doesn't really leave himself much of an opportunity to make this workable. He still has full fuel on the high gear, but 30 seconds for that reposition.
30
Trying
seconds
to
left.
wrap around, thinking that someone could be backside, but as we already know and can see on the
โอ้
map,
โหโอ้โห
still has that really bolt, the concuss on the neon, and with both players being close, you can get high value.
That's the land it though, and just
Oh.
doesn't anticipate the position, doesn't leave himself long enough. A bit of a misread there in the 1v2, but Foot playing that fantastically.
Advantage taken. Can they convert that into an advantage into the next half? This is lovely from Cristale.
เขาจะถามชื่อที่ครับมิส
Team Liquid off guard when they try to take a moment to pause.
กูเชื่อว่า
And
โล
that's the thing
มี
too.
คอม
It's
ไม่มี
what
จอ
Rohan
ไอ้
was
อะ
talking about in the response there, that Liquid were the ones heating up sometimes, and when you're against these cerebral teams like NRG,
มัน
like
ลืม
Mace
ไปว่ามันเล่น
that
บิออน
wanna
นะ
really
มัน
bring
คิดว่ามัน
the
เล่น
pace
โอเมน
down
เมื่อวานเมื่อกี้
sometimes.
ฮะ
You don't want to get sucked
มัน
into
จะวาง
those
เกมบอมเหรอวะ
fights
แชท
where possible. Next gun round, it's an early pit on the B side of the map, but Liquid still just defaulting around this.
Information from the knife as well. There was the Jet and the Omen seen through those double doors. But you can see Team Liquid are exploring a different part of the map now, all the way up elbow. And it's going to have to be SOP to hold down the back part of
ดี
that
จัสช่วง
pit.
นี้ไม่ค่อยได้มาบ่อยๆงานชุกจัดเลิกงานก็ตี2ละแต่
Has the
จะมา
outlaw,
บ่อย
every single
Ôi,
player
thật
is a
su đã.
one-shot target to this
อัน
gun.
ที่สองก็ช่วงนี้ก็น่า
There's
เจอ
the
กันอยู่เนาะ
first. SOP
ดูแข่ง
staying on
ยุ
the
โรปอะ
line after finding Minibu. So gun picked back up
เฮ้ย
by
ทำไม
Wayne.
ทำไมอันติไวเปอร์รูปร่างแปลกๆวะเฮีย
Linger into the A side, and with Zeus putting Nats to the chopping block.
ทำไมอันติไวเปอร์รูปร่างแปลกๆวะ
Looking like they're moving up to a 6th here without much trouble, but it is still rifles in the hands of the
อะไร
remaining players.
กูไม่บอกเลยว่าคืออะไรพวกมึงอะคิดไปเองฮัลโหลบอกกูกราบ
Zeus now on the line.
He's just waiting for that first player in, and the next will follow it up. Camo throws his hat into the ring.
เอาเอฟเฟกต์เอาซีหนึ่งอีกกี่เกมเกมเดียวมั้ง
It
ถ้า
just
จำไม่
feels
ผิด
like
อะ
the spacing on this round for Liquid's been a little bit tough, right? You know they're spread up, they're trying to find these kills, but it's worked against them where FUT are offering engagements, 1v1s.
Yeah, Purple just wondering if there was going to be that audible was
เอง
going
เติม
to
ทำไม
have a swing head
ผมได้
his
เจอ
way, but with time
แนท
so
โอ้โห
low,
เปิดมาอย่าง
and the
ดี
players still with
ทำไมเป็นอย่าง
rifles
เงี้ย
in their hand.
It
will be FUT up towards 6, a massive point in this first half, considering the first 4 rounds went Team Liquid's way.
Look at Sol. He's straight into spawn. He spotted both targets. He'll find only
โอ้ย
one
นะ
of
แป๊บ
them.
นึงเดี๋ยวกลับมาดู
Purple
คู่
will
ต่อ
be
ครับ
lucky
จะ
to
ไป
live
ขอรับ
after
คู่แม
time.
ม
And he will.
Okay, keeps that rifle in towards the
ดี
next
ว่ะ
one. Something that could be a saving grace for Team Liquid's economy. But the biggest part here, they've got ultimates. That's the big thing, right? Minibu has the overdrive, overdrive back. So got to be looking at that. He's a real highlight so
ก็คอ
far.
ตาลีมันออมมาอีกฝั่งหนึ่งทำได้เลยจะทำตาม
Okay then.
Last
I'll bomb
round
it,
of the
yeah.
half, and with FUT finding 6 in a row, Liquid have really slowed down the momentum here.
เฮ้ย
See JJaz solo guarding B. This could be a real issue.
It could, especially with SOP looking to go towards elbow, but the players of Liquid don't think about it. The molly did get off, and now SOP trying to take up guard once again. Has heard the neon. Is there anyone else from main? There is. It's Nats, but that pit's not going to allow Zeus's operator now getting involved. And through here to start the retake. Wait in a corner, trying to hold on. Manages to escape, holding on, but it goes. It's up to Camo and Nats now. Spike's still not down, and Nats can't leave the pit. In fact, Team Liquid have left the site.
He's just sitting in main, waiting for some kind of a re-clear, a re-wrap back
บอม
through
ก็แพ้
middle
ไม่ได้นะ
perhaps.
เสียนี้
Camo spots the up, he's got to leave. FUT are all here and ready to defend this.
That they are. They're waiting for it. No more flashes on Camo either, but does at least even manage to take Sociable off guard. The blades of Zeus cutting away at Liquid's chances in this one. This is up to Nats to clutch up once again, and we know what he can do. Of course we do. As he gets the first pretty easily. Shots being fired his way.
เดี๋ยวนะไม่รู้ว่าแบ็คไซด์ของตัว
Needs
เพื่อน
to
ไม่ได้
get
คอหรอ
that spike down, at least attempt it. But it's SOP and Crostali you're up against, and they'll of course finish out this round. Advantage for FUT in the next half.
ก็เลยขึ้นวะ
That 7th is now secured for them, and it's 7 rounds in a row which Liquid have yet to disrupt. Gotta say, it reminds me a lot of their performances in kickoff on this map. I mean, even Santiago against some of those teams like NRG when they're just getting absolutely
อาการ
slammed.
ออกเกินเว้ย
And when that momentum starts to hit, there's no way for them to break it down, it feels like. There's no second plan.
Still, those ultimates yet to be used, and with the last round of the half, this feels like a powder keg ready to explode, especially with Minibu so far up, but Zeus is on the hunt. He's behind them, and he's already got rid of Nats. Camo and Wayne at least making sure that Team Liquid have the site and should get the spike down.
Bit of patience in position
Minibu
here,
now.
though, from Liquid, waiting for those pushes, catching another of them on the FUT side now.
You can see that Purple is very wants to play the Hunter's Fury very deep, but that leaves the players on site a little bit weak in terms of support. So it's just up to Camo, and he's calling for Purple to get into position. Now in towards main, that's been identified, but Purple manages to spam through the smoke. Camo not winning his duel. It's a 2 versus 1, and it's the Hunter's Fury he has to depend upon. The ball's not hitting. JJaz is just holding on. It's 8 for FUT, and Team Liquid, after 4 ultis, can't convert the round.
How on earth did he miss the ult? I mean, maybe a miscommunication on where it was planted, but that is something that you rarely see. He had both shots as well. And that's a rough way for things to go for Liquid as FUT have an 8-4 lead. Let's hear how they're fighting so far in stage 1 with some wise words from Nats.
Bro, where's the bomb? I don't know where the bomb is.
ไอ้เอ้ยไม่ยังเหลือเลย
I think that's the biggest thing we're doing right now. We're finding the middle ground of playing very aggressive and not very aggressive. Master Santiago did very well, and we didn't manage to show it there. And now for stage 1, we're trying to find that ground of sending it and not sending it, and I think we're on the right path right now. Let's see in the first match.
โอ้ไล
I
ฟ์แพ
think
ส
this
แพส
year
ทูโฮมาลู
players
กพี่
is
แนทตอนเนี้ย
like somehow naturally are getting along faster, and I mean more natural, I would say. I think there is less team issues happening this year, so I think there is opportunities for the good and bright future for this year. But as I said before, I think time will show everything, and the more we are together, the more we play together, the more chemistry will be built. My stage 1 goals is to prove that we have a good working system, and no matter what
the hell?
we qualify to London or not, we'll be prepared for the stage 2 and being able to qualify to champs. I think that's for me the most important. And for Liquid, I don't know, pass the group stage.
เฮ้ยแป๊บนึงไหนดูดิข่าวลือเกี่ยวกับทีมชาติเหรออันนี้เลียวหรือฟาเก้เนี่ยแชทฮะเลียวหรือฟาเก้เนี่ยโอ้แล้วทำไมมันโหลดนานจังอ่ะอย่าแล้วมันมีไทยปะวอลเลนทีมชาติขอบคุณมึงไอ้เหี้ยไม่มีแต่ TBD อีสัตว์ดูนะ TBD เฮ้ยไม่ได้เหี้ยเลย
Like you actually want to, play here. And that's what we're building towards. If they do make it to London, is there going to be an improvement? First of all, you've got to be beating the top contender in your own group.
You do, right? You have to beat the form team, it has to be said.
ในเกมนี้ช่วงนี้ดูแข่งเยอะเกิน
At the moment, and they move on towards the attack. And well, if you want to speak about the captain, he's the first one under fire. Not ready, starting to run away.
Just knowing when to give up this space, because look at the rest of Liquid snaking their way through spawn. JJaz has cottoned on to this idea and repositioning inside. The defenders smoke. He does walk away with one, but that won't be enough.
Well, not, but at least FUT have the information to adjust. He's just going for the fight.
And that's just holding down the line. It's a luxury for him. Zeus walks straight into the crosshair, and this retaking pack of players in through middle is now starting to cut its way into the site. Sop advance, trying to hold this aggressive line as much as possible. Good for a little bit of delay, but only 1 kill on the trade. So FUT continuing to trail in this situation. Crystali sat in the back of sight, and that's where the plant is. For FUT's advanced position, they get nothing from it. And Liquid with another pistol round.
Yeah, I would have loved for JJaz to drop off after he got that pick, but Team Liquid so good in their planning for these pistol rounds. You can see straight away, as soon as Nats feels the pressure, there's the response from that B side of the map. And I think as well, when it comes to that site fight, you can just feel FUT a little bit panicked in a way, and everybody taking individual duels, which just favors Team Liquid.
Why even this round, it feels that we won it without the confidence.
เอาแล้วเฮ้ยพวกมึงเนี่ยดูซิแม้เราจะชนะราวนี้ก็จริงแต่เราชนะแบบเราไม่มั่นใจเลยทำไมเล่นกันอย่างนี้ยังไงครับ
Need to find a little bit of inspiration here because they are heavily on the back foot, but we've seen them recover these kinds of situations before. On the defender's side, it's a lot more difficult.
คิมบันนำได้ไหมได้ครับวิกิได้
Just shouldering mid, and as you can see, Foot already congregated in this position. Minibu does catch information that they've progressed as far as elbow by now.
You can see a smoke just being dropped there, but Foot are already far by it. So mid completely in their control, and you can see Team Liquid trying to reinforce that B site, but it's all a ruse.
Just huddling outside of the doors. Purpo's got a lot of targets to hit. The burst fire on the bulldog here. It potentially could struggle if there's multiple targets running right down at him at once. We'll see how much he can possibly get. First couple shots not going to land. Drops off with a recon dart available.
Yeah, and with the wall up now, you can see that spike perhaps going down. Big information though.
Huge and great chip damage from those shot darts as well. That's right in behind this. And with Foot put through the tenderizer, you would think they get shot, but it's down to the 2-on-2. Now just the one. Sociable without a weapon, but smokes to support. Has to get this timing right. Wayne spotted him just eclipsing the edge of that smoke. And the plant out in the open is ill-advised. Still some good damage there for Foot, all things considered, but Liquid have their second of this half.
Yeah, and they'll be glad for it. I thought the spike would have went down at least, just to put that added pressure of time on towards Team Liquid. You can hear the fans have found their voice again after that round win. A bit of a tense affair.
I would let you live.
Liquid well supported in these parts as you say the fans have descended upon the arena even in this sunny Berlin atmosphere, which feels like a rarity at times, but bright skies on the horizon perhaps for the defenders as who has been targeted here by the knife, but Sop just serves him up.
Exactly. Foot though, uncharacteristically, going to take a break, wait to see what Team Liquid want to do. They have to go and look and get the numbers back in their favor.
And this is exactly something they need to be able to show us. A bit of an adaptation in these moments. I was talking earlier in the map about finding their identity. But it's from advantageous positions where they struggled the most in kickoff. They have one here. Searching for another. Camo digs in his pockets to find the knife and try and work out what this broader picture looks like. It only results in his own death, leaving only Purpo behind.
Yeah, that drone not going to find him though, so he's in a point that he could try and walk with, especially hidden behind the fast lane, but Foot scales slowly here.
Yeah, still just taking their time. First 2 kills of the round going their way with a pause in between.
You see right now as well on the map that Sociable's taking his time to get across as that spike goes down. Utility not hitting. Purple and Wayne just holding things down. That's late. And doesn't get that kill. So 3 versus 4 now.
You can see Liquid's retake success sitting at 31%, and I would say that's about their chances here, if not lower, with the weapons that they have. Purpo the only one on a pistol, but it's just the sheer numbers that you've got to chew through that make this a problem. And look, if Foot are going to get access to site as easy as this, and Liquid are playing for retaking a number of these rounds, that's when the problems continue to pop up for them. Purpo the next to go out of the round, and that's not too far behind. That's 9 for Foot.
One away from double digits, and that's when you start to see the finish line in sight if you're Foot. Not only is the Team Liquid fans, their Foot fans getting themselves loud as well to try and push their team towards a finish here. Remember, Team Liquid's pick in this top of the table clash. And we come straight back in, Hazard, and a rifle round that could ultimately decide this map.
Yeah, it really feels like we've got to that point now, because that was the bonus, of course, for Liquid that we just saw. Not worked out for them. And now Foot, again, putting this heavy price on A-main control with Sop leading the line. The outlaw tags on to Nats, 10 HP. What on earth is Liquid's in-game leader supposed to do with that? He continues to call away orders, as you can see them now re-clearing into mid. The door opening heard by Sop, who only has 20 HP himself, but will still walk away with a kill. Traded in directly through Minibu.
Yeah, and that's also only on 10 HP, so that's at least the even in between both teams.
คำคมโบราณ
Foot
เนาะ
slowly making
ขอ
their
คิ
way
ดแป๊บ
towards B, and that's slowly making his way over.
Broadly playing a 2-2 with mid completely forfeited now. Camo has the knife queued up, just spotting the edge of the corner, but Sociable's already so far advanced. He's got to be careful not to get caught here. Does back up with the judge eventually.
ไม่ได้เชื่อมั่นในลูกนี้เน็ต
Timing could not be better. Cutting off the cross, Sociable's already made it inside the site, but now something's got to happen for Foot. Reach 30 seconds and still no progress on the site itself. Sop goes down, all the rest cut out behind it. Liquid doing really well to respond from an early setback.
You can feel the tension within the server, within the arena. Very big round for Team Liquid to win, especially when you've got purchases like a Judge in the server. Miniboo does excellently to catch out YSG. Stop those, I guess, like the big part of the controller game on
คำคมวันนี้ขอเสนอ
Foot all immediately straight after that round though.
Just ใช้เมื่อไห
Pressing the
ร่
button.
จะใช้เมาส์ไวเปอร์ V3 Pro ครับลิเซอร์ไวเปอร์ V3 Pro
Yeah, when you look at the composition which Foot are playing here, of course, I mentioned double duelist earlier in the day. This is one of the few maps where Liquid are just running.
เขาถามไหมเหรอไอ้ที่นั่นมันเหมือนเมาส์เลยว่าไอ้ที่ซิริมันอ่านเป็นเมาส์เลยสัตว์
I wanted to bring up the stats here.
ไม่เมาส์โนพีดี100x ครับโทษทีเหี้ยเอ้ยโอ้ยหูมันไอ้นี่แล้วว่า
He had to change agents, I think, to fit around Sop as well. That was a talking point of Sop's own time on that off call with Fabian because
พี่อาจจะใช้ไมค์เมาส์โนพีดี
and Jet more than any other agent is just peak comfort for him, and you can see that reflected in the kills so far.
Yeah, I feel as if like this is going to be a crazy thing.
แต่ถ้าน้องชอบเล่น PB อย่าลืมเติมหันแก๊สท็อปอัพ
Players coming in and picking up that mantle, right? He's not getting as many kills because other people are actually getting the kills.
That's the thing. Sop is
จบเห็ดจบรูสวัย
เฮ้ยไม่เอา
how much impact they've been able to have 17 and 16 kills.
เติมมารู้ได้ครับเติมมารู้ได้เช่นกันครับอย่าลืมใช้โค้ด JJaz ครับ
And it's that gap close that Jet then provides you with the dash as well, and one of the reasons why she is still somewhat in favor on this map. Foot keeping it straightforward out of the boards. Looks like they want to go straight for an A hit. 5 players at the gates. Stop with the ult though. Has to wait for the knife to finish before he can pop it.
And Melly straight through into Ball's backside. Can't catch that guard. Not like that. Triple kill now. It's Team Liquid. Look for a flawless round. Just shoots in the middle with nowhere to go. And that's flawless for Team Liquid.
And that's exactly where the partnership we were just talking about needs to show its strength and improvement over the weeks. Because Sop comes flying in here, Zeus has dashed into the middle of the site, but as Nats paths around the corner, there is no tradability. Zeus frozen in position in the end, trying to find anyone else. But Liquid handling it beautifully. That's now 4 from 5, and with the buy broken,
อยากจบร่องเสียวของจัดจังเลยงับ
Team Liquid were on the precipice of something.
รถตีไปดิครับมันแดงไม่แจ้งทำไมวะน่ะ
Now it's the other way around. Foot falling away on towards an equal buy.
You've got to be looking at the fact that Nat still has the pit here as well in the follow-up round. If Foot want to go for another fast play, that can very quickly make life difficult for you.
หน้าเหมือนโจรเสียงมาบอกแก้วหน้าเหมือนผมไหมโอ้โห
Slowly here. From the drone will at least catch the Viper, but that could be a luck. And Zeus's blades slowly make their way up through mid. If you look towards that B site, there's only 2 players, and as if they're all alone.
Yeah. 2 players coming from main as well. What a shot from Camo. Zeus with a head taking clean off. But Foot still creeping closer and closer to B. Finally, starting to think better of it, actually. And now at this stage in the round, with this, being a half investment at best, you're looking for a way in more than anything else.
30 seconds left.
There you are. Sociable's been deposited as a joker towards the late rounds as he holds on towards that portion of the map. As well, the rest of the bodies of Foot walk towards that site portion. And it's up against the main villain that always seems to be in VCT. Nat's holding on towards site, trying to deny Foot any opportunity of a post plan, but he's denied his life. That spike can go down now.
Oh, if it doesn't get body blocked by Sop. Very close in the end, but with a second to spare, FUT in this position. The only second layer is from middle, a very deep post plant.
Yeah, it is only pistols. That's the big thing for Team Liquid coming back in. But obviously, Miniboo using his ultimate here, and that's what's going to get him the kill. YetAjay through mid gets one of his own though, and it should be something easy for FUT, and it will end up being sorry for Team Liquid. They're on the round, but they still had to use that big ultimate from Miniboo.
Yeah, I think Miniboo's quite happy to respond the ecos here though, with the overdrive. And when you look at this one for FUT as well, Crostali had the Hunter's Fury, but no real window to use it. This is crazy from Camo.
ทำไมพี่แต่มึงเอาไม่เมินตอนนี้น้องชายน้องชายบอกไปเล่นเกมกันไม่ใช่หรอ
And coming back to the Miniboo point, it's feel like he's had a standout performance so far, but he's been fulfilling his role entirely in the sense that he's always creating space for the team, always giving them that follow-up. And with it at 9-9 now, he brings the operator back out against Zop.
Big Brother Brew watching
บูมาดูมาเชียร์มาเชียร์ป่ามาเชียร์ป่ามาล้วงแผ่นครับบูอ่ะบูดูทรงอ่ะ
Miniboo can shows the goods here as well. 22 kills so far in the first map.
มันจดแล้วมันจดแล้ว
to behold.
Yeah. Right, and these are the kind of numbers that get you excited if he has found his place in the team, which he really did in kickoff.
Yeah.
It's that selfless entry which Liquid require, as Sop has been doing the heavy lifting for FUT in that regard right now. He's finds a kill on B, and that's where Miniboo repositions.
He's looking for one more up against the operator of Miniboo. Still one more close by. That was Wayne. But look at the spike. This is just cloak and dagger stuff. Sop tries to get away. He's just now played in through mid.
Oh, this is perfect. Wayne is taking his timing while all of this is happening as well, following it up. Taking as much space as is possibly being given. It's not been the best of games for him so far. A chance to make something happen. He'll just swing at the chance to take down Sop. That will be enough main control for Liquid.
30 seconds. Yeah. Yes, known about though, and one shot from Zeus to get the post plant settled. So 4 versus 3 retake with an operator on Miniboo will be an issue.
And YetAjay just holding the elbow line. Miniboo has to try and flick to find this, looking to drop in but can't do it. 6 feet under instead. And YetAjay leading FUT towards a 10th here as he will find another kill on Nats. Only Purpo left standing 1v4. So FUT starting to go through the motions. As they do respond eventually.
ต้องไม่ทำงานแล้วจัด
make sure that this goes down to the wire as we head into the last few rounds of this second half.
The drive of rounds finally gets broken by FUT on towards double digits.
คู่แรกคู่2 Fnatic ครับเจอ Pacific.
Camo's been doing this same shoulder spot a couple of times now, and where it's looked like he's been a bit exposed, that's the first time he gets fully punished for it.
ตัวโหดตัวล่างนะดิสุดอะ
Adaptations.
ตัวยิงกันเองเนี่ย
You can see that FUT haven't lost any of the energy that they built up from that first half.
แต่วันนั้นแข่งวาโลคนไหนที่โดนอันเดอร์เลสไปแบบที่รู้จักแต่เก่งมากหรอที่คนไม่ค่อยสนใจแต่เก่งหรอ
just not in his crosshairs, and that's what he hasn't realized yet as they drop off on B side. Pressure may be applied on towards A.
Yeah, interesting. We get that cross-map knife as well from Camo. One of the reasons why this agent has seen picks is because of the fact that you want to shape your macro off the back of it, and well, FUT, they're all in on B.
ตอนนี้คือใครเก่งแม่ง
away, just the one to the entry, supported by Sop, and these two, man, the entry is just so good. Miniboo under pressure, can't quite make the op work, and won't make the shorty work either. So Camo now, it's all up to him, but it's a huge double that unlocks the site. Spike to go down, and the last 2 players saving. FUT are up to 11.
This is why a few people, which man mentioned, had FUT as a dark horse, because what you're doing is you're bringing in someone who did have in-game leading experience in social to, you know, rework it, take away the old FUT that we saw, and you just give that secondary support to Zeus, and I feel like that's an individual confidence boost for him as well. Some of these fights that he's taking, he knows that if I go down, I've got Sop right behind me, or vice versa, most of the time.
Yeah. I think like management staff for FUT have to have a pat on the back here in terms of the work that they've done outside of the server to bring the players in, like SOP, like Sociable, right? The fact that they've been able to build this roster back up, it feels so rejuvenated, right? And that's the big part here. So up to 11 or FUT, only 2 rifles saved for Team Liquid.
Looks like they've been able to swing this one back under their control when it looked to get out of hand. That's the sort of thing that you want to see from this FUT team. But on the Liquid side of things, of course, this is something that we're just talking about in depth earlier. This is the first real big test of their in this group. Right? The reason why they're not qualifying if they win today, based on the fact that the teams they previously played
jump on him. Nice.
Went on to lose their games as well.
Come on, man.
Good calls.
And
look at the fixture list for this team. It doesn't exactly get any easier from here.
It really doesn't, right? Because you look towards the first 2 weeks, you've got a KC who started off with Nari being added to the team. Then you look towards Team Heretics. What do they have? They have a new player coming in as well, right? Dropping comeback. And you're going to go towards this week, the first time they play a proper form team.
A form team that also made changes, though. Yes. If we're going to say that Narrate joined KC, then we also have to mention the fact that FUT have almost fully retooled since kickoff. So
I agree, but there's a difference.
One was successful and one wasn't. Yeah, that's it. You don't need to yap on, mate. We know. Cheers. And so FUT sculling their way up to 11. Can they find Map Point? What is Liquid's pick? I mean, I think when you look at the rest of this series, any win for FUT in the opening 2 gives you confidence as it carries on towards Lotus at the back end. And to find Breeze more than anything else, it was a weakness of Liquid's map pool on the global stage. But back domestically, you really want to see them
and
what they have done so far.
So Team Liquid are using utility to take aim right now, which is nice because now they know that part of the map's clear. So they can start to move elsewhere, read into what FUT's game plan. But what FUT have been doing is taking mid and using this as a pivot point. Do they want to put pressure on B, go A, put pressure on A and go B, or even go one step further and go towards the top of the map like Sociable here?
Sociable actually calling for a second player. It's Zeus that's going to join him. Boom cowering in this corner. Has to puff out his chest to find these frags. He's been the best player on Liquid so far in Breeze. But without his services in round 21, might just be what FUT need.
But it's completely broken the back of Team Liquid. They don't know what to do. A question mark in spawn, and they try to clear that.
And because of that top mid control, you're so worried about the threat of A and the wrap back around that it drags Purpo. He's interested, so is Nats. And only then, once FUT have already made it into the site, does he then start to recapture that position and Sociable on the spam.
Yeah, an unbelievable round that's been called, but Nats at least bringing something back in their favour. The pit dropped, a real problem to try and defumigate.
Oh, Nats still here trying to offer relief against SOP, but he's in the eye of the storm now. Back to the Viper's Pit, a place which he would call home, but it's been repossessed by FUT. He's fully relying on this main control from the rest of his team, coming up with the goods, but JJaz is holding down the line. He'll get caught sleeping on the angle. Crostali with a quick trade. Do they know about camo? Doesn't seem to be the case just yet, but Crostali snaps onto it and will take 12.
Map point on Liquid's pick. We said it coming into this. Liquid have been Breeze. Merchants has a... right now, it feels like it's completely gone awry. What should be the banker, should be the pick for Team Liquid. Going FUT's way at this moment in time. We go into the next round with barely a bye.
Come on! ที่แข่งอยู่ตอนนี้รายการอะไรหรอ
Liquid are all in on A. This defender's side could very much live or die. What Camo's able to do. Walks away with a couple. Wayne also involved, but it's a 2-on-2 when the dust settles.
Straight down here. Purple using his ultimate early goals, but he's got nothing from it.
That's repositioning to just support this push on down. JJaz already in the corner. Drone disrespect. Snaps on tonight, and buries Purpo with him. 13-9, and FUT getting over the line.
An unbelievable finish there. It comes down to two chaotic fights, and at the end of the day, FUT are the ones who come out on top.
โอ้เอาดี
Congratulations, you've just won the first map. Team Liquid's map, no, nonetheless. You've only been in VCT.
Hellgate มา8บังเป็นที่โปรเหรอ
one map away from making it to playoffs. How are you
ตื่นแล้วหลับเฉยหลับแบบ
We're trying to qualify for London, so
Pacific เชียร์จัดได้แต่ EMEA ตีเก๋โอ้ย2 อาทิตย์แรกกูถูก 100% น่ะ
Thank you very much for joining me. Don't go anywhere though, because we're going to head to a quick break.
มาเดี๋ยวกูเปิดอันนี้ให้ด่วนมึงดูมันทำคลิปกูดิวันนี้ Fnatic กูโดนตบ2-1แน่เลยมึงดูดิไม่คำถามคือใครเนี่ยมันหน้าจีนเกินไปป่ะเนี่ยอันนี้กูหน้าจีนเลยป่ะฮะอันนี้ลูกครึ่งจีนนะครับฮัลโหลวันนี้ Fnatic กูโดนตบ2-1แน่เลยจัดเป็นเจ๊กไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยกูยอมใจวะ
This is what backs us up.
กูยอมใจวะ
V2 New Gen.
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยแต่เมื่อกี้มีลิงก์อะไรวะลิงก์อุ้ยเหรอเนี่ยครับไหนแป๊บนึงนะเปิดลิงก์ก่อนนะเปิดวอร์ดอะนี่คือลิงก์อะไรอะ
You fucking idiot, you fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Fuck off.
เขาโดให้พี่500พี่ยิ้มส่วนผมโด10 บาทพี่คงไม่สน
สวัสดีครับน้องชายขอบคุณครับ
จะว่าไปแล้วเชิงเทียนของกูก็สวยดีเหมือนกันมึงอยากรู้ไหมว่ากูเป็นใครไอ้เหี้ย
ตอนนี้พี่เขาทำอะไรวะ
แข่งอีกตอนไหนบอระอ
นี่แหละครับชีวิตผมเนี่ย
เฮ้ยขอบเลย500ครับพี่มั่วขอบคุณครับผมเป็นไปได้แข่งทีวันศุกร์ครับวันศุกร์นะศุกร์หน้านะอีก1 อาทิตย์ครับผมจัดมันสักเพลงมาเพลงสงกรานต์ได้ไหมเฮียแฮมเมอร์เพลงสงกรานต์ได้ไหมผ่านไหมเดี๋ยวขอทายเล่นก่อนแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเพลงสงกรานต์มาจะดูที่เคนโดนแบนยังเห็นแล้วแชทไทยแรงแชทมันอันนี้จังวะโก3เหรอ1ใช่ว่าแรงเลยโอ้นบ2เช็คคิดไว้ทำไมนะวิ่งไม่บีไวนะแต่ว่าพรุ่งนี้จะมีชนหมัดไหมกูเดาว่าฟอสไม่ขึ้นเวที
โคตรนานเลย
เฮ้ยว่าจะไม่ใช่โกว่ะ
เดาอาเสียว
อยากเอารีบเกินอย่าพึ่งยังไง
มาว่าจริงๆมาความรักมันก็ดีนะครับพี่จัสไอที่ผมบอกเมื่อวานลืมมันไปนะ
เอ้ามันเปลี่ยนแปลงเร็วจังน้องเกมใช่ว่าแรงอะไรครับผมขอเนี่ยเดาว่าโก1ซิลเวอร์3โก1เราดูเจ้าของเขามาตอบกันดีกว่าครับแรงอะไรแต่ระหว่างรอเพลงสงกรานต์สักเพลงป่ะแล้วกูจะรู้ได้ไงว่าเขาแรงอะไรวะแชทแล้วกูจะรู้ได้ไงวะคำถาม ขอบคุณเฮียแฮมเมอร์สำหรับ 1,000 บาทครับ ไปโอ้ยขอบคุณครับพี่แอมเบอร์ลำหนึ่งพันครับผมโอเคเอ้ยขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับลำ1,000ครับพอเดี๋ยวบางเดี๋ยวไม่มีหัวอุดหนุนนะเอ้ยไม่เป็นไรครับ
หุบปาก
ตัดเอ้ยกูจะขายของไม่บอกกูปะโอ้เอาเฮียแบตเมาส์หมดแล้วกูออกเพลงไงอ่ะแชทมา
Easy to just keep kind of riding that wave, especially in this sort of comp, which suits them. And I come back to the map. Again, for Breeze, if you're going to bring this KO in for Liquid, again, the application is what matters, right? And I just don't think we saw Camo really playing the way we've seen him really dig a little deeper in some of the other areas he's flexed
ไอ้เฮีย
onto.
ตากูจะบอดไอ้ชีพหายให้กูดูอะไรวะเนี่ยโอ้ยลำบากน้ำลือล้างตาและลำบากหมอตาอีกไอ้จัส
เขาเรียกว่าเต้นโชว์ไงเต้นโชว์ดูคลิปยังพี่ตาคลิปไหนพี่ตายังไม่เห็นลิงก์เลยน้องชายคือผมเปิดห้องแล้วเปิดต่อมาเห็นพี่เต้นแบบนี้เต้น10เท่าไหร่ครับเต้นเมื่อกี้แชท
หุบปาก
อุ้ยคืออะไรอ่ะ
ขอสักเพลง
เฮ้ย
And Team Liquid have been playing Phoenix there. What does your team need to do to find success against it? Yeah, we did our homework.
W's in the chat, bro. เอาดิ
I think we.
เดี๋ยวจบแบบต่อไปได้ไหมครับเฮียมั่วครับมันจะเริ่มแล้วเนี่ยได้ไหมเฮ้ย
I think they're gonna do.
เฮ้ยอยู่ที่เฮียไม่เฮียมั่วครับขอบคุณครับ
And also with the tasking throughout the map and.
เอาแล้วตูเปื่อยเนี่ยจัดวันนี้ไอ้เหี้ยมันต้องมีหลายท่าแล้วอันนี้คืออะไรกันอันนี้ยุกิส่งมาไม่ใช่หรอเฮียมันเดือดจังวะนี่คือสกินเหรอวะใช่ที่กูอยากรู้ว่ามันเป็นตัวแพ้ทางโดยเฉพาะป่ะ
วิ่งยิง
สัตว์แล้วกูหลบเอาเลยกูตาบอดเองอันนี้มันลงมอดโอ้ what the hell มันลงมอดได้ด้วยเหรอวะ ML อ่ะคืออะไรอ่ะ
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for maybe FUT to show if they have cooked up anything.
อันนี้มันใช่เหรอวะแชท
Players flexing elsewhere. For me, my eyes are drawn back to Liquid.
พี่จัสเคยมีปฏิสัมพันธ์กับถั่วเพศเมียไหมครับ
ฮะส่งใจเอ้ยมึงอยากแก้บอสเดี๋ยวมันร้องไห้ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยเดี๋ยวบอสมันร้องไห้นะเพลงมันดังแล้วเนี่ยจำเกมไม่ได้แล้วเขาจะจ้างไม่น้องเอาไม่จำรู้แต่คือแบบไม่รู้ว่ามันลงมอดได้เนี่ยเมื่อกี้เอาวีเหรอเอาเหรอขอโทษครับพี่นะขอโทษครับ
เต้น ก่อนดิจะเมิน 1,500 เพื่อ
ไม่ได้เมินมันจะเริ่มแล้วเนี่ยเห็นไหมมันจะเริ่มแล้วเนี่ย
คุยเลยอ่ะ
เฮ้ยเอ้า
ไม่ให้กินหรอกมองคุยเลยอ่ะ
ไอ้เหี้ยบอสตอนเด็กไม่แข่งเรือไอ้เหี้ยไม่นี่ครับนั่งดูเอาวีแม่งพูด MLBB ก็เข้าใจไหมเราชอบเล่น MLBB ไงเกมสนุกไง MLBB อ่ะ
ดีจัดเสียดายที่ไม่ได้ดู APEC วันนี้ไปกินเลี้ยงกับแก๊งเพื่อหน้าสมัยมัธยมมาสนุกดีไม่ได้คุยกันนานแล้วเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมพวกมันกินเหล้าส่วนกูกินโค้กเพราะกูไม่กินแอลกอฮอล์เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเปิดมาเห็นจัดเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมทำไม
แอโรบิกครับแต่ก็ดีครับมันไม่ต้องดื่มก็ได้เนาะนดื่มก็สนุกได้ครับใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวรูปตอนพี่จัดตอนเด็กหรออย่าไปหาดูครับน้องนะครับรูปตอนพี่จัดตอนเด็กอ่ะนะครับปล่อยมันไปครับรูปกูตอนเด็กอะครับปล่อยพี่ไปเถอะครับตอนเด็กอะโอ้โหเฮีย
จุ๊ป้ง
เฮ้ยคืออะไรอะไม่หนักจัดเลยว่ะแต่ละรูปเฮ้ยมึงเคยทำรูปเท่ๆกูบ้างไหมวะแชทฮะมีบ้างไหมรูปกูแบบแปลงร่างเป็นซุปเปอร์ฮีโร่ช่วยโลกอะไรเงี้ยไอ้เหี้ยแลบมันแพงเอาทำอย่างงี้กันเนี่ย
ไอ้จัสระวังตัวไว้ให้ดีโหน
ทำไมอ่ะ
กูเยส
ฮะกูไม่วิ่งก็ได้เพื่อนเอามาแชทมาเกิดมาเคยเด็กได้หรอเกิดมาแล้วแก่ไอ้แค่แบบแม่งดิ
Needs to be watching themselves here. You can already see that Foot want to get rid of them. And while the spike goes down,
แบบ2แชทแบบนี้ฟุตเป็นคนเลือกนะครับ
So straight through, the players from the AGO go in towards a lobby. Another pick in the favour of the defender's side.
ตอนเต้นเปิดกล้องใหญ่ด้วยนะปล่อยให้ความทรมานเป็นของคนดูแทน
Not long for this world. Now a 2 versus 4. A little bit troublesome, but Wayne still gets a couple of his own. You can see towards main. It's up to Purple to clutch. A 1 versus 1 and Sociable just sticks it. Ends up being a Team Liquid round win, but has a Foot in such a beneficial position.
W's ครับผมเมียมั่วครับ
Yeah, I mean, that feels like a fumble from them, but Liquid did so well to take the B site almost instantaneously, and now we talk about that stat there, that they are such a great pistol team. Ever since Lohan Jansen came in as the coaching staff, always preparing something, very heavy on the ante at times, just exploiting a gap in the middle of the map, I suppose. And Miniboo just dashing in. I think that's what you want to see here too. Yes, it is Foot's map pick, but I think there's plenty of tape on this one.
I mean, for either team, right? If you've played Haven for so long, Team Liquid.
เช็คคืนปุ๊บจัดลงสตรีมไม่ลง
towards C, and JJaz has just caught that, and that's why you're seeing Foot for a minute start to go towards mid. It's Nats once again all alone. So I'm wondering if this is part of the game plan, looking to isolate that one duel that they know will be lagging behind the rest of the pack.
Sop does get detected by the alarm bot though, so
ขอบคุณนะครับไอ้เหี้ยบ้าจริงว่ะเหี้ยหัวกูยังพอเสร็จไม่ทันเลยเนี่ยขอบคุณนะครับกูยังดีเลย์อยู่เลยเนี่ยขอบคุณนะครับมีเหี้ยทั้งหลายนะครับผมดูนี่นะ
That's just to increase the velocity at which they're taking the C site. But very quick to react. They are ready for this, and with JJaz the first to find a kill on the way back through. Sociable following it up. There might be a problem here for Liquid. Looking at the guns, running dry. Pistol and a Bulldog left here. Purple's playing a ridiculous timing. I thought that was the teammate, but no. Wayne is the Omen player on site, and he's dead and buried along with the rest. Crystali retrieves a rifle and puts right after the pistol round.
I mean, this just is so indicative of how they want to play all together. I mean, the fact that they're only on pistols does not matter. Team Liquid completely bottled that round. And into the next, they bring a Guardian and a Heavy Shield as some way to alleviate what will be a full buy for Foot.
เอาล่ะทุกคนไอจัสต้องหน้าตรงตัวแล้ว
Looking at Purpo's POV, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, Omen and Sky play.
ไม่มีครับ
Playing another crazy discipline. does find the kill this time. And for Liquid, I mean, this is a real kick in the teeth after finding such early success. On Breeze, they were able to win at least the first 4 rounds.
คือมาก้าวก็ของจอดหน้าบ้านเลยโอ้ยต้องแบบสีแลด้วยไหมสีแลด้วยไหมแฮมเยอะพี่ดูเมกาไม่ลั่นไหมเอาไหม
Very slowly over.
ลุย
Still want to head towards Seam. Foot have got a decent read on this, but it's only Purple who's the real danger man in terms of weaponry. That Guardian in hand. Here's the big player in the previous games they've had this stage. Purple brings the site open. Comes crumbling down that site hold from Foot. The rifles need to be dished around here. Camo's the first to pick one up. Nat's left with just the pistol. Playing from Garage, but Sop doesn't find the lineup. So Crystalli needs another 3K.
โอ้ยมาดิวิกลับมาดูมีตรงหน่อยมาเอาดีๆครับพรุ่งนี้เติมน้ำมัน95เต็มถังแต่น้ำมันมันลดลงนะใช่ไหมลดราคาป่ะไอ้เหี้ยลดไปก็ยังไม่เท่าเดิมอ่ะโคตรสแกมใหม่เหี้ย
And he was the danger man, right? The rifleman coming straight in.
เมื่อไหร่น้อยเพื่อนเนี่ยตายเอาจังไปทำน้องชายน้องรัก
จัสน่ารักจังครับไปห้องผมไหม
What it should have been. And it ends up being a little bit weird,
อยากกลับไปเป็นหน้าบังเลยนี่
The other ones on a low buy, it becomes like a bonus round. Still have to be careful of
ลืมอัปเดตสกอร์เหรอต้นแบบนี้เราค่อยอัปเดตเดียวเลยละกัน
You'd hope not. It's sort of in these rounds as well where I want to see what Liquid's game plan is with this Phoenix. Camo is just one away from getting a run it back. And actually, Crystalli applying thick pressure through this ultimate. Does tag onto Nats and Zeus pre-firing through the wall. Is able to take him out of play, but Liquid collapse upon the issue. And they've done a brilliant job to get past it.
Yeah, and that's the cons of what Foot or how Foot want to play,
right?
Sometimes it looks like that last round. I'm sure players are on pistols.
ดูดิมันวางแต่โอ้เสียดายเคนว่ะไอ้เคนมันเลื้อนเกินอ่ะมันอย่างเลื้อนเลยเคนอ่ะโดนแบนเฉยเลย
Yeah, unless he was going to be
โคตรเสียดายเลย
tight on the crosshair, it was never going to happen.
มันทำไมวะ
Up to 3.
And coming back to this is now where Liquid's meta read is showing us a lot more of it. I think Paper X one of the few teams actually running the agent at the end of last year. Gentamate's obviously another regional adoptee.
ทรงนี้นะจะไหวใช่ไหมทุกมา
This is where you can start to throw bodies stuff early.
ยุงอะไรมันเอาก็เป็นก็เอา
And it looks like they are trying to split seat through Garage. This has been an area of the map which they've constantly tested so far.
Looking to continue on. That run it back immediately stopped. And two ultimates that wouldn't necessarily find a whole bunch of value unless Miniboo decides to make himself straight towards the back. 9 players come back in. Nice kills overall. Team Liquid have that C site for themselves.
แบนกูกลับมาตั้งแบนปีหนึ่งแล้วโดนปีหนึ่งอะแบนอะ
Continuing to increase. Sociable has nothing to do with it, and I think the same will be said for Crystalli here, who looks to save it out.
Can you guess my age? 24.
Liquid accelerating into that C play.
ต้องไปห้องโปรโมทตัวเองนะ
And
ครับ
once again, it's Miniboo who is the star of the show. I think his neons look absolutely fantastic so far, and we always knew this was a great agent for him. I think all the way back to kickoff 2024 with Heritage. And the fact that that's now become such a consistent part of where we're at in stage 1.
ไม่ได้ปีนึง
really nice for Liquid.
ไอเคนมันทำอะไรหรอเห็นเขาว่ากันว่าไอเคนมันกดแรงแล้วมันเลื้อนด้วยมันเลื้อนแบบเต็มระบบอะ
Much more W key play style. An end zone flawless for
Team
Liquid off the back of what has been just continuous C execution.
And that's really frustrating for Crystalli to lose the rifle there as well. As we will be heading into the first
แต่มันหลายรอบครับโดนแบบมันโดนแบบแบนฮาร์ดแวร์แชทแบนคือแบบแบนคอมอะ
The money reset again.
จัสนิ่งดีนะขอสักทีได้ไหมดูแล้วมีอารมณ์ว่า
Really nicely done. And it comes really like this run of form now, these last couple rounds through one man himself, right? It comes through Purple.
มันในแรงก็นับหรอคือแบบจะพูดเลยดีแชทคือถ้าเราเป็นเพลเยอร์หรือเป็นสตรีมเมอร์อะไรอย่างงี้ใช่ไหมคือมันหนักกว่าผู้เล่นธรรมดา
เงินร้อยผักอะไรเพราะที่สุด
ผักครับ
เฉลยปลาคราฟ
ต้นไปแต่ว่าแบบเราเป็นเพลเยอร์หรือเราเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนี่ยเราเหมือนเราเป็นโดยเฉพาะพาร์ทเนอร์ใช่ป่ะแล้วนักแข่งก็นับเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์เว้ยมันจะมีสัญญาพาร์ทเนอร์โดยเฉพาะว่าเฮ้ยเราอ่ะเป็นหน้าตาของคอมมูนิตี้นะเราจะเรียกว่าไงเดียเป็นผู้นำคอมมูนิตี้อ่ะซึ่งถ้าเราเลื้อนอ่ะแล้วเขาไม่สิทธิ์แบนเราไงแล้วไอ้เคสนี่คือเลื้อนหนักเลยเหมือนว่าไปเหยียดหรือไปเลสิตในแรงอะไรอย่างนี้แบบหนักมากครับและบ่อยก็เลยโดนแบนแบบแบนหนักเลยครับคือไลออดอะแบนแรงไลออดอะแบนแรงซึ่งพอไลออดแบนแรง
สงกรานต์เจอพี่อยู่ G Station แต่ทักพี่ไม่ทันพี่ก็ชอบเที่ยวแนวนี้ใช่ไหมครับวันหลังชวนผมไปด้วยสิพี่ผมก็ไม่ค่อยกล้าไปคนเดียว
ด้วยอะไรคือ G Station เนี่ยน้องดีเลยฟังไทยไม่ออกไม่คือไลออดอะแบนแรงใช่ไหมแล้วก็แบนฮาร์ดแวร์1 ปีแล้วก็แบนการร่วมกิจกรรมอะไรก็ช่างของไลออดก็เลยทำให้เอ็นวีต้องปล่อยตัวเคนออกมึงทีมงานไลออดแล้วก็กูก็เซ็นสัญญานี้เหมือนกันไงวาโลแรนต์พาร์ทเนอร์อะ
Yeah, and I like this use of the ultimate from Wayne as well. It leaves FUT second guessing.
นี่คือสกายที่ด่าจัด
You can see Liquid still just walking out of their own spawn. They haven't made much progress off of the barriers.
เหมือนจะเหมือนกันนะ
Has the blades though. It's this B site which is now put under the microscope.
อันนี้วาโลแรนต์พาร์ทเนอร์ไง
The really bold not catching them, but the blades catching many.
มีในเกมเนี่ยวาโลแรนต์พาร์ทเนอร์
in the end, but. On the B side, that's where you want your pistols, right? That's where you really want to try and cause an issue. Team Liquid though begin to make their post plan a little bit drawn out in towards that B main portion.
Yeah, Camo would love to farm up some of these
ไม่รู้ว่าแต่ของเคเขาบอกปีนึง
Phoenix, he's only going to get one, and it's for his own bloody death. So with Stop removing him and this recon through the wall looking nasty, Wayne has to make something happen, and he will. 3 picked up. Sociable has recovered a Phantom here, and I mean, he's got his own smoke to play around, so now there's a problem. Purpo, the player we were just talking about, has to come up in the clutch against the captain. Flash straight in the face, and with tag damage around the corner, time is dwindling. Sociable needs this kill now, and he can't cut it out of the corner. So Liquid carry on, and it's through Purpo
ที่แบน
again.
คือพอเรียนบาจัดยังไม่ได้อ่านแถลงเลยใช่ครับคุณหลูเขาซื้อคอมใหม่และแอบเล่นได้ไหม
It's up to 5.
ก็อาจจะได้นะแต่ว่าอาจจะโดนทั้งฮาร์ดแวร์แล้วก็ไอพีมั้งคือถ้าแบนฮาร์ดแวร์คือแบนคอมเครื่องนั้นใช่ไหมแต่ถ้าแบนไอพีคือแบนเน็ตอันนั้นก็ไม่รู้ว่ะ
Also felt like a defining moment on Breeze when we saw that on the defense.
เคนเขาโหดหรอมันก็โหดอยู่นะเคนอะ
This guy is looking like he's putting up the best performances right now with a sniper in his hands and already a lobby under that threat exactly. Look at the space he's got. Plenty of it. And with Crystalli just dropping info in behind here, the reclaim is slow, the shoulder of Miniboo spotted, Sop gets away, and it's just a rolling retreat.
ผมก็ถามอยู่ว่าเป็นไรเขาไม่บอกแล้วคุณช่วยได้ไงเนี่ย
And they're respecting that. So now FUT have information to try and decide the rest of the setup. Team Liquid decided they're going to try and walk towards C once again.
And when you look at this double duelist as well, Zeus never really felt like that off player. So just having this second dimension to it on some of these rounds is nice. But here is the Vandal in his hands. Top side of C, and that's Wayne taken out early. Sociable on a nasty little off angle here, watching the walk up through Garage, and he's got 2 targets to face up against. Purpo is the easy collection. Nat's a little more gnarly. Twice the players to stand against them, but it is only Zeus with boots on the ground for C right now. He's having no trouble. Like a hot knife. No blades this time, but the Vandal does the talking.
มันเลื้อนมานานแล้วหรอหรือเพิ่งมาเลื้อนตอนได้คอนลีกมันจะเลื้อนมานานแล้วครับ
Last year, it was always the other half that we demanded more of him. And that's where Sop is really helping out. But you can see here, the C site is his domain, and no one is entering into it.
Sop's now got the ult up as well, and that's when it switches again, and Sop is the tip of the spear going in. So We'll have to see what happens. 4-1 setup here from FUT on the defender's side.
ว่า
As you
แบบ
can see,
คือเราก็ไม่รู้ว่ามันเลื้อนใน
overload
ขั้นไหน
A
อ่ะ
lobby as much as possible.
เด็ก
Stop this
ก็จริง
liquid
แต่ถ้าแบบ
progression
มัน
again.
18มันก็มีความรู้แล้วอ่ะมีเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะอะไรควรไม่ควรอ่ะเนาะ
It's a second prong to the approaches now. Team
เสียง
Liquid
ไม่ออกดีมู
take
11
on
คน
B,
แต่เขา
and
วา
it's
ย
just
เจ้าของ
many
ที
blue
มก็
alone.
โวย
But look
แท
at
บ
the
จะอม
spike
กระ
nowhere
ทุ่มอยู่
near
แล้ว
this
ไอ้
side.
พวกนักแข่งบอกสบายตีนเล่นเหมือนเด็กเป็นเหนือยังได้เงินแบบจัดเต็ม
Tracking the
สบายใจ
situation.
จั
It's
ด
only Miniboo that's managed to get across so far. He's a bit of an insert, and FUT will have
เถีย
to
งอะไร
clear
มันได้
this.
วะ
They've droned him out, in
พวก
fact.
ผู้แชมป์โลกครับ
Oh, YTG has caught a glimpse as Miniboo escapes just
โอ้เฮีย
into
โมเมนต์
Wall's
ไอสัตว์รอดมาได้ไงวะ
The rest of Team Liquid make movement, but that ultimate right there from YTG could decide the round.
I mean, he's not wasting any time to go check off the back of it, is he?
No, he's certainly not. And now the operator on the line through CT. Sop working his way in. Zeus in from Garage. Team Liquid, where do you go? What poison do you choose? Because it's a real problem at this moment in time. Wait, at least manages to get YTG, but Zeus and Crystalli, and at the right time, up to Miniboo. Can he find any more? No, he can't. Take FUT up to 3.
FUT really feeling that fire now in a week which has shown the Turkish
ใช่
teams
ใช่อันนี้ก็จริงครับ
change
ทำไมมันทำอย่างเงี้ยทำไมมันอยู่ดีก็ทิ้งกระดาษอ่ะ
hierarchy. Eternal fire on the rise, of course, and
คุยดูไม่การวิจัดลุยครับ ไปครับยาว
from years gone by, and for international appearances, no one comes close. This new set of faces, led by Sociable, though, are starting to grow into the game, and it's at this point really where you want to see Liquid find a way to shut that down. Is it through a timeout?
ๆพี่จัดจะ44ปีหน้าควรจะคิดได้แล้วนะเล่นที่อะไร
Right now, in and amongst the chaos, FUT are thriving.
ครับ
คำถามชิงหัวทัวร์ ถูกต้องครับยินดีกับรางวัลหัวถั่วด้วยครับเพราะปกติไม่มีคนตอบถูกเลยเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมแทนถั่วสมัยแรกเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยม
Managing to move down mid.
น่าจะมีแค่กูคนเดียวนะแชมป์เนี่ยโมจิสวัสดีครับทีมน่าเชียร์ใครรู้มือครับ Fnatic ครับ
Or should I say is ready the other way around. Three-pronged approach in mid, and actually the Jet player does give it up, but it's exactly on this timing when moves are being made elsewhere. Miniboo, maybe a bit of a fake towards A. No, the spike now committed.
It's a big point to hold down the site. Zeus managing to keep himself alive, but it's Crystalli instead. Flashed up and caught. Now Sop's shorting. He can't get much more.
แต่มันจะไม่รู้นะเนี่ยมันมาเร็วจัดเลยว่ะแค่เนี้ย
Another round where Sociable is arriving late.
รู้แล้วแหละ
And you can already see Liquid are catering the post plant to it. Very quick collection of information.
Nicely done. So what can Sociable give us in this point in time? Had a good year last year with BBL. Switched allegiances now on towards FUT. Doesn't look as if he's going to get much here at all. A full bill of utility, paranoia still there, and giving away his position with the alarm bot destruction. Still taking his time on the pickup, but time is now starting to be his enemy. He doesn't have any more left. That's going to give Team Liquid the set.
Bye. Just here for the cameraman. เฮ้ยเฮียอันนี้เขาเป็นใจตากล้องเหรอ FSVL ทีมไหนชนะครับ FS ครับ
Liquid
วันนี้เราต้องตีกันพิจัดเชียร์คนละฝั่งเหรอ
And this was, a good round from the duelists, really. Their own take on the meta, as I've said. Miniboo and Camo both finding
ไหนบอกวันนี้ไม่พูดชื่อทีมเกิมแล้วนะจัดเอาอันนั้นแปซิฟิกเนี่ยสบายไง
I like the
ทำไมหน้าโค้ชอะแชทมึงเคยคิดป่ะไอหน้าโค้ชของฟุตฝั่งซ้ายอะเหมือนคนที่นั่งอยู่ใน
That one goes through the language barrier.
แพนโนแปซิฟิก
Yeah, definitely.
เหมือนมาก
In fact, Vlad speaks English, but if you...
And Bambino is from Sheffield, like, come on! Well, anyway, there's going to be a lockdown dropped as Team Liquid once again want to hold on towards that middle portion, but it's elsewhere that FUT make inroads.
Yeah, so leading this pack in behind. He's going to catch the first of them. The first to expect such a position, but he does fall after his initial involvement. And once again, I speak of those protocols on the Liquid side.
Just making their way up. Sop, the leading lane once again. Has that really bolt? Has a slide.
But Liquid have adjusted to their position. A-Link is where they're holding from, but Sop does find it. Crystalli falls out. Defend the plant. Miniboo trying his best. but he will not succeed this time around.
มันง่ายจังอ่ะ
Just when I was saying that Liquid looked like they had what it took in that situation, they were set up on the wrong side of the site.
And I want to talk to you about this map right now because FUT up to 4.
ผมมินิบูอาทิตย์มินิบูดูโตขึ้นมาแชทตั้งแต่ออกมาเทเลติกอะเหมือนไหม
What do you think's enough for FUT? Do you think 4, 5, 6?
It's hard to say because I think historically FUT have always been a fantastic defensive team. Big component of that, JJaz, and he is struggling so far in terms of performance compared to the rest.
Yeah, win this.
Nice! Come on! Nice!
เอ็นจีแม่งโคตรดีว่ะโอ้โห
Yeah, I think one more round here would probably do them justice.
เฮียอะไรเขาประกาศเหรอเอลหรือว่าไงเนี่ย
I run it back. The Seekers, even many Boo's overdrive, right? The Neon Ultimate. Key components that Team Liquid could tip the odds in their favor towards the end of this first half.
ต้อง10 คลิปซับครับ
Sob just sitting in the smoke for now, but before it expires, he drops back. Camo will collect. Zeus, the one with the scope weapon this time, delivers a bullet to Miniboo, but it's the Blades that will have to do the talking
คุณนี่
now.
ดูแข่ง MLBB ไหมหรอ
Out to stop the Seekers. Knives in his hands. Zeus does it all. And with Nats left in a 1v2, there is still possibility to this. Sociable ready for a swing though, and with that, FUT put it to a close.
That one round you spoke about, FUT were able to get it, and also that's when Team Liquid pushed all of their ultimates to the middle of the field. All in they went. Seekers run it back, and they never got the value. So with one round left to play, and one round between these two teams, I think we could end up with a tied game heading into that second half.
You're very right. Dead heat anticipated as the final round of the half about to happen, and you can see FUT continuing to apply the pressure. Here's the Outlaw of Zeus. Nothing found this time. Sop has one of his own, and Sociable's actually walked all the way down the middle. Kill picked up. Nats leaves his head hanging.
How does Team Liquid respond to this? Sociable's looking for more.
มัวตะวันกูโดนใส่ไหมโดนเชื่อกู
Still, that same BPL blood running through his veins, the aggression that they've shown.
โอ้แม่งสู้สุดเลยว่ะเฮียโอเมนมึงบ้าจัด
Has to TP away. Has support on this. Able to collect a couple, but the Hunter's Fury. As you say, this is getting out of hand. Sop in the right position to play spoiler to it all. The stun will land at Purpo's feet, and the shorty should have done it all. No.
Okay.
Health in favor of Cristalli. He's a while away, so that plan will at least go down.
Nah.
Is this a shot kill?
No.
Yes, it is.
What? Hey.
Bounces it around off the wall. Wags his finger in the direction of Purpo. Not this time. It will be even Stevens out of the opening 12.
Commendations
need to be given to FUT once again being able to bounce back from a pretty tough start to this first half.
Absolutely has been,
but FUT now putting themselves in a great position to not only top the group but take to playoffs. Questions that we had for them coming into this stage slowly being answered game by game. Liquid in front of them though.
แต่คุณไม่ได้ที่ดีจริงนะตอนไม่ชนะมาเฮลพร้อมกันนะไม่คือเท่อะโอ้ยอีโมดโนเอาแล้วมึงno where are you going no กูเชื่อจัดเดือนนี้มาม่าปลาป๋องยาวๆไปโอ้ยเฮ้ยมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับกูวะในยุโรปอ่ะEMEAแข่งที่ไหนครับเบอร์ลินครับเยอรมันกูคำนวณไว้แล้วไงเฮียโคตรแม่นน่ะเฮียจังคักกูขอโทษเด้อคืออะไรเนี่ยเดี๋ยวนะหมามีแป้งด้วยเหรอกูเพิ่งรู้ทำอะไรอ่ะเพื่ออะไรอ่ะแล้วทาตรงไหนอ่ะมันมีแต่ขนน่ะ
And well, what a monumentous day for FUT. They have had a monumentous
ทางไหนวะ
in this first half. 6-6 heading into that second half.
แบงหมาเอาไว้จำกัดเห็บโอ้มันการเห็บกันไม่รู้ไงโอ้คืออะไรอะทาไปปุ๊บมันจะไม่เป็นเห็บหรอเท่ว่ะเทคโนโลยีว่ะ
is down to the games which they have already played. This is the group as it stands.
Mac cheese, what the fuck is this, bro? What hell, nah, bro? กำจัดไม่ได้จำกัดเขาดีกำจัดกำจัดเห็บ2-0แน่นอนเตรียมนอนได้เลยเอ้ยเราดูคู่ต่อไปก่อน
The fact that they're starting to feel that energy, it feels almost like this should be their day.
มันมีจัดแป้งหมากูเพิ่งรู้นะเนี่ยมึงโง่ปะเนี่ยจัดถามเอากูไม่เคยรู้มาก่อนน่ะ
90% win rate is ridiculous, but just
DIX หรือ GE ครับ
Where does the lift come from? Who's bringing the boost? Sop, well, gives away a free confidence hit there, but there is follow-up. They get their revenge.
Yeah, and they get the
มันจะมีคู่ไหนเป็นจัดไทยตรงนั้นโอ้ย2 อาทิตย์แรกคือแม่นทุกคู่เลยนะพูดจริงวินเล่น100อ่ะ2 อาทิตย์อ่ะ6 วันน่ะ
Pistol round win here. FUT's first in this series would come at no better time. The scoreline locked as it stands, and looking at this retake, couple sheriffs on the Liquid side can cause a threat. Crystali is still low. He makes up the default hold, and JJaz is being clipped away at here as well. But time is of the essence, and those shots need to be hit. Purpo finding the first between the eyes of Sociable, but JJaz is there playing backfiller. Purpo another, but it will not suffice in the end. FUT's first pistol is the biggest yet.
It is. Could that be the way to kick on from here now? It's always been a response after the pistol round. Team Liquid, could that be the stake to the heart?
พลาดงี้ลูกพี่เน็ตกูจะเอาไงเนี่ยฮะ
Yet to be seen. Of course, plenty more to come in this one. But it's all about momentum now. And just coming back to what I was saying in that build-up out of the half, I look at this Liquid team, and we know Nats is a great motivator in some ways, right? And I think the speeches that he gives come from a place of professionalism and that desire to want to get the best from his players. But in terms of emotional leaders, I'm wondering when this dejection starts to seep into the Liquid camp, who is it that's raising the spirits? And that's really what I wanted to say. What is it that's going to get them back into this one when things start to get muggy?
That's a good flash.
6-7
the players can't really get out of it. 6-7 so eager to get more.
กูจะทำไปเรื่อยๆก่อนเลขมันจะไม่เปลี่ยน
FUT have exactly what they wanted. Nearly every single ultimate orb, and that's looking to deny the last just by hanging back. And I have to agree, Hazard, in terms of emotional leaders, who's going to be the one to pick that energy up? You want to make comparisons towards a game later, who's going to be your boasters, right? When you're looking for that real energy that isn't coming through your gameplay.
Yeah, your boasters, your Starsos, right? We've seen what a difference that can make. Yeah. I'm not calling out anyone here, but I think the Liquid side at times it does feel a little bit cold, so we'll just have to see how that carries on here. Because now we're at the watershed moment. We can talk as long as we like about FUT and playoffs, but that doesn't become a reality if they don't win one of these next 2 maps. And a bonus round here, with the weapons that they have, Stinger on Sop suggests something quick.
I'd have to agree, but on a Neon, what else is there to do, right? It always feels like it's going to be quick, and that's exactly the case. Through entry through Zeus is 20th kill so far this map, and that's all it's going to be at this moment in time. Denied through the round. Still 2 rifles to play with if you're FUT.
That's the lesson that FUT have to learn there. The initial aggression is great. You've got a triple dive with Sociable TPing in as well, but at what point do you then start to recoil a little bit? That's a lesson that Liquid had to learn at Santiago and what Lohan was talking about earlier.
Sociable moving the players around the map though with just 1 smoke. He could walk in towards that site himself if he really wanted to.
And I like this call as well. JJaz creating the pressure front B, forcing a re-clear from Liquid. That opens up the A site. A chance for them to walk in, get a free plant, and, well, Post is going to be a player down for them, but How much more real estate do they take off this?
That's the question, right? You need one back in their favor. Also, the fact you have rifles to work with. This isn't as clear-cut around as you would have thought at the start.
Looking at Crystalli's utility belt, but he's the one planting. Paranoia for Wayne, goes traded with one back. Sociable trying to chase it up, misses the TP on the boost. 8 bullets from up close, has to land almost every one, so it's down to the sidearm and the spam still finding answers. And just for a moment you thought there was a shock on the horizon, but Liquid can weather that storm in the end.
Do they weather the storm? It feels like they get into dock, but it's going to be a big repair job into the next round. What do you have in terms of a buy? FUT now, this is where you think about momentum and a job well done in terms of the bonus round. Because this next round is a swing round in their favor.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the money, it is rough for both sides. 3 players on less than 1,000 credits. A few on that waterline. So FUT with another quick play. This time, the target is middle. Wayne is here trying to play off the alarm bot, but at what point do you just fully concede it?
I mean, Top's not kidding. He's just going to go straight in, go for that plant. He's denied though. Wayne within the corner, not cleared, given a chance. So now, FUT have to try and fight for this back. Sociable doesn't have his ult.
I mean, the fast lane just doesn't last long enough to give him real coverage there. I know there's spam to try and support it, but what tools do FUT have left to recover? This feels like one of those rounds that you get in ranked where the spike is dropped front B and it's from this point on, okay.
Yeah, but
how do we solve this early problem?
If you're talking about my ranked games, if I was the defensive team, I'd still lose. But at this point in time, you're feeling like this is a impossible nut to crack.
You basically just have to re-hit the site, but Liquid know exactly where you're going. And with Nats having the turret in garage and the backline already covered here by Camo as well. It's only a moment's time before the execute comes in. Here is the Hunter's Fury laying up Zeus, but without SOP, that follow-up is just nowhere to be seen. For as good as both of them were in tandem, FUT without either in this situation now. Sociable can cover distance, but he has to find kills and it's already started onto Nats. No more than that for now. Liquid have their equalizer.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty frustrating round if you're FUT. You just brush off, right? Never would you have in your wildest dreams of imagining that would happen. And I'm surprised that Sociable never put a smoke on top of it. Wayne within that corner.
You can see that Liquid starting to get it right, and that's the sort of fire that we want to see from them. Different players responding to motivation in different ways, of course, but whatever's happened over these last couple of rounds has clearly been enough. And with considerable numbers towards A, utility dropped at the start. Yetu's roam is cut short.
He can't get this one up. He can't allow the site to fall. That's why he's called for Nats on towards logs. To unlock, try and cut it open. Nats now having to hold on. It's a player you can rely upon as he looks to try and dance on the edge. But he falls to a shock dart. So it's Miniboo and Camo with flashes and pocket. Yeah, exactly.
Seeker's chasing this play up. It's a Purpo that they will head. Sociable with a risky TP. It's not gone his way. Still Camo chasing this. Do they want to go A? It feels like Liquid should already know, and they do.
Yeah, FUT playing exactly into Liquid's hands. And from heaven, Miniboo gets the next kill. That could be the deciding one. Where's Yetije?
Yeah, I mean, Killjoy setup's down. He has a lurk timing here, and actually Yetije just spots Camo walking over towards the other site. Doesn't have a rifle though, and that is the issue. I think the biggest difference so far in this round has been Miniboo and how quickly he's getting to these sites. He has a slide on the retake, and I think that little bit of gap close to break any kind of crossfire, which of course isn't going to exist, is everything here.
Well, the camera doesn't get the information, flashed and destroyed, and Crystalli running for the hills, looking to play in Yetije. I don't think he's got the time, and I think that Liquid know about it, and well, they do now, after that one bullet from Purple. Cristalli now has to be the one to clutch up from main, and he has to try and deny the defuse. Half sure, but there needs to be more bodies put on the line. YJJaz gone. Cristalli can't take the defuser off the spike, and it goes Team Liquid's way.
แมป3ไม่ใช่แมป3ไม่งี้แมป3ไม่ทุกคน
Liquid really showing their experience in these scenarios. Not hot-headed at all about how they approach them. Miniboo doing such a great job as that second in on almost every site hold. Stun arrives at the perfect time on C. He's there with Camo.
โอ้แต่เล่มแรกให้คมเลย
Another
ว่ะ
great
เฮีย
start from FUT, but I think in a lot of these rounds we're just seeing SOP go down far too early without value. It's had to have been Zeus, where both of them were online on Breeze.
Oh,
that 1-2 punch is just the one for now.
And after that pistol round win, what's really come after it, right? When we've got to these rifle rounds, that's basically the deciding factor here, the majority of it. And do we need another timeout for FUT to course correct? Slowly making their way on towards the site. YJJaz is detached from the main pack.
They don't want to dig in their heels here, but they want to go ahead and scour the entire ceiling to find another purple flash in hand. Just able to step back for a moment, but Zeus left as a reminder of their authority. Trades in effect, and Wayne's reposition is spotted ahead of time.
That's massive. Now both players have to try and come from CT. Come together.
I mean, Wayne's still alive here with smokes, so FUT should understand they can't afford to drop too far back. Slight anticipation bats around that the lockdown would have been used, but it is only Wayne now. And he's going to be caught by Sociable on the site itself, so we're back on even terms.
ฟุตเก่งประมาณไหนอ่ะทีมไหนในแปซิฟิกเหรอ
Brilliant job there.
ตอนนี้ได้ฟิลแล้วฟุตว่า
taking their fights and winning them this time.
Yeah, they did.
Global ไหม
And with that, we are going to get a timeout coming through. A chance to sit down and talk about things for Team Liquid as they are the ones to initiate the talks
in
this second half. And as we spoke about in the first, it seems to have continued that way. Purple top of the pops right now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he's looked brilliant since putting on the Liquid jersey. And as the desk was saying, Hypoc in particular, he's not giving away those first deaths. He's self-sufficient, which is what is asked of you, I think, a lot of the time in the initiator role. It's a thankless task when you're following up the play a lot of the time, and mostly on defense, being put on an extremity to search for info, for example.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? They also showed it on the desk that Purple's highest in KD, highest in cast, highest in rating. But one thing as well that you need to consider coming into this matchup, you've got Sociable in there as well, who's second in rating and not far away in KD either at 4. So that shows you how tightly matched these two teams actually are when it comes to individuals, when it comes to, well, just the record that these two teams have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you say of tightly matched, maybe that counts in the stats that we've seen so far in the stage, but in this map in particular, we do need to see improvements made towards the lower end for FUT. It does feel very top heavy through Zeus, and that's looking back at what some of the issues were for them at the latter end of last year.
It seems that SOP is going to be picking up the scope weaponry that was so successful on the attack on Breeze.
One of the reasons why Liquid call the timeout is that this is their eco. Coming up in just a little bit. They need plans if they want to stop FUT from snowballing this, and already that highlighted player Purpo has been removed. That is a first death that he won't be happy to receive.
Wayne once again at the back of Plat. He's played here before, and it was just to rid him of his position, but it's Miniboo out with an ultimate. And this is a little bit interesting because there's perhaps a rifle to pick up on that default spot.
Yeah. FUT are just holding the line, and they don't want to peek this. They're just waiting for Miniboo's ult to expire so they can look for a re-hit. The flank is held using the trap wire, so Camo's deep position in mid only serves the purpose of information for these last two Liquid players.
Yeah, but the last two Liquid players are all alone on site, and that's the issue, right? These two need to combine to take down 4. And well, it's only going to be Nats left. He's had to go for the reload. The worst circumstances possible, but the best circumstances for FUT.
It's the round which
ตัวใหม่ไม่มีใครหยิบเลยหรอครับไม่มีเลยครับดูเป็นกากเลยน้อง
There was trouble in the way but they have managed to handle it well Liquid posing multiple threats in this whole round though. All power for Mini Boo.
1 อาจจะมั่นใจ 2 ไม่อยากปล่อยข่าวครับปล่อยเสียงว่าอยู่ตรงไหน
We haven't really seen the value from Nats and this lockdown so far. He's been holding on to it for a while.
แต่ที่น่าจะถูกที่สุดผมว่า4ครับผมก็ไม่รู้
The attack half either. I know it's a lot of orbs, but other than being able to hold down multiple lanes, it's that kit which is important. On an A retake most likely. In fairness, we've not seen one.
หรอกไม่มีลัดบี้อีกทีเหรอวะ
Yeah, it's the retake that's going to be most potent for Liquid on this next one. Nats has put himself in a position though. You can see that Camel was supporting this, and he's still within the corner, calling for Camel to get back. That smoke going to stop everything. You can see trying to run for the hills. Soap still gets a kill. And on towards the C site. Mini Boot, operator in hand, can't quite get his opposite number. So Foot into post.
Quite a lot of damage taken on board by Foot here though. Multiple players under 50 HP.
Yeah, and you look towards that retake, it's not as potent as what we once thought. Those ultimates offline. And information in terms of the Cypher ultimate being used. You can see right now this post plant success rate, very good for Foot.
I mean 50% is good enough, and when you contrast that to Liquid on their retakes as you saw on Breeze, the general statistic is that it's an area, a paradigm of their game where they've struggled. This is cheeky from Sop. He has walked past the other 2 players, so actually
ทำไมพี่หลอดแต่งครับขอได้ไหมน้องขอแล้วขอรูปใช่ไหมรูปภาพใช่ไหม
It's not out
ขอถ่ายรูปด้วย
of the realms.
It's not. I think you'll be safe within the corner, so at least Team Liquid come into the next round.
รู้อะไรบ้างครับคือเอาจริงๆเห็นไหมครับที่ว่าผมโตเนี่ยคือผมรู้ทุกอย่างบนโลกเลยนะแต่แค่แกล้งโง่ครับเดี๋ยวมันจะหาว่าแอคเกิน
Very good.
อันนี้รอบไหนกุมสเตจอยู่เนี่ย กุมสเตจอยู่
Gonna use the second timeout.
Now this is curious because obviously they only just used a timeout for their previous buy round. It seems like Lohan and Yautsin have seen something which they really want to correct at this point in time because
I'd agree.
You've got to such a key juncture in the game. This is the last purchase that they can really front when you look at the money. You lose here, you'll be max loss bonus, but it's not going to count for too much if Foot are at 12 and you can't buy up an op, for example. And so there are a lot of questions for them right now. And if this does end in a Foot win, then coming back to what we were saying earlier, would they be better off heading into that next global event? Well, if you don't learn those lessons and then apply them against the bigger matches that you have to play, this is the case in point against the most potent opponent in your group so far, then it doesn't count for much.
While these maps have been close, would you say 2-0 was
แม่ตัดชื่ออะไรรู้ไหม
dominant scoreline?
I mean, it's a statement. Look, if it's 13-9 on the first map and something similar here, it is a problem, but we've got to get down to this round though, because this is the most important one that Liquid will play in the series so far. We've spoken about what they've got, but it's Purpo solo on 8 that is the biggest exploit that Foot can make, and they've identified it.
Yeah, they know. That one flash identifies a player that is close to the site on short, but Foot decide against it. Head elsewhere.
Liquid not
จริงครับผู้ถูก
bending under this
โลตัสก็
initial
จะได้
pressure
รู้นะว่า
though,
ต้องไป
and
แก้
Purpo
อะไร
has
เงี้ย
a
เนาะ
fantastic timing to reclear.
ต้องให้วาโรเหมือนกันครับวาโรเขาเป็นทีมที่เก่งเนาะที่แบบว่ารู้วิธีการเคาน์เตอร์ขึ้นมาแม้จะโดนไป12อ่ะ
A is okay for now, and
เอาเรื่องเหมือนกันนะมึง
You know that Nats has the lockdown, so this is a valid approach.
And you can see the positions for Liquid so far back in terms of the site. They're not trying to hold and fight towards any of these main points. You can see Mini Boo is very good at finding value through his operator, and he's the one that's under fire right now. It's just the pressure making for Foot continuing on. Where do they go next? Time is getting low. The next decision has to be their execute.
And it is towards the C site where they will go. Mini Boo, the makeup of this defensive investing the ultimate, and with that it's a bit of a disruptor. Foot a decision to make. Commitment to the plant is made. And Liquid trying to rally off the back of this. Zeus, the timing is terrible as he turns his head. He's caught by Nats and now Foot drop back.
Liquid do have smokes up as well, and that's why they're just holding the defuse.
กูยาวดิหวานเจี๊ยบ
digits for Liquid and a blunder by Foot.
Bacon จะให้ใครไม่รู้เรื่องเลยวะ
That Foot have maybe failed to recognize a win condition. Of course, the lockdown, the biggest issue for them there. Nats getting maximum return when we finally see it invested.
อยากดูใน MVP อ่ะแต่ว่าถ้าเราดูใช่ไหมเราก็จะไม่ได้ดู Pacific ครับ
เพิ่งมา FS กับวงคำเหลาใครชนะครับ
Liquid just stoking the embers here.
Yeah. If I got a euro for every single time that Liquid had just held defuse this series, I'd have 2. But it's a bit strange that it's happened twice now. The fact that Foot haven't made any sort of adjustments to it. We're straight back into the next round though.
กูยิง30ตัวในแรงแต่แพ้เป็นทีนะ
This time joins Purpo on A as that second layer. Building on what
ใครรู้เราในฐานะคนเล่นเกม
found
ข
them
องเขาใช่
success
ไหม
in the previous Purpo, recognizing that A is
แต่
open,
พรุ่งนี้
leaving
เนี่ย
Minu
ดี
behind
โกล
here
บอล
in
วันนี้
Suez, allows a heavier rotation, one which will be needed. The C site under threat again.
And once again, Nats is going to be the one to try and hold on towards site. And once again, he may be the downfall because advantage is given to Foot, and that's a post plan.
Into this retake, of course, Minibu does have the op, so whether that gets traded out is yet to be seen. Camo a flash and Molly, plenty of tools to work with here.
Yeah, they're trying to fling it all in just to break entry into the site. But look at Foot. The rifles are active. The players are ready. They want to end it here. Minibu trying to clutch up. And that's a real chance. 1 versus 1 against Crystalli. That info dart giving it away. Crystalli should know now. Nobody on the spike. That tap to try and bait him out. And it's still again. Regulation is needed.
Complete misplay from Foot in the 3v1. And Minibu makes maximum punishment with a Red Bull clutch. Family in attendance.
โอ้ทำไมบูหน้าตึงจังวะ
They're loving every moment of it.
Yeah, but the round previous will be playing on Crystalli's mind. He'll be thinking, what if he's just sticking it? Yeah, I mean, for me, the VAR, the red card, is on YsJJaz, and he's not had a great game so far. So for something like that to happen, it's only going to compound that lack of confidence. Overconfidence there as he just goes looking for the first, and the wheels fall off. And that's why we're seeing Vlad and Bambino calling a stop. What we've had 3 rounds in the space of 6 or 7 rounds.
พลาดจริงเว้ยกูบอกเลย
This one's on the Foot side that they should really be looking at 12-10 here, but instead still stuck on an 11th as Liquid have been able to string together 4 successful retakes of the 5 defensive rounds that they've been able to win.
ไหวมันไม่รู้ว่าแต่กูเริ่มไม่ไหวละกูเริ่มไม่ไหวละของ
Call
มึง
the
อ่ะ
last one a successful retake? Probably not, all things considered, but if they can bring some of those ideas together and actually
เราชอบกินอาหารไทยในสุด
find
ดอก
value from it, and that's what it's all about. Here we go though.
ก๋วยเตี๋ยว
The ends of regulation, 24 rounds required. Here's the 23rd.
And remember, for those who've just tuned in, the stakes are if Foot win this map, they're going to playoffs. Team Liquid trying to deny that.
ไม่ต้องหอมทุกเกมครับปาร์ตี้อ่ะนอกจาก CS ดูได้เลย
Yeah. And all but guarantee it for themselves in the process.
ไม่รู้แต่ว่าจะต้องขอ
Flash and we go towards A and look at the utility that's been set up by Team Liquid. Well stocked. Nats playing towards the back of site. Not one to get caught out, which for the most part he has to seize.
It's a complete change up now without the lockdown in play. So the mind game's going on here for Liquid. Nats known for his cypher over the years, but with a set up strong in front of them. What have Foot got to get past it? Crystalli has both shocks. But is there enough to deal with this?
มาน้ำพับอะไรแล้วจัดขอบคุณครับบ้านน้ำพับเพื่อกดด้วยน้ำมันดำนะ
For Nats.
มันจะบึมบัมอ่ะไปด้วยกัน
One player that's been enough for Nats, and that's been either Zeus or Sop.
บอกผมไม่ได้พี่กดให้หน่อยครับหมดยุค AI ได้หมดแล้วดูพี่
Wants to play the 5v5.
ฟังกันเร็ว
Chip damage overall. We're going into 5 alive for either side and Post.
เฮ้ยมันรีเทคเลยเหรอเร็วมาก
He concedes the side not wanting to be penalized, and so what utility did Liquid have on the way back in? There's blinds for both sides. Those could go traded. Camo trying to jump in from the heavens, stunned up at the feet. There was
W Molly
in the end, find the kills in the feed. But these rounds haven't been a certainty for them so far. Another 3v1. This time it's Wayne gets the first. Can't find the second. Yet again makes amends. And so FUT will finally have series point.
A one-round shootout between series win and overtime. A massive round to come out. Tension has a. Can you live up to the pressure for either side?
I mean, I love the Molly line up there from Camo, but FUT are so well prepared for this push out. The jump from heaven from Purpo, it's difficult to find value from.
แม่งมีแต่คนรอบ2ต่อแล้วไอ้เหี้ยก็มันแปลงร่างปะเนี่ยเหี้ย
Here's another quick piece from FUT. Oh, actually missed the cancel there, did Purpo, but does find the all-important shot onto Sop, who has materialized in front of him. Boys on Liquid here, and the side defense is concrete.
Spike on Mini Boo. Sociable the one to try and clear it. Does so successfully.
เหี้ยไม่ค่อยดีนะ
Just
3-2 เล่นโลนึง
re-engages
อ่ะ
and finds it cleanly. Camo is
คือถ้า
low,
คุณ
no
สู้
tools
อ่ะ
to
สู้
heal
ตอนนี้ดีกว่า
himself.
เพราะมีสโมก
With
เนี่ย
Purpo out of the picture, 5 HP is all he's got to work with.
Yeah, Sociable wishing he never used the ultimate early in the round.
จัดเจอไม่เคยพลาดแพ้ทุกทีมีจัดพูดออกมาสุดยอดเลยจัดโอ้ยไม่ใช่
So instead they've got to go the long way round. JJaz doesn't have a cage. Sociable's waiting for his own cover to come up. But the longer this takes, the more Liquid start to think about the possibility that this could be somewhere else. Fortunately for Nats, he has the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Stuck his turret and his alarm bot to watch his back, watch towards that link position. But it's still a reposition for FUT.
30 seconds left.
Now retaking through the same avenue. Smoke used, and Camo just sneaks through it. Bit of an awkward timing. JJaz wants to re-clear this, but both kills. Side. And overtime is asked of them now.
วันนี้แมตช์สปินผมเล่นไว้แล้วไปเจอไลน์น้ำใหม่มาโคตรโกงแล้วดับวิสัยเลยเหรอ
Yes, I agree, Hazza, but I think overtime is compliments to both teams on this map so far. They've played excellently.
ใจนึงกูแบบเกือบได้ดูฟนาติกแล้วแต่ใจนึงกูไม่อยากแพ้ทุกไทยปวดนะโอ้โหประธานจะบอก
On the faces of Team Liquid's fans. Relief. Who breaks that defensive round first? That's where my mind goes.
Flashbang.
Relief. On the faces of Team Liquid's fans.
เกี่ยวฝัดแม่งโคตรแรงเลยว่ะเหี้ย
What?
Gonna say Boo's a fan now. Oh, I was just kidding. Okay. Into the first round. And looking at here, I mean, there's an op-out for Sop again. This was a huge win condition from them before.
เฮ้ยสแต็ก A3
Again, no. They're baiting for Zeus. Not cleared in the corner. The Team Liquid consider it. Seems Wayne's first start, and he can't live up to it. Zeus is out. An advantage taken.
Huge from FUT. Like, Liquid trying to follow this up. Purpo goes down, and now there are serious issues.
Well, we put importance on this defensive round win, and FUT seemed to have cracked it straight away. The operator being the big component.
แม่งผิวจริงว่ะเหี้ยสุด
We've
อะ
only seen Liquid go for this fast A take a couple of times, and
มาโลตอนนี้เล่นได้ไหมเล่นได้นะครับทำไมอ่ะเกิดอะไรขึ้น
you're trying to build that synergy between your duelists. It's really Purpo that is flashing for Miniboo more than anyone else, just based on the amount of ground that he's able to cover.
มันก็เพิ่มแล้วจริงอ่ะไอ้สุดแม่งตัวลั่นไหม
So a re-hit back in here still requires aggression. Sociable has to be tempered in his approach.
Molly's missed.
กูว่าไม่เอาได้ไหม
So
อ่ะ
while he's tempered in his approach, he's still able to hold on towards his line. Camo taking a late approach as the spike goes down.
That's playing on the front foot. This is exactly what Liquid need to turn this one on its head, and you can see FUT still thinking about it.
Yeah, JJaz, the one marked to try and guard the back
Hey,
line.
why
The come out of CT, Miniboo now gives himself away on the right phone shot to grab him. 2 versus 5. This would be the biggest of tasks. In fact, it has to be all on Camel. A flash out. The players not going to try and grab him, but the defuse coming through. Ends up being a double for Camel, but it's still a round for FUT in the end.
Just trading off the play there. One of the biggest improvements we've seen to FUT is the improvement on the micro and just trading these situations out. If it's soft fighting first or Zeus in behind, anyone else can have their moment. And you can also see here as well that
ก็เหมื
really
อนจัสบอกรัก
there
คา
have
ร
been
อน แต่ตอน
improvements
นี้
now.
ดันเรียก
JJaz
นั่นแหละ
finding a
ครับ
couple of kills, Sop as well, and
ตอนรักก็รัก
once
ด้วย
more
ใจ
need
ครับ
I
รักด้วย
remind
เต็ม
you,
ใจครับ
if
วัน
FUT
นั้น
win this round,
นะ
they are the
แต่
first
เรา
team
รักเรา
in
ก็
the
ทำดี
EMEA
กับเราให้เราก็
playoffs.
รักเขาต่อหรอก
It's
มัน
a
ก็ไม่ได้ไม่น่า
massive pot. A massive
แชท
round.
ทีเอลใช่ป่ะมันถึงเป็นแบบนี้
The
โอ้ย
weight
เธอ
being felt by the players of
พยายาม
either
แล้วว่ะ
side, right? That's the big
แพนซี่
thing
ไปไหน
here.
ก็คู่ต่อไป
As
แพน
Team
ซี่อ่ะ
Liquid walk up into A lobby, about to face each other. Win! Team Liquid have their chance. As Sop comes into the smoke, trying to fight back, and leaves JJaz all alone to try and fight for that spike.
has a cage, but that's about it.
And the fans showing their appreciation for keeping themselves alive. JJaz waiting for the smoke to go for his chance to take the next
ไอ้เหี้ย
fight.
ใครวะ
Time ticks
ไอ้
away.
เหี้ยโคตรเศร้าเลยสัตว์
Plenty of smoke's been thrown. He wants to be. Team Liquid want him to be at a disadvantage.
That Phoenix will last forever, I swear.
That's the issue.
โวยเพื่อนมันทิ้งกลางทางชัดอ่ะ
And the alarm bot heard by JJaz.
เหี้ย
He knows he's unlikely to win this.
Well, he wins the first. And wants to try and get rid of that alarm bot to take the next fight. And he's done so successfully, clearing out what 2 players to find. And he can't get them. So, Team Liquid even things out. We go another round of overtime.
It's 2 rounds in a row now where we've seen it all come down to this A main fight and how both teams are
ไอ้เหี้ย
approaching
ไอ้
the
ตาแม่งเล็นภาพที่
situation.
ลอยออกมาปะเอากูแบบว้าววีอะ
Up
แล้ว
close
ไม่
and
มีเสียง
personal
เต่า
in the
อะ
smoke. Wayne finds a
กูได้
double
ภาพ
and
แม่งขึ้นมา
just
เลยอะ
looking at it
กู
here,
เข้าใจ
it's
ฟีลลิ่ง
a
มันไม่
second kill
กูเข้าใจ
on the
เพื่อน
same
เอามาตก
spray
คนเล่นแล้วไม่มีใครตามอะ
intended for Sociable.
One enemy remaining.
กูเข้าใจ
Starly catches a stray.
Nice, oh my god.
And it's relief more than anything else.
Just shows you what overtime can do, especially for Team Liquid being in this position. You know, the fact that they're the ones with the kick-off results.
ไม่เป็นไรเพื่อนเราเข้าใจนาย
And I think too, this is still the beginning of the FUT roster. It's not the finished product yet. So in overtimes like this, I then beg the question, how is your temperament? How is your bottle? Do you have the tenacity to actually close it out against the top regional team? Much in the way that we saw Eternal Fire struggle with that against Fnatic in the first week. Yes, there are players here with more experience on the FUT side, but I think it's a similar issue.
Yeah, I think that's a
ไม่ใช่กูครับเฮ้ยมึงไปหาใครต่อใครมาเป็นกูเนี่ยแชทมันเหมือนกูตรงไหนวะ
The coach's orders from either side will be able to be heard. And I mean, Vlad, his approach will be towards hands about this attack side and how you have to try and manage and deal with what was the operator on FUT, but it's no longer the case.
Doubling down on their approach, but Sop wins the opening duel, and not only that, it is completely untraded.
And the spike being dropped would have been heard or announced by the announcer. Sociable once again aggressive through mid, announcing himself, but Team Liquid tried to take the set and FUT hold.
Further spacing issues for Liquid on their execution. It just feels like they're caught in 2 minds. Nat's on a re-clear after Sociable, making his presence felt in middle. And again, the A lobby fight collapses. Awkward timing dropping out of window. But FUT just leave themselves hanging, and it's another opportunity that could be missed for them here.
Yeah, they have to rotate all the way over, but Team Liquid take their time. They know they have to take these fights.
It's on Sop, as it has been a few times, to stretch the Liquid line and let the rest get played back through.
But he has no more utility.
does have the movement at the very least. And I mean, JJaz's trap's still up here, so they know that the players are still inside the site. So with the first engagement, finds no problem at all. Crystalli right there with him. And again, FUT will get their chance at closing this series.
Yeah, Purple making that round doable, but it's the decisions on the C side that's the big question, right? You can see that both Purple and Nats want to try and take the next fight together rather than attempting a spike plan. It all ends up being on the lonesome. It's well played by FUT.
Just a bit of a disconnect again though on the Liquid side, and now with this being
แบบแรกขาดแบบ2 OT แบบแรกขาดแบบ2 OT เป็นเล็กอันนี้แบบแรกเกือบขาดแบบ2 OT
Instead, FUT the ones that win the opening duels.
ฮะก็เลยขึ้นนะฮะ
Purple left behind him. He's the only one this time and the one at most threat.
Qualification to playoffs can be within FUT's sight. Purple again, as you said, the only man on A. The flashes have missed, but as he takes steps forward, that means he can clear more of the map. And that's why Team Liquid at this moment in time keep 2 players towards the C site.
Nats has got a bit of a setup here as well with those nanos. Odin in his hands. We've seen this gun brought out on a couple of occasions in the region. Even Wayne playing off the shoulder with paranoia. If they want to go for it, Liquid all in on this site hold. Looks like it. Wayne the one to fire off first. FUT need the follow-up. And Sop is so dangerously low, but still, they get away with it, and the payload coming in, the plant will survive.
Purple has a full belt to get them back into sight. But how do you retake with an Odin?
5 seconds on that second flash. One might just do the trick, but Nats has to be quick on these kills because Sop has his ult. How he's going to punish it? Just like that. Liquid get another one back in for FUT. It's been a brilliant road up until this point, but another opportunity to close cannot go wasted. Zeus will make no mistake. JJaz there to sign on the dotted line. Your first team in the EMEA playoffs is FUT.
A fantastic result against what has been a formidable opponent. What a bounce back after kickoff. The fact that they were down has it felt as if they wouldn't be a component to this year, but straight away the first team to play off, and what a result!
The lowest rated team in a triple elimination format, making changes and blitzing past.
ปรบมือให้คุณครับโคตรจัดเลยว่ะโคตรจัดNTF นี่คุณทำNTF
as a group. A result to be proud of for all of the different names here, from Izmir to Istanbul, changing allegiances from the black and gold to the black and white.
Welcome to playoff.
And they can all be proud of what they've done today.
Yeah, it has to be said. The fact that the addition of Sop, the change of coaching as well with Vlad coming in, the change of IGL with Sociable on top of that, it can't be understated. It is definitely a fantastic job that the FUT management have done here.
Welcome to playoff เลยแม่this one.
As much of the plaudits as the players do, they'll be looking towards London now. They've made
Liquid 2-0เขาจะไม่เจอคู่ต่อไปแล้ว
to see them play against some of those other names in the group opposite.
แล้วฟังสัมภาษณ์ก่อนมาแล้วเราก็มีเฮดเฮียมั่วครับเควสเฮียมั่วครับอย่าลืมครับเควสเฮียมั่วครับทุกคนแล้วมึงเจอคู่นี้ทำไมเอาคุณว่ายุโรปมันจะไม่โดนนะอันนี้คืออะไรชนะแล้วโค้ชยังสอนอยู่เหรอวะของจริงว่ะฟานาติกเมื่อไหร่เข้าเพลย์ออฟโอ้ยชนะวันนี้ก็เข้าแล้วนะวันนี้เข้าแล้วเนี่ยตากล้องบอกสรุปคนไหนจะไปครับตากล้องคนไหนจะไปครับคนไหนคนจริงคนไหนคนปลอมเนี่ยเก๊กหล่อเลย
But listen, that's all in the past. We don't need to consider that. Let's
see that
with Jenny.
Well, it's not going to be with Jenny because it's Billy. Almost got them there. Congratulations, guys, on winning that in such a clean fashion, by the way.
ดูสกอร์แบบ
2-0. I called the 2-0. Thank God you closed that out, by the way.
สัมภาษณ์นี้มันนี่เกินมันยาวเกินว่ะคู่หน้าเจิมผมไม่เจิมนะครับคู่หน้านะครับคู่หน้าขออนุญาตไม่เจิมครับ 2 เกม 52 ตัวแชทอีเฮียส่วนไอซอฟ42 ตัวแต่เฟิร์สบัตรไป15 damn bro เอาดีโหดจัดแค่2 ดูเอลนี้น่ากลัวจัดเลยว่ะโคตรน่ากลัวเลยอะเฟิร์สเดย์น้อยด้วยพี่จัดลองเชียร์แปซิฟิกคู่ต่อไปพี่จัดจะไม่เจอพี่จัดจะไม่พูด
มา
โอ้ยจะไปคำเฮียบายครับ W เฮียบอยเดอะแชท bro เอาเพลงอะไรดีเอาเพลงอะไรดีเอาเพลงอะไรดีเอาเพลงอะไรดีเอาเพลงอะไรดีเพลงสงกรานต์มันมีเพลงอื่นป่าวเพลงสงกรานต์แอดดอปบอสแอดดอปไปบอสเพลงสงกรานต์มันใครชี้ไลน์นับรอก่อนใครชี้ไลน์นับรอก่อนตอนเนี้ยเมื่อกี้เราเล่นอันไหนไปวะแชทอันไหนดีอันไหนคนดูเยอะๆ 7.2 ล้านไปครับไม่ตื่นว่ะไอ้เหี้ยเดี๋ยวก่อนไม่เอาเพลงมันไม่ตื่นเพลงมันไม่ตื่นเฮ้ยใครเป็นเพลงตื่นป่าวะขอเพลงตื่นดิขอเพลงตื่นอ่ะ
จัสเขาบอกว่ายังลืมคนหน้าไม่ได้ทำไงดีวะ
บอกเขาเต้นกับกูไม่เอาว่ะเพลงมันไม่มันว่ะไม่ได้ว่ะมันไม่สงกรานต์เลยว่ะมันไม่สงกรานต์เลยว่ะเดี๋ยวหาก่อนแป๊บโอ้กูใส่แว่นดำมาไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยมีสไตล์ใส่แว่นด้วยเพลงแดนซ์สงกรานต์2024เพลงรอบแรกดีกว่าใช่ไหมโอ้ยเฮียเพลงที่พักก่อนเลยว่ะไหนเพลงอะไรเนี่ยเฮ้ยอันนี้เพลงแรปเปอร์ไม่เอาใช่ใครมีเพลงอะไรปะวะใครมีเพลงไหมแนะนำเพลงหน่อยเพลงอะไรเนี่ยเฮ้ยอันนี้ได้ปะภาพน้ำ โอ้ยเอ้ยขอบคุณครับนะครับโอ้ยโอ้กูจะพังมาว่าแชทขอบคุณเฮียม่วงครับโอ้ไอสัตว์เอ้ยบ้าไปว่ะเพลงไม่ยังตื่นเลยเฮียทรงนี้มาซาร่าละลายน้ำมาซาร่าละลายน้ำ
I mean, a bit problem considering they have been
เปิด
one
อั
of
น
the
นี้
best
ไอ
teams
ตัว
in the Euro They're doing something really incredible so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have to agree. What's next on the cards for you guys then? Because you've guaranteed playoffs now. You kind of have a bit of time to be able to experiment with different
ตอน
compositions.
แรกจะ
Because I was
TFNC แต่
surprised
กู
to
เปลี่ยน
see
ใจ
you
มา
guys lean
สาบ
into
แช่ง
the
แทน
jet
มุม
so
จะ
much.
เจอ
I
ไหม
get
ทำ
it
ไม
in
เพราะ
terms
บา
of
ง
like
เอาไงขอ
there's
หน้า
the play on it
FNC มุม
100%.
ต้องโดน
Is
ยั
there
ด
other
ตกเป็นกู
avenues
แค่
that you
น้
want to
มุ
be
ม
able
จะ
to
เจอไหม
explore
ไม่
now
งั้น
that
กู
you've
รีพอร์ตเอาไง
guaranteed
กดทง
playoffs?
เลย
โอ้
นะ
ไม่
ดิ
เจิมได้ไหม
เร็วๆด้วยเจิมมาเจิม
ไม่เจิมแข่งอีทีวันไหนครับของโซนไหนครับนาซุโนะล็อกกระตุกไปหน่อยแค่โต๊ะกูแข็งแรงแล้วเนี่ยแค่ชั้นมึงรู้ว่าโต๊ะนี่มันกี่บาท299เชื่อมึงว่าไงวะ299นับแล้วหนักกูได้เนี่ยโหดปะโคตรคุ้มอ่ะเฮ้ยหลับไป1 ตื่นวันเข้ามาแคชชี่เหรอเขาเป็นแป๊บนึงแคชชี่ไหมดูไลน์อัพ
He's looking at Vlad.
Do I have permission?
I think Essence. When Essence comes
กูว่าน่าจะได้รีพอร์ตจริงๆเฮ้ยเราเต้นไม่ทีเหรอครับฮัลโหลครับแชทเต็ม10เต้นเมื่อกี้เท่าไหร่ครับเคียร์มั่วชอบไหมครับเคียร์มั่ว
กูถามจริงใส่กลางดีไหมหำเด้งเป็นอะไรเล
เฮ้
ย
ยใส่เฮ้ยเขาเรียกว่ากายภาพบำบัดมันต้องบำบัดทั้งตัวมึงเข้าใจไหมกายภาพบำบัดอ่ะไข่เต็ม10 EMEA แล้วก็แปซิฟิกครับแปซิฟิกพรุ่งนี้ยุโรปอีกทีวันพุธครับอันนี้สุดท้ายแล้วยุโรปอ่ะ-10เต็ม10เล่นเกมผีเมื่อไหร่เนี่ยช่วงนี้ไม่ได้เล่นเกมผีเลยดิช่วงนี้ดูแต่แข่งกับเล่น MLBB อ่ะเฮีย
And today I'll be going over some tips
ใครอยาก
and
เป็น
tricks
โซวาเมน
with
เนี่ย
Sova. Let's get into it. To all my initiator players out there, this is going to be a nice little Sova guide, no matter if you're a rookie on Sova or an experienced Sova player. I'll have all types of tips and a little bit of tricks in there as well. Let's get into it. Firstly, we have Sova, obviously initiator player, and with the initiator changes that just came into play, our life got much harder, I would say. Our recon is on a 60-second delay now, so you really have to use it in a very timely manner. And yeah, it's just very hard, I would say. Let's get into the first tip. When you're in a Sova ulti, a lot of people will just click and ult, okay? But if you really want to get kills, you kind of have to drag while you're ulting. So as you can see, I'm clicking and I'm dragging. So it's very hard for the enemies to predict when my ult is going to go. And if you combine that with a drone tag or a recon, here's going to my experts out there. Let's say you throw your recon like this, going to B site, and as it's landing, you pop your ult,
สำหรับ
recon's
ใคร
landed,
ที่ต้อง
and
การ
now
ซื้อ
it's
ไข่
pinging.
กรูมมิ่งในราคาพิเศษสั่งได้ที่ลิงก์ใต้โปรไฟล์นะครับ ผมสั่งมาแล้ว
W ครับเป็นไข่คินเซอร์ด้วยนะครับผมเฮ้ยกูเพิ่งรู้ว่าติสว่าล่างต้องล่าง
While you're ulting. It's very easy to get a kill like this, so you want to try and combine util. So as they're running into sight, recon's landing, they're running in, it's scanning, and you're ulting. So you're basically just able to get kills from far away and setting up your teammates as well. So that is tip number 1. Another trick I would say is having shock lineups. A lot of teammates, I mean, a lot of the time you're gonna have to plant the bomb, unfortunately. This is the life of an initiator. You know, I know better than anyone. So you're gonna be running into the site. We're going in. You're planting the bomb here, right? Just standard plant position. You're planting. Hopefully you can get off the site. That's the hardest part, getting off the site. You're running off. Your teammates are on, but you kind of want to close around for your team. You know, you don't want to fight with your gun. You might have a bad gun. You come here, you show just a sliver of this, one bounce, it's landing on the spot where you planted. So you kind of want to tell your teammates to buy time, and you can kind of just win the round on your own. And I'd say it's very satisfying to win rounds like this because you don't really give enemies a chance to really play. You play with your utility.
เท่าวันนี้เล่นอะเราแพ้นะใครชื่อเพื่อน เติมตัวนะคืนเนี้ย
much smarter than they are. Yeah, like I said, it's just kind of a fun, cheeky way to play. And that's how I play sometimes. You know, you switch it up. You don't want to be too readable. So that's a good little tip with your shock. A good one for expert Sobas out there. I'm curious how many of you do this. Sometimes you see, you know, recons with ults or drones with ults, but if you guys learn lineups like you should on Soba, you can do sky darts is what we call them. So you do long darts that take a while to land. So you could even do this one, but this isn't a good example. If you go over to A bomb site, you have a really long dart that lands here, and you can run into A main and start droning. So while you're droning, your recon is still landing, and the enemies don't expect it because they see you on your drone, right? So you're droning, and your recon is landing somewhere on this back wall while you're droning. So you could get a tag off, maybe you don't get a tag, you're forcing enemies to hide backside, right? Because they don't want to hit your drone. And at that same time, your recon is landing, so they're getting pinged, they hear your drone, yo guys, they're droning, and all of a sudden there's a recon pinging behind them. So now they have to turn around, shoot the recon, turn back around, and your teammates are scaling on the site. Maybe you're ulting them as well. So I'm actually curious how many solo players do this. It's a pretty common thing in pro play. That's a very expert take, I would say. Yeah, try and add it to your arsenal because I think it's a very good way to get some kills as well. And I basically kind of touched on everything on the Soba kit. Now I'll mostly talk about setting up your teammates. It's kind of the initiator's job to set up your teammates, plant the bomb. Honestly, I wonder how duelist players feel because we just kind of do everything for them. They just get the kills, we plant the bomb, we set them up. ครับ Initiator ทำทุกอย่างให้ดูลิสจริงหรือไม่ครับทุกคนผมว่าไม่จริงนะครับดูตัวอย่างผมนะครับที่เล่นดูลิสเมนนะครับนะครับฟังนะครับผมเนี่ยแปดเองยิงเองดิดมิดเสร็จแล้วอะไรยิงต่อกดฮิวเสร็จอะไรสู้ต่อกดอันติแปลงร่างปุ๊บยิงต่อครับเพื่อนผมอยู่ไหนเพื่อนผมอยู่หน้าเมนฮัลโหลไอ้จัดเอ็นที่เพื่อนทำอะไร So initiator players, you are loved out there. You know I love you. Yeah, you are valued. It's very hard in ranked to get on the same page, obviously. So I would suggest having a duo. It's very easy to win in rank up. In general, just if you have a friend or a duo you play with. It's even a bonus if you have a friend that plays duelist because you and him or you and her can get on the same page. You can kind of set each other up and yeah, just get kills together. And I'd say that's probably the easiest way to rank up. The main thing is just trying to get everyone on the same page. Like I said, you kind of have the initiator util, so you have to say when you're droning, where you're gonna dart, if someone's tagged. Those are the three main things, but yeah. I'm droning, scale left, path left, nothing right.
ไอ้โซว่ากูน่ะไม่ใช่ขวาในจังหวะนี้กูพูดไว้ก่อนในแรงอ่ะอีชี้อ่ะ
Oh, I tagged one. Get ready to spam. Those are like kind of the main communication points you want to be communicating. Kind of makes your teammates' lives easier if you tag someone. You know, there's kind of a little delay where they can get away, but if you say you tag someone, get ready to spam. You know, they're ready to fight, ready to spam off you. And yeah, just another good way to set up your duo. So I talked about lineups, ultimates. I think I touched on basically everything from novice to expert on Soba. So if you guys want to see more of this, make sure to let me know in the comments below. You know, I could have some fade down there, maybe some KO, Gecko, whatever you guys would like to see. You know, I'm the expert here most of the time. Just let me know down below, and thanks for watching.
W's. Thank you so much, man, bro. กูเล่นโมบ้ายังต้องเช็คพุ่มก่อนเลยสวัสดีครับเข้ามาดีครับออสตินมันยังหล่อเนาะเหมือนคนพูดถึงผมนะจัดอ๋อได้เมื่อกี้เปิดดูไล่อยู่เนี่ยเดี๋ยวดูต่อได้
แล้วไม่แปลเข้าใจคนเดียวจัสจะมาสตรีมทำไมถ้าจัสไม่ทำไรเลยจัสจะเอาไงต่อยกันไหมกูไม่ไหวละหน้าปกโก้ไม่ได้ทำสกอร์ก็ไม่ทำแมปก็ไม่ทำแล้วมาเจิมทีเอลกูแพ้อีกเล่นเรน่าก็แก๊กเล่นก็รอแต่เบสเพื่อนแล้วชอบจังไปลูกอันติก็บอไว้บูชาเทียเอสไว้ทำไมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมเพื่อนแบก
เรอบเพย์ออฟมันมีทั้งหมดกี่ทีมโซนไหนบ้างคือรอบเพย์ออฟนะแต่ละโซนเนี่ยทุกโซนใช่ป่ะจะมีโซนละ8ทีมแข่งกันใช่ไหมคือกรุ๊ปสเตจเนี่ยทั้งหมด12ทีมคัดเหลือ8เข้าเพย์ออฟของแต่ละโซนซึ่งแต่เพย์ออฟเนี่ยคัดเหลือ3ของแต่ละโซนไปเจอในมาสเตอร์ลอนดอนครับก็ต้องเป็นท็อป3นะของแต่ละโซนจากเพย์ออฟไปแข่งมาสเตอร์ลอนดอนนั่นเองครับอันนี้แบบรวดเร็วนะกระทัดรัดไหนแป๊บนึงนะมีคนส่งคลิปตัวเองมาได้แป๊บนึง
Let's talk about what you guys worked on. Reincorporate.
ไอ้น้องเขามีคนในช่องแชทตัดมาครับแชทอ่ะ
How did that affect the team played? And also Jet Boys as well, who is now playing Duelist.
เข้าใจละก็คือ โอ้ยเพลงมันจะโดนสไตล์ไปเนี่ยน้องไอ้เฮ้ยฟูเซน.exe ว่ะ
Leviathan. That here. Wire clear. First between tap line. The second May will fall. Reads as well. Jumps in. The recon not getting the spot. We'll be able to get the right click at point. Starting to bleed away. The battle. Enemy spotted.
Nope. 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 Nope.
ไอ้เหี้ยชัดอันนี้เหี้ยจริงอันนี้เหี้ยจริงอันนี้เหี้ยจริง
Okay, coming. Swing in. One blast of that judge.
มิวสิกเกมมันเบามากเลยอะเสียงเพลงมันดังอะ
At the spot there on the gun barrel. He's going to come down to Cruz, who finds the first two. Cannot get the third from Grimmy. In hand.
Let's go.
Swap out is Kaï Cleanser for a target.
อีสัตว์อันนี้มีคน
จอ
ช่องแชทปะ
75 เฮิร์ตซ์กับ 144 เฮิร์ตซ์ต่างกันไหมครับ และมี
โอ้ยเย
ค
อะ
น
ครับ
แนะนำไหมครับลบไม่เยอะ
เยอะโอ้เยอะเลยครับต่างเยอะจอแนะนำมีไหมเดี๋ยวนี้ 2,000 กว่ามันก็ได้กับ200 กว่าเฮิร์ตซ์แล้วนะของแบบพวกอะไรอ่ะเอซุด MI อะไรเงี้ย
Pace forward into Secret. Cruz able to find the one. May goes back some of the pressures. Premier will fall. Cess comes away with 2 kills. Maybe a window of opportunity.
กูชอบเสียงกระดูกว่ะไอ้เหี้ยเฮ้ย
Finds for first over towards Secret. The straightforward need to hit.
What the fuck What ใน 20p เหรอมัน1,080แล้วอ่ะ1,440แล้วเนี่ย
In the right position. Judge out now. The overdrive going to be popped. Jit Boys. Bam. By Kaï. Premier cleans up 2. Bop. Snowball.
Pow.
Lock the event out of it. Yatsuka find another before falling. Cruz!
เอ้ยเสียงกระดิ่งมันดีว่ะ
What the hell is that shot? Is suddenly now Akame left to his own devices. And Leviathan up over top.
หน้าก็ถั่วมีสปอนเซอร์เป็นไก่ก็ดันไม่ทำไรทัวร์ในความรักลูกค้าเป็นกูได้มาโกนหัวโทรไปแล้วทำแบบนี้เขาต่อสปอนอีกปีนึงอ่ะแต่มุมมันไม่ตรงกับคิวและอีอาจมันยังบอกจะกดท่าวาโร่ก็บิดมอผีก็บิดมาเป๊ปก็เล่นไม่ได้
แล้วเล่น MLBB ไม่เล่า
ทำไรได้
MLBB ไงเรามาเล่น MLBB เนี่ยอุ้ย
Piling forward into the smoke. Meanwhile, Kahlua is able to find May. Straight back. Neon's going to be down on both sides. With Primmy now, a spot out. The flash connecting. Kaï dead to right.
ชอบเสียงกระดิ่งของกูชอบจริงว่ะเสียงกระดิ่งแม่งเฮ้ยกูชอบว่ะไอ้เพลงมึงดีว่ะเหี้ยเสียงกระดิ่งอ่ะ
Ready to go. 1v2 up to 1v4. Got out on the Primmy. Eventually takes him down. ADS is in. Finds damage. 7 health to 45.
โคตรดีกับมึงเลยได้ไหมโอ้ยอย่าเพิ่งโมโหกันได้ไหมเนี่ยหนูเพิ่งเปลี่ยนเอซุดมา 3.8K 240 เฮิร์ตซ์ก็คุ้มนะบางทีมันมาบางทีถ้าแบบเราอดใจหน่อยอ่ะมันมีช่วงลดราคาของนั้นอีก
จะดูคอมของฟูเซนไปยังครับ
อันของวันนี้เหรอวันนี้มันปล่อยแล้วเหรอน้อยเลย
จัสเพื่อนมีฟีลายากเปลี่ยนไปทำงานสายคอร์ปอเรทไหมหรือตอนนี้ยังเอนจอยกับงานสตรีมเมอร์อยู่ครับ
โหถ้ากลับมาเรื่องนี้ก็ผมมี
พี่จัสอธิบายการคัดเลือกเข้าแชมเปี้ยนหน่อยได้ไหมครับ
ได้ครับเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวอันนี้ก็นะโอ้ย W ครับน้องเมฆครับไม่คุ้งนะครับขอ W ครับ W แต่ขอเอาให้คำแนะนำในไอแชท W เนาะอันนี้น้องเขาเพิ่งลองตัดเนี่ยใช่ไหม W เนาะ W เฮ้ยโอ้โหแผ่นรองเมาส์สวยจังวะน้องโอ้โหแผ่นรองเมาส์มึงนี่มันตึงๆเลยว่ะ W ครับ W ครับแต่ให้คำแนะนำนะให้คำแนะนำมา เสียงแบ็กกราวด์เพลงมันดังไปนิดนึงเสียงแบ็กกราวด์เพลงมันแบบดังไปหน่อยมันทำให้ได้ยินเสียงเกมน้อยแต่ที่เหลือก็ลองเราปรับเรื่องเสียงดูแล้วก็ถ้าเรื่องการชี้คลิปก็ลองโหลดมาแบบเฮดดีหน่อยแต่ที่เหลือ W ครับถือว่าดีไม่ลองถือว่าไม่รู้ครับผมเก่งมากมาแล้วเมื่อกี้เขาถามอะไรนะจัดเรื่องสตรีมเมอร์หรือเรื่องคอร์ปอเรทใช่ไหมคือมีแบบที่ผมเคยเล่าไปล่ะถ้าไม่ทันก็แบบคือมีความคิดคอร์ปอเรทอยู่ครับเพราะว่าต้องการความมั่นคงมันมีหลายอย่างที่ต้องดูแลที่บ้านครับแต่ก็นะหวังว่าสตรีมจะเวิร์กเว้ยก็มีถึงเดือนหน้าเดี๋ยวบังสวัสดีครับมาเว้ยมา
Going up against Fnatic. Are we hyped?
เปิดวดไอ้จัดเปิดวด
I feel like we're pretty hyped for this game.
I think honestly, right, you look at the game, it is what it is. Fnatic are coming in as giants here, but for like Pacific, they're going to be thinking about kind of having a free hit at a big team and testing themselves against what is probably the best team that we have in this group.
And looking at the map, Vito, any surprises here for you instantly, Hazza?
Not particularly. We saw the split through proxy of Mitch screaming his lungs out there earlier. And I think that's one where Pacific will want to try and build some confidence early. I'm not necessarily saying a map win, but you're testing yourself against the best that this region has right now. I think we can say that for certain. So, what can you do?
Yeah, I think starting on that split for Pacific, the fact that they keep selecting it, it's really one of those maps where, for me, they keep getting to this double digits scoreline, but I want to see them be able to close that out. Obviously, going up against Fnatic, such a great team to split, it's going to be very difficult. The first person I'm thinking about here is Alpha on that race. Let's quickly touch on the rest of the map, Vito. We did see a lot of Fnatic's lowest, because for me, something that we had gone back to in time to the competition they pulled out.
I think that's what Fnatic are good at. They're good at going for something that's stable for them, right? A foundation which they always build from. I mean, think for how long they played that old they really defined the meta.
And that worked for them. Obviously, there's been changes since then, and I think with the Waylay patch coming in, that'll be something to think about in the future. But starting off on Split, this has also been a map which Fnatic have been very comfortable on in the past. I mean, you look at their historic map pool, and this is one of those as well.
And Haven, if we do get to that point, I mean,
it's a Fnatic map pool. Let's be real.
It is. Although in saying that, Fnatic, they've not played at this stage. It was a 0% win rate in kickoff. Granted, they did only play it the 2 times, but I think for us it will be intriguing to see what they come up with if we do get to that point. But let's think about this split, because that's of course the first map that we're going to here. Fnatic being able to get a win against Vitality on it last week, obviously looking super dominant. Was there any players on that map that was a kind of highlight for you? I know I've already mentioned the Alpha on the Rays for me personally.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like when you've got such a dependable duelist player like Alpha, especially like now the way that it feels like we're going back when it comes to the duelist meta, I think that's a big one to highlight.
Yeah, I'd also probably say Vekash, the man on your screens right now. I was really impressed with his stability overall. That being a big game as well, Vitality, and him stepping up to the occasion. So it's this one against Pacific where they're trying to be that plucky underdog, and we'll have to see if that continues.
Yeah, I think if you're Pacific, you're probably coming into this one thinking like, okay, let's just get as many reps as we can. You know, we kind of have already set the stakes of this is looking pretty bleak for them when you realistically, like when you're being realistic, right? It is kind of bleak because now we're looking at a position where Pacific could not win a match in their group, which is unfortunate to say, but it is the harsh reality that we're in right now.
And that's how you've got to call it, right? You're looking at 2 people who were backing Apex for the whole of last year. And it's a similar situation, right? Where you've built that roster out of players that have come from Tier 2, obviously. One of those former Apex players, KAIC, flying from the nest to join this Fnatic team. So make a name for yourself on this stage. Do it against the hardest opposition that you're likely to face so far in the group.
Yeah, I feel as if though, like, Pacific are almost like that Apex for us in a way as well, because we've got 2 Northeast boys on the team with Ninja and Cooper. Like, please, for the love of God, give us something to cheer for.
I hope Bacon's watching.
ใช่แล้วสวัสดีครับ
But
เมื่อ10 บาทเมื่อไรเนี่ยเพิ่งสวัสดีครับไปเนี่ยไม่ใช่หรอ
Pacific could
ไปนอนแล้วเฮ้ยน้องจะหลับดูหรอ
thinking about Fnatic split here. Is there anything that you think that Pacific will be able to take advantage of?
I think if you
เดี๋ยวก็เราหลอกหรอก
to do right now, it's
เจแปนฮัลโหลสบายดีไหม
Fnatic obviously struggled with that one a little bit, of course, when you saw the performance.
โอ้ยูไอยังกำอ่ะเฮ้ย
Definitely throwback with this one as we look at the agent.
เราอยู่ปีไหนเนี่ยแชท2021หรอ
I mean, pretty much straightforward in terms of what we'll see.
ร้านไหนมึงบอกจะเขาว่าถ้าไปสยามจะบอกขอโทษครับทั้งเจแปนทั้งแคปเปอร์ครับมันก็ทันหันเกินครับออกแคปเปอร์จ่า
Do you think that there's a composition that's favored here for you, either of you?
Not really, to be honest.
ขอโทษได้ไหมครับชื่อนี้จริงๆครับโอ้โหงั้นขอพลาดเลยครับทันเกมเนี่ยโอ้โหชื่อมันน่ากลัวเกินว่ะน้องพี่กลัวสั่งไปแล้วโดนไอ้นี่ไปอ่ะทักไอจีไปก็ไม่อ่านแต่เราขอโทษได้ไหมโอ้ยเราขอโทษว่าแม่งโทรศัพท์มันเปียงน้ำเกินอ่ะ
I'm excited to see Seven on the duel list as well. Obviously, this is a new role for him, and I think he can add a bit of explosivity.
Well, that's all from us. We are obviously going to have to let the casters take it away and get into the game.
ถ้าไม่ EMEA EU บัฟกันเดือดจังพี่จัดใส่เลือด EU ว่ะน้องถ้าดูเซียนมันหนักกว่านี้
I mean, and based on that brief, what would you like to make noise for?
ทัวร์เกมไหนคุณจัดเอ็ดบัวครับหนูปวดหลังขอพี่จัดเป็นที่พาดพิง
Make some noise for Pacific. I think that's what she was hinting towards.
No, not really.
ให้เราเอาเฮ้ยแต่ลายมันสวยนะ500อ่ะเอาจริงลายสวยนะเนี่ย
Really?
Yeah, I mean it's a tough one. It obviously sits towards the in terms of prep, in terms of what they worked on, towards the top of them.
มันกูโดนล็อกลบข้อความไหมกูจะท้าทายระบบโอ้ยไม่เอาสิตอนตอนแรกนึกว่าท้าดาบอ่ะ
พี่จัสอธิบายการคัดเลือกเข้าแชมเปี้ยนหน่อยได้ไหม
อ๋อ
ครับ
โทษครับพี่จันลืมขอโทษครับโทษเลยเมื่อกี้อ่านไปแล้วลืมตอบเนาะขอโทษครับนี่ครับการเป็นแชมเปี้ยนใช่ไหมนี่คือการแข่งขันมันเป็นอย่างนี้เนาะคิกออฟไป M1 มาสเตอร์1เนาะแล้วก็กลับมาสเตจ1ที่เราดูอยู่ไป M2 แล้วก็กลับมาสเตจ2
สีหน้าไอบอสเหมือนตอนโดนทีเอลตบเลย
โอ้โหใจเย็นครับรอพวกผมครับรอก่อนครับแล้วรายการในสุดคือแชมป์ใช่ไหมซึ่งแชมป์อ่ะ1โซน
คุโรนามิ 2.0 มาเป็นมีดคู่ 100% ถ้าไม่ใช่จะมาโด100อย่าว่า
จริงนะ1โซนไปได้4ทีมโอเคไหมซึ่งมันแบ่งเป็นอย่างนี้2ทีมแต้ม2ทีมอันดับ1-2สเตจ2ครับแต้มก็คือมาจากทุกทัวร์1เกมชนะได้1แต้มครับใครแต้มเยอะสุดในโซนก็ได้ไปครับเอามา งงไหมนอนจ้าวันนี้ครับคุณโลโอ้ยเดี๋ยวรีบจัดการให้ครับคุณโลเอา UI หาย UI อะไรอ่ะเฮ้ยเราอยู่ยุคไหนวะแชทเฮ้ยฝั่งพันธิเบศหรอ
Of course, getting those pistol rounds, it was something that was mentioned by Cuba. I think they might need a little bit more than just the pistols, but
เห็นแล้วไม่มีแรงดูเลยว่ะ
the pistol and seen it, okay.
ฟอนต์ข้างบนไม่หีจัดอ่ะ
Back to 2021 and this guy could take over the game. I feel like this might be more of a flash in the pan, but it's definitely a good start.
แล้วเทียร์2ไปแชมป์ยังไงเทียร์2ต้องไปคัดที่สเตจ2
This transition to sight, but might just catch somebody, potentially Alorante. Exploring back up, actually, no, does
คือแบบว่าเทียร์2มีแค่2สล็อตที่มีโอกาส
spot though, and Ninja, the one to clean it up here.
อะไรอ่ะกูดูอะไรอยู่
on the board for
ดูอะไรอยู่
Pacific.
อ่ะ
Again, to come back to Cena, probably been the easy target
เมลแรกมันไม่ใช่
as well, being
วันที่
the biggest name, the one that we've spent well years at this point just wanting him to get back to closer to that ceiling. Not necessarily, I mean, it's unrealistic expectation certainly with this roster to see him reach the heights he has achieved, but again, I think these are
Yeah, I think especially with the amount of teams that he's gone through, that you kind of go like, okay, that Na'Vi team looked
มาแล้วโอเค
pretty decent. But with the players that they had, and then the team afterwards ended up looking quite good as well. So This is kind of the.
ชนะโบสามได้1 คะแนน1 เกม 1 คะแนน
Obviously, a lot changing next
No,
year.
yeah, I think so.
But for Pacific, they are that team that we kind of look
แมต
at
ช์แร
as
ก
like, okay, we
Pacific เลือก
expect
ว่ะ
them to finish last. Anything better would be a huge improvement. Playoffs would be incredible. But as you sort of set up, we'd also then just start to look at Fnatic and go, okay, what went wrong if you don't win this series?
ผมไปนอนนะครับวันนี้นะครับไม่คุณเลยนะครับ
Pacific.
กล้องนักแข่งมันบั๊กเดี๋ยวก็มา
Anticipating a little bit of aggression. Ante will win out versus Kayak elsewhere. Sined and Vekaj will trade out for 7 to clean this up. Crashies can't find anything on the back of that in Pacific. 4 standing.
เจนไหวชิวเว้ย
Yeah, we'll be fairly healthy in terms of the purchase and, well, what they carry forward here. Sined just going to throw a scope in the mix and a couple of light shields on the other side. Yeah, for me, again, Pacific, I might be wrong with this, but I don't think have won an attacking half of split, and when it sits towards the top of what you feel your map pool is, certainly here, a tall order to win out an attacking half versus Fnatic.
ต้องไปเรามาไปแล้วนะเขาทำเมฆมา
So looking for an improvement.
แข่งยุโรปทำไมมีแปซิฟิกว่ะปุณมึงก็พูดถูก
Definitely had decent
ทำไม
success
แพนซี่ไม่พากเนาะงงว่ะแพนซี่ห่าง
holding on to it. Once they were there, making some catastrophic errors. If they fix those, maybe this could be a little bit more competitive.
Whoa.
Cupid managing to eliminate Kayak in the early round, and now they can fall back and look to reposition.
Only a little chip damage done on Sined, so get away with that one scot-free. Alpha tasked with holding on to A site for the time being, as Pacific will make their way through series.
ชอบป่าบนเลยป่าบนน่ารักเนาะใช่ไหม
Ante hasn't
หล่อ
shown
เท่
his hand
เก่ง
just
ด้วย
yet.
ดิ
Sined will be confirmed here from the flash. Still presence noted.
He did well in their last series to almost just sell these fakes on the other side of the map. When you have that secondary duelist, you can almost leave him to roam. But I definitely think Alpha has an idea. The only problem is he is completely alone. Yeah. Everybody else on the other side of the map, as they now look to wrap through the heavens, him finding any sort of ground is going to be difficult. And Fnatic are all in on this B defense. The only man there is Alpha and Court trying to shoot out any little utility that was thrown in.
Yeah, a little mistiming on the wall there. In terms of Alpha's ability to reposition, Boaster previously considering bolstering that position with Alpha, but in Pacific will just sweep through here. 5 standing.
รอก่อนซีนรอก่อน
We get themselves the plant and a free round. A conversion on top of that.
Yeah. 3-0. It's definitely
as
good as a start as you could ever get. I think the only thing that people will also begin to look at is that Fnatic at times, sometimes versus, they seem to go close versus everybody. Like it doesn't seem to matter who the opponent is. It's just like, it's like let's just give us a heart attack at the beginning of the day by losing the first round. But I almost feel like if that happens, you always end up doing the other team an injustice by just sitting there going, they're going to come back eventually. They're going to turn the tide, but it's been a stellar start.
ไม่แล้วมี3ปืนโอเค it's okay ครับ
Initial
it's okay ครับ
aggression of Fnatic and
โอเคครับ
3-0. They've matched
เป็น
their
ไงบ้าง
attack
ก็
rounds versus GS.
เรื่อยๆคัปเปอร์สบายดีไหม
Setting the bar high. But did you
There
see
you
that 50% post-plant success, Tom?
Well, it can't have been from last
ผมเห็นมาเมื่อไหร่แชมเปี้ยนนู่นตัวใหม่อ่ะ
If we're going to coin flip, I
ทำไม
like
คัป
those
เปอร์
odds.
I'm telling you, if this was last week's game,
Pacific has an average split time to
I
plan.
think it's a combination of
62
both.
seconds mean they are playing.
Just here early on, I mean, Kayak's going to get a judge back in hand. Alpha actually picks one up himself, so obviously holding on to 3 weapons from the previous. Fnatic probably going to try and play this one out and absorb some of this pressure as it does come through. We just saw there on the toasty. Pacific taking their time.
Alpha was adjusting his monitor while in the corner, by the way. He's not quite got his setup right just yet, so he needed to check. He's not
Won't be noted, yeah. So certainly going to be played in this scenario if
มันไหลยาวเลยว่ะ
either 7 or Ninja decide to progress further forwards here. Flash will note presence outside A. Keep crashes and Kayak on red alert for the time being. Pacific taking their sweet time here, trying to get a feel for the map. And it looks like Cupid's settling on shifting the focus towards B.
That's where The majority of the rifles are at least, but a lot of pressure will be put onto Boaster, an opportunity to delay. Smoke going up, and it seems like they may be going to try and sell this as a bit of a ruse on the other side of the map. The battle versus KAIC doesn't go well, and it's not one that CNET can really opt to take. Ninja, however, has found one, and so is Cupid. Double entry in onto the B site. Alfia, of course, still only having himself the judge.
CNET found KAIC as well.
Now with those rotations down, this again becomes another troublesome position for them to fight back into. The post plant right at the back of the site. CNET's actually all the way back into middle. The flash is good, but the swing just not quite timed well. And this Cupid to now get a double. Maybe he was saving himself after the skirmish because the skirmish didn't go well, but he's doing great here.
He had to open up here with a 4-round start versus Fnatic.
Oh no.
This one slowed down massively. Again, just a lot of those rides on Boaster being able to survive long enough where they can at least create some sort of pressure ahead of us in the flash. Yeah, catches one player, but Cupid completely unaffected by that. Cleans up with a 3K. Will force an early timeout here from Fnatic. Readdress their approach overall here.
But that's the thing. You might come into today and you watch us, and you're going to sit there and go, well, these guys are being pretty negative in the way that they're talking about Pacific. But this is the current record.
Speaking of negative,
each side has had in VCT EMEA. This is why this is such a one-sided discussion. Is that we've never seen Pacific win a game, and obviously Fnatic, I assume, have the most of any.
Yeah, I would hazard a guess. Yeah, it's. I mean, a very different discussion if we're going to be kind of frank about it. Pacific obviously looking longer term, and they kind of regardless, it's never nice to see a team sitting in a position where they could bomb out. Yes, we've seen them come close. Even, you know, a map win here and there, it's taken when they come, but still. To then come up against Fnatic and be in a 4-0 lead here. And now, I mean, ultimately in a position where you're going to concede the 5th based on the inventory. Just Sheriffs and a ghost for Crashies. Another chance, actually, for CNED to make use of this scope, but KAI's going to find the first. Shell's good.
And he got the gun. And the orb. They've come out of that one smelling like roses. A little bit of more aggression as well. The team synergy to take out Alorante, that hard lurk over on the A side, but they are recommitting back to the angle.
From the showstopper, something to potentially offset a lesser purchase like this. Boaster's going to be able to feed across that information with no wall to cut. Sight lines, but can't find this first one.
Whoa!
And the reset.
That's just nasty. Eventually cleared, and the swing from KAIC caught as well. That old Liquid Academy duo managing to hold the line. CNED just taking spaces. There's nobody left on this side, and also the gun has gone as well. That's more of a problem. A wonderful shot from CNED, but Boaster already back into the site. Flash coming in from Crashies. CNED is just taken over once again, 7-1 already. And leaving it onto Crashies. Rifle retrieved, given a chance, but not much of one. And with the overdrive popped, he's going to have to be that little bit more careful. Needs to be quick on the trigger, and he isn't fast enough. A little bit more dangerous. But Pacific are now 5-0.
But Pacific about to win an attacking.
Slow
things down here, really causing issues. Obviously a lesser purchase here, but with a big win at the start of the round, CNED just continues to take liberties in terms of this space. Sitting at 8-1 right now.
เรียนหน่อยคุณเรียนอะไรเนี่ยตอนนี้คุณเรียนไม่ออกว่ะกูติ้ง60 V 2 ดีไหมครับแต่ไม่รู้เลยครับอันเนี้ย
This be the turning point.
นิ่มเกินรอก่อนเฮียหัวเราที่หลังดังกว่าครับดมูลใช่ครับ
There's not much in the form of positives for them. Again, with how tight things are, actually seen it just looking to get up close and personal once more.
Almost had to be a little bit panicky from Vekaj, the operator forced onto the angle, but it's something that Cupid seems well aware of as they now look back in towards Alpha, but this is where things can get a little bit more scary. Ninja still wins that fight though. The drop down clears him, leaves the A site again with a singular defender. But they're looking to battle into the spawn. 2 players here. On the other side, the swinging only a trade.
Spike down A.
Not really bringing the scenario back, in a long rotation coming through on the flank from KAIC as well. We'll box them in.
They're difficult to dig themselves out of this spot now. Have to try and get the plant ahead of the reinforcements arriving. You see Cupid now. We'll stick that in the corner. Difficult to hold on to here though, because they're both going to be boxed into sight. With KAIC picking up this angle on A main. Rely on a couple of awkward angles here for Pacific.
Yeah, they sent a flash through above just to make sure there's nobody there. Has his overdrive available as well, so ult can come through if needed. Instead, though, he's looking to clear on the back corner. It's taken some time. Finally onto the board.
ไม่อยากเป็นทีมที่ได้ใจแต่ไม่ได้วิ
Just
น
the one.
เดี๋ยวโดนครับเป็นที่เนี่ยเดี๋ยวโดนครับ
At this cushion now that's obviously an effect for Pacific.
ตะกี้เลน่าป่าโพสอะโคตรตึงอะพี่จัดครับต่อยืดที่ทำในโน้ตแพดมันโดนแบนไหม
Again, because if they get ahead of that
ไม่ชัวร์
rotation,
แต่พี่จัดว่าอาจจะมีสิทธิ์หรือเปล่า
That's the start.
Well, I would have said
ระ
the
วัง
same
ไว้
for
แล้วกัน
Ninja as well, though.
แกแบบไฟเกมเจ้ามีสิทธิ์โดนได้นะ
I mean, yeah, because spacing-wise, it's like, yeah, you rely on the first two.
ไม่ต้องสอบแล้วเพื่อนๆไม่ค่อยจะแอคทีฟได้เลยไม่รู้จะรอดไหมโอ้ยรอดกินโซ่สู้ๆนะ
That's been one of my main issues with Pacific is
ทำ
genuinely
ทำได้โอเคไหม
some very good individuals.
คือแม้เราอาจจะต้องแบกก็ต้องทำว่ะ
I mean,
เรา
you
จะได้
have
ติ
the
ดเอฟ
seven show, see edge behind the curve, and it's
ป่าเอาสกินกลับมาได้ทำไมโอ้สกินอาจจะสวย
yeah, I'd say that's probably one of the more frustrating things watching them, where we know the ceiling of some of these players. But for me, I mean, Ninja has impressed me.
Yeah,
in a number of series, which isn't the one you'd go to, typically looking at these names.
Oh yeah, especially you got an
นี่
import,
กำมะลา
you've
ฝ
got
นกำลัง
Alorante who's been sort
กำมะรอ
of waiting to get into the league for a while. Alpha over the top.
No.
Doesn't get anything.
สวย
There is a second layer, and that is KAIC already finding a
สวยโอ้ยกำลังมี
Okay, that was aggressive, incredibly aggressive. It leaves Alorante stuck in a corner. He still managed to bring this back to a 1v3, but now Boatster left on the angle. And they will
มาแล้ว
double
เครื่องติดแล้วครับเครื่องติดแล้วครับเครื่องติดแล้วครับเครื่องติดแล้วครั
Chomping
บ
at the bit now to get involved in some of
เปิด
this
ใจเอามึงเบิกกันครับ
slower
อาร์ติมิด
rounds. I
โย
mean,
โย่ไป
this
ดิ
is
ครับ
where you see the X-ray. He's keeping 2 or 3 potentially, but it's KAIC to actually catch the front side of this exec. The confirmation on the boombot is enough for Alpha.
There's at least one, and I will get at least one.
I did some trickster shit. Yeah, I think so.
On the scoreboard, the wave. I see a little one.
ป่าบัวบอกขึ้นกำลังมาขึ้นกำลังมา
I will say, Mike, you said, is this going to be the first half they win? And since then, they've not won a round.
If they get held at 5, I'm going to be a little tilted. I mean, obviously, the operator.
ป่าท็อปไปดู50บอกอันไหนมาดูกันมีสิทธิ์ไหมเนี่ย
Slower rounds that Pacific are relying on now.
เปอร์เซ็นต์การที่ไอ้ใครยังถือออฟนะ 65% นะ
65% operator success rate for KAIC, certainly a factor to consider for Pacific if they do want to win out this half.
His success is higher than the post fun of the other team. Just with him having the gun is enough.
The ult's online as well here for Fnatic. That's 10 HP, did catch a tag there. Alpha on the other side to catch Cupid. Seen it next up.
สวยอัลฟา
Gets bested ahead of this boombot.
ต่อไม่แนวนอนหรอไม่มีคำซี
third here, 5 still
แนวตั้ง
standing.
แต่เป็นบัตรได้มันม่วงว่ะ
Will force 7 and Alorante to reconsider their approach towards Suez, but not much left on the clock here.
But yeah, that seemed like you had KAIC taking a fight.
Left.
Gets out of there somehow. And then you had Alpha, who did technically have support, but I don't think Crashy's even peaked.
No.
I think that was
The
just
support
like,
was the boombot.
It's just taken
เซฟนะเซฟนะอย่างนี้โดนนะ
Definitely looking like they're back online after a slower start. And it's
ต่อ
not too
ไม่มี
much
แน
of
ว
a
นอนแต่
surprise
จัด
to see the
ได้
Pacific
นอนแน่
players look
ฮะ
to hold on to the guns. You've got a few extra credits to buy into the
แมป
next.
ต่อไปแล้วจัด
Yeah, you look at that
ง่วง
initial
จัดแบบนี้โอ้ยใจเย็นสิกำลังคัมแบ็ก
string
เนี่ย
of rounds, and actually to be in a position here in round 8 where you are saving. Again, you don't
ใน
want
ข
to
วด
feed
น้ำ
into
น้ำ
this
อะไร
ult cycle. Obviously, Vekaz 2 away from the pit. Crashies and Alpha both.
Alpha's
half
on
as
his
well.
way.
Yeah, he's almost back. Yep.
ใครเล่นเป้ามาตินยังเป้าไหนวะ
So understandable
Martin,
for
man,
sure,
gop
but
cool หรือเปล่า
again, if you look at the purchase coming out of this, I think we'll see Pacific call a timeout here after
แล้วกู
conceding
ตอนนั้นเครียดจนร้องไห้กูไม่อยากให้ภาพนั้นมันแฟลชแบ็กกลับมา
but they want to
ลุย
as
เคน
we
โซ
said, convert this
Yeah.
victory in an attacking half
เพื่อนไม่แอคทีฟเราก็ต้อง
I mean,
ทำว่ะ
they've definitely had better defensive halves, and I think one of the biggest problems that they've had is there have been a lot of very, very close maps. I look back to that GX game, they had an impeccable comeback from a mass deficit, always seemingly going close in these games, like even going close versus BBL, who we expected again to be a similar fashion of them getting destroyed. The problem is getting doesn't win anything. Like you're not getting those points.
เราจะชนะบ้านเกิดแล้วป่ะผมบอก
I think particularly week one when you come out and go, oh, okay, actually, yeah, versus BBL, we have a close affair, but then the one for me that kind of sets the tone is the Giant X result. And that's, again, it's a pretty harsh assessment, but that's one that you think
เกมแรกก็หลอกเด็กเลยหรอแฟนติกไม่หลอกครับ
If you're going to make a push, you got to beat a team like
อาจารย์แนะนำเซนวาโลสำหรับผู้เล่นนิ้วหน่อยแนะนำไม่ได้หรอกน้องชายมันของแบบที่เราถนัดไม่คือพวกกูจะแพ้ทีมที่แพ้2 รอบแล้ววะพวกกูชนะมา2 รอบแล้วนะพวกกูจะแพ้มันจริงเหรอวะ
And now find it when you need it most versus Fnatic. Otherwise, you are 0-3. You are in the same position as KC and basically preying on others' downfall. Their group also looks kind of stacked.
Yeah, yeah, it does. It does indeed.
จะไม่ทำคลิปลงอจอหรอคลิปเกมมาหายไปนานเลยนะช่วงนี้ไม่ได้ทำคลิปเลยครับน้องตลาดเดี๋ยวเรากลับมาลั่นละช่วงนี้คิดเยอะจริงหิวสวัสดีครับสบายดีไหมน้องชายหายไปนาน
Not much damage done either. We had to freeze behind this smoke, but we have VCT and Alpha ready to greet them. That's right, Alorante once more not making moves, wants to get a better understanding of positions here.
ทำไมถึงมาเชียร์ฟนาติกจัดโอ้จะชอบสังกัดอ่ะจะชอบมานานแล้วฟนาติกอ่ะติดตามมาตั้งแต่เกมอื่นแล้วครับ
If they don't get a bite on this mid take though, I'm curious of
ทีมกลางๆแบบฟนาติกยังไม่หวังอีกเหรอพวกกูชนะ 2-0 เนี่ยแข่งมา2 เกมชนะ2 เกมอันนี้เกม 3 เนี่ย
It's held a player there for now, but look at them already regressing. Fnatic have realized that okay, this fake is every time. Nice work by Cena to at least give a freebie, but they still have to get past.
No ไม่น่าตันเลย
I don't know if he meant to throw the stun in that moment, but the swing around the corner has gifted a pick away. Alpha needing to get something. Maybe even before this post plant goes down as a 4v3
ไม่น่าหักกระป๋องกูไม่ได้เล่นว่ะ
Well, found both ramp players now, brings it to a 2v2. CNED and Ninja both tagged up, but CNED goes ahead of the curve here. Boaster will fall, and Alpha finds himself on a 1v2.
Alpha เอาได้ดี
Definitely still a chance, but the way CNED's been playing, it does almost feel like the CNED of old. The bars back not quite able to get him. A Ninja immediate on the response. Pacific at least going to be level going into the next half.
Damn, there is a chance for KAIC to go absolutely nuclear here. Again, the stun just leaves him in a position where he can be overwhelmed. Really unfortunate for him, but Cena does really well.
ปกติแพ้ 2-0 เชื่อกูแปซิฟิกเราเก่งแล้ว
Advantage here, catching both.
แน่นอนมาเดมันมั่วครับ 14G.
And seal the deal on number 6. As you said, at least we'll go in even here.
Having both CNED and Ninja on at the same time is making this team look dangerous. Viper's Pit will be thrown in immediately down mid. And let's be real, Pacific's pressure has mostly been a mid plus A or a mid plus B. They've been utilizing this spot a lot, so taking it out of contention could be tough.
It'll be much quicker in terms of the regroup outside A. KAIC still here, operator in hand. Crash is playing a little deeper this time around. KAIC doesn't want to
วามโมสแปลว่าอะไรครับแปลว่าสวยครับ
the operator just yet, and Seven's going to pop the showstopper.
เฮ้ย
ขยัก
เฮ้ยขยักสู้ไป
Eliminated immediately.
เฮ้ย
Shot down, leaving Crashies at the back of the site. Had a rougher start to this game so far. Needs to get something, and he gets both. Even has some support.
สวย
And now Crashies just holding the line. We've been waiting for his moment, and well, His first 3 kills on the board, a complete shutdown.
And it's absolutely what Fnatic need. You see
the
gap in rotation.
And
even so, there's a smoke popped just behind Heaven. Crashies has to find minimum 2 in this situation. The third is the cherry on top. The timing for VCT to swing through as well. Big win for Crashies. First 3 kills on the map as well to get on the board. You see here, broken by round 11 for Pacific. The funds all but dwindled. But a pit, a nightfall to work off here. The flip of the script towards B.
This is a very mixed bag buy. Some even without shields judged through, and how? How has he got away with that? The slide eliminates Poster, but it is still the advantage taken.
We'll try and pivot back into mid here.
ดีครับทัวร์อันนี้ไม่ดีครับ
Rifle in hand, but
ไอโมโน
Crashies
น้อง
conscious of finding that very man. We'll take the space away. Still 3 players for Fnatic tucked into the B site. This is a hard scale out of Heaven here.
There.
You no longer have CNED or 7 to try and break that vision. It almost just has to be a slow push. Alorante has done well, and the trading off leaves this down to Alpha at the back of the site.
Face your fear.
Rotation still very far away, but he hasn't been revealed. Maybe not expecting anybody to be this far back. It only leaves a couple of spots for them to try and hold, but nobody's looking in that direction. Didn't clear it at all. And now with 30 seconds, he's bought time for Crashies to wrap him from behind. It seems like JJaz has the idea, but it's not quite quick enough. 6 to 5, a close round, and well, another high impact kill from Crashies.
Definitely.
ไม่กินผักสวัสดีครับ
Their ability to seal this one when it looks like it might just spiral out of control for them. Alpha obviously noted early on this, but there's just a few question marks and a really risky plan in this situation from Cupid. Again, that side of the site, you haven't got many options. It's like the box is spammable, but way out in the open here, it's kind of just leaving open way many more possibilities to Alpha to still be tucked in and just waiting.
I guess they expected him to have swung by then, because they put the Nightfall through the left hand of the site, so they even think he's taken main. But then to use the Nightfall and then not check the one spot that was left is definitely a blunder.
Dog out early here. Will reveal Alorante. I think Alpha's looking to be a little more decisive, but shut down here. Crashies. See if he might want to swing onto the angle as well.
เฮ้ยขยักเดินแรงเกมของขยักอุ้ยคม
Somehow Fnatic have come out on top. Kayak quick enough to swing. Found themselves in a 3v3.
Repivot back into sewers again. Alorante obviously noted early on. Crashies now going to be relaying that information. Kayak still over towards the B site. Alorante has to win this, and he does.
You are divided.
Ooh, the spam not quite dealing as much as they'd hope.
Oh, I love this though. Getting on the other side of the divide here. Backage, unfortunately, though, playing ahead of it, will have a good understanding. Swings onto it though. Alorante good for a third. Kayak now in a 1v3.
Oh
my god.
This is the one place that they don't want to go. It actually gives him an opportunity, but they are good enough with the triple peak. Ready and aware. And while
an attacking
half, still a lot to come as we go to a break.
One enemy remaining.
แฟนพี่ไม่ทำตัวแบบแต่หาหลักฐานทำผิดไม่ได้คือยังไงอ่ะ
จัสก้าชักฝากผมมาบอก
ว่า
อ้าวหลักครับสำหรับใครที่เคเอามาไม่ก็ฝากกด
ฝากกดหน่อยครับทุกคน
กดติดตามให้ผมน้อยนะแม่ไล่ผมมวนจะได้เปิดกล้ามองเห็นนะแม่
W man
ดับเบิลเยาแม่
Love you bro ตอนแรกมึงบอกกันตอนเริ่มไม่ครับแม่บุคครับอันเนี้ยพนาติกดูผิดฟอร์มนะจัดไม่ผิดฟอร์มครับแม่บุคครับไอชูครับจัดมีอารมณ์กับตัวเองมึงอาจจะชอบตัวเองมันก็ไม่ผิดนะผมอยากเป็นดองกี้คองเหรอน้องทำไมกูไม่ได้ W บ้างได้ W เสมออ่ะ ให้กำลังใจตัวเองเหรอจัดไม่ได้ให้กำลังใจตัวเองครับผมพูดความจริงครับทุกคนครับทำคลิปไม่รุ่งแล้วเลยหันมาแข่งวาโลหรอครับดินจาพอร์ตไหนมันไม่รุ่งแล้วหรอแบบก็ทำสกอร์ทำมึงไม่รู้อะไรก็บอกเอาแล้วกูเป็น W0 ตลอดเนี่ยขอบคุณ0ตลอดเนี่ย13-7ป่ะครับโอ้ยมาครับดีครับพูดดีครับชินโดครับ13นี่ฟนาติกใช่ไหมครับจัดสกอร์เท่าไหร่ว่ามาเหรอ10 ฟนาติกกูให้เลยแปซิฟิก13เฮ้ยมาเร่งขอตังค์บอกตอนเช้าค่อยโอนแต่เร่งให้โอนเร็วๆธนาคารปิดปรับปรุงอยู่ทำโดนอะไรมาหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
สารภาพบาปรู้สึกผิดหวัดจัสเมื่อกี้โดให้สาวในไลฟ์หมดไปอบพันด้วยอารมณ์ชั่ววูบตอนนี้กำลังนั่งคิดนั่งคุยกับตัวเองว่าแบบเฮ้ยนี่เรากำลังทำอะไรอยู่วะเนี่ยแต่กว่าจะคิดทันมันก็สายไปแล้วรู้งี้หน้าบอลไว้โดเนทให้จัสว่ะแต่ตอนนี้แค่10 บาทไปก่อน
โอ้ย10 บาทก็เยอะแล้วครับอย่าเอามันก็เป็นความสุขนะตอนนั้นใช่ไหมล่ะขอแค่ว่าไม่เดือดร้อนอะไรไงใช่ไหมขอเป็นอย่างนั้น
Very quick reaction though from the Pacific players. Alert coming in through mid some time.
ความสุขอะมันก็เขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะความสุขของคนเราอะ
Ninja doing well, but it is only one needing another miracle from Cena. And while Alorante is so far away, maybe still worried that this could have gone back in the other direction. He'll need a 1v4, otherwise a chance, well, to get one away almost to level up.
The first would be the important one here. KAIC tagged up, 35 HP, has to head for the hills. Unfortunately now there's 3 others to overcome.
แชทพร้อมยังเตรียมตัวนะยังสกอร์ยังไม่ขึ้นเตรียมตัวนะ
Unfortunately Crashy still here on guard
number
6 for Fnatic chance early on to equalize the scoreline
ก่อนผมเห็นจัสเดินอยู่ที่สยามพัทที่ไปเล่นน้ำผมไม่แน่ใจว่าใช่บางไหมผมไม่กล้าเข้าไปทักทายผมเลยลองฉีดน้ำไปใส่บางดูบางหันหน้ามาเอาหัวสะท้อนน้ำผมออกหมดเลยแต่ผมเห็นบางยืนอยู่กลางดงคนเลยและพ่นควันตูมอนึกว่าหมอกลง
ไม่มีครับไปเฮียครับเฮ้ย
in towards the B side
สาวเอา 6,000 ไปแดกออกมากระสิกกับผัวหลังก็
obviously here
โตแล้วยังทำเป็นยาว
damage prevent an early snowball
มาFNK นี่เป็นไรจับวันศุกร์ครับ
Pacific set the bar pretty high in terms of that string of rounds in the first half but
play off วันไหนเดือนหน้า play off อะ
They can assert a little dominance, set the tone for the second half.
ที่6เต็มไปจังหวะเล็กจะเปลี่ยนเหรอ
For Pacific to overcome.
ผมจะ6-7ไปเรื่อยๆครับจนกว่าเองมันจะเปลี่ยนแชท
I think it was last week where they left CNED alone on the B site, and his job is basically to just break any utility,
ฝึกไว้
fake the idea that somebody close,
you know,
and try and bait them into rotating into the other side of the map, which is the stack, when nobody else is holding. Unfortunately, Fnatic do tend to watch demos. I think Milan does watch a few of those. And so I think they might have seen that one, have decided to go B anyway.
No surprises there. Fnatic still waiting for a swing out here.
ฝึกไว้ก่อนกูจะเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยครับ
Classics on the way back in. If Pacific decide to feed into this. And again, conscious of that early snowball, it's Alpha and Crashies to have the lion's share in terms of old progress.
Well, let's be real.
Alpha
is going to push 100%.
ไอ้เหี้ย
completely scared from the first half. I don't think that's going to happen. Diving with a shorty.
Yeah, I mean,
it's never going to happen.
That doesn't track.
I don't think he's ever been scared. Maybe annoyed.
เมื่อยแล้ว
Catch on the flash.
ดีครับดีครับน้องก้าวเตะส้มครับ
Yeah, absolutely.
Still have a feeling he might at least get one. No, Ninja again. It's going to stop him.
Fnatic จะตามติดนะแต่ว่าโลแต่ก่อนกับ CS ครับ
backhand in if they wanted to. Has a
ตอนนี้ไม่มีแล้วมีแต่ว่าโลแล้ว
nothing more, but it seems like they're not wanting to just walk straight into the blender. Not
ไม่ได้ดู CS แล้วอ่ะ
over, and that's exactly what Pacific are doing as well. From an early lead, Pacific have
DM Jesse di Luna for แล้วกันบัดดี้ DM Jesse di Luna.
The question is now going into the buy round. Can they build from here?
จัสขอสารภาพจากใจนะตอน4 ทุ่มฉันกำลังทำกิจกรรมผู้ชายอยู่แล้วจัสขึ้นไลฟ์พอดีแล้วมือดันไปโดนไลฟ์เข้ามาเจอหน้าจัสแต่ฉันดันเสร็จพอดีขอโทษนะผมเพิ่งรู้ว่าพิธาไม่ได้ชอบจัสเพราะพิธาชอบก้อยไม่ได้ชอบลาบไอ้หน้าลาบ
Maybe still just trying to get that for the orb, but it seems like Fnatic's idea is just to continuously put pressure on this side of the map.
มึงต่อยกูไหม
They're yet to really even go anywhere near the other side, but no, it is the same. Flash straight in, 3 players already rotating from the side of Pacific, and CNED off to a flying start. In fact, he's got 7 alongside him, looking much better versus the bonus. A fair few weapons alongside it. Question will be, is there any response? Nearly every member of Pacific now here, and 7 starting to thrive. Cupid alongside him. Oh, Crashes that big rounds, but it's going to be an end-zone for Pacific.
What a way to answer back. Squash any hopes of Fnatic riding that early wave, keep the finances in check, and ultimately prevent them from really ultimate for this first old cycle. Would have been crucial. For me, at least, for Pacific to keep Fnatic honest here.
คนเกลียด Fnatic เพราะมันกากหรือจะเชียร์เพราะกูเชียร์เนี่ย
Crash is still halfway past for the Seekers, but can you look elsewhere? The pit and the divide.
เลยที่ชื่ออินเดียแต่ใช้โค้ดเนม JJaz เพื่อกลบเกลื่อนว่าตัวเองไม่ใช่คนอินเดีย
something together in terms of an
แล้วบังได้เล่น
execute.
เว็บที่นับ6-7ยังบังทำได้กี่ที
เล่นละครับ300ครับ
Beckham is watching, waiting, but he's just been domed by CNED. Another fantastic start to the round for the Turkish duelist. And now Fnatic almost feel like they need to react.
เอา200เหรอเดี๋ยววันนี้300เนี่ยวันเนี้ยจัดไม่ล่างจัดถั่วนี่ก็พูดถูก
Patiently waiting, just in case there
ไหว
is
ไหว
any
ไหวใจเย็น
aggression.
พวกกูไม่ต้องการไวเปอร์ครับเราเนี่ยมันไม่แผนครับ
But they are now doubling back down on gaining the A control that they lost, and the patience of Alpha does get him one. But again, Pacific very quick to keep that advantage.
รอดูครับ
And still, an ability to slow some of these rounds down for Pacific. The key ultimately to this defensive side. Kayak. Find 7 here off the ropes. Ninja forced further forward by this stun. Might be isolated here.
They're just it's so difficult to hit those neons while they fly. And while CNED would love to have the support, but right now he's waiting for that rotation, almost trying to bait his team, but his teammates caught swinging. It's on to CNED. And what was a very short-lived build into this defensive half. Fnatic are back level once
วัน
again.
นั้นเพื่อนไปสยามเห็นว่ามีงานอะไรวาโร่นี่แหละแล้วมันบอกเหมือนเห็นตัวว่าจะเข้าไปทักตอนนั้นแต่มันไม่แน่ใจใช่จัสไหม
in terms of progress towards this first old cycle here, but again, what's key for me is this might be the approach for Pacific now. The ability to slow down, and obviously Fnatic probably having a good read on that situation. Again, just isolating some of these side anchors with utility.
ไอ้มึงเจอคนอินเดียใครมึงคิดว่าเป็นกูไม่ได้นะเว้ยเฮีย
In here now, showstopper in hand, crashes, one off the
ปาบนมาดิ
Seekers.
ครับ
A quick pace change here. Kayak will find 7.
ไม่ใช่จัดหรอกไม่ใช่ครับวันนั้นไม่ได้ขายครับวันนั้นพักงานวันนั้นพักงานอยู่ถ้าเป็นวันหนึ่งอาจจะเป็นชัดนะวันอื่นอ่ะ
Holding onto the ground.
แต่วันนั้นพักงานไง
Nothing found other than space. That space
ลอง
though
ทั้งดู
went
วัน
up
อื่นอาจจะเป็น
against
ชัด
some
ครับ
weaker weaponry can
สยามนี้คนซื้อเยอะเลย
be seen there actually entering a lot. It seems like a couple of the players are falling all the way
ยังไงครับยังไงครับขออนุญาตขึ้นนำครับขออนุญาตขึ้นนำครับ
I can only assume this is we want to try and kill some people as they exit.
Yes, yeah. Probably just to chip away at this
เตรียมจัดสุกุดีครับ
this inventory that
แต่
Fnatic have right
เดี๋ยว
now.
รอบหน้ามาดูช่องปินตาครับได้เลยครับ
Again, really, I mean,
ขอบคุณ
Kayak,
คำน้อง
the
ชาย
next one in terms of old progress. A kill and dying
เก่ง
here.
ไงเอาบลายออกเสร็จเข้าเหรอ
Take that any day of the week.
8-10-8-10-9-10-10-10-10-11-11-11 มาจากอนาคต
ตลกครับไอ้เหี้ยตลกครับ
Oh, at least Cupid will just go down to the spike. 9-8.
วันนั้นลูกน้องหายจิมมี่สวัสดีครับแกทักทายแฟนฉันกับแคปเปอร์ยังทักทายแคปเปอร์ไปแล้วสวัสดีครับแฟนเจ็บแปนครับ
5-0 down in the first half. We were almost just waiting for this comeback to eventually comes
สกิน
through.
ใหม่ให้
They
กี่
are
คะแนน
now in
ส
the
อง
lead
คะ
for
แนน
the
เต็ม
first
10
time. Even still, though, we have to look at Pacific. We've said they always bring it close, but it never quite works out. Is this now just going to be the run to the finish for Fnatic, or are we still going to see some of that contention? Because I've liked the aggressive stance they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. I think here, especially on a rifle round for Pacific, if you're going to make a go of things, yeah, while it's a positive sure to slow things down, you want to see them be decisive here in some of these. Yeah, not really willing to go forward, and on the back of Cena having a great first half, and a couple of other members. A little surprising to see. Will find a free beat through the smoke.
Now they feel like they have to re-aggress as well, but
I've got your trail.
ไม่ครับมันตัวสำเร็จสำเร็จไว้กินเนี่ย
alongside.
สวย
Ninja down.
Concealment.
A long rotation through the spawn once again. The Seekers maybe not quite
เซ
giving
ฟ
away
ป่ะ
the
เซฟป่ะ
position.
พวกมึงเซฟป่ะเซฟป่ะแต่ตังค์ไม่มีนะแต่ตัง
But
ค์ไม่
even
มีนะ
still, once again, you look at this and go, financially, is this worth it?
Again, I mean, 7 sitting at 650.
ลาแม่งมาลาแม่งมาลาแม่งมา
Where are you
เห็น
going?
ไลฟ์ในงานวันนั้น แต่ทำไมเดินเข้าไปทักพูดว่า
ว่า
นายจ้านาย
Well,
จ๋า
kept in check for the time being, but
บาง
probably
มา
a good
จาก
read
อิ
of
น
the
เดียซื้อ
situation
เตียง
now.
ล้างไปยิ
Cooper.
งถูดเมีย
ไม่ใช่ครับ
A million miles away
มึงไป
from
ทัก
this.
ใครเนี่ยเฮีย
Oh, he's clearing this
I
out.
was going to say, taking the time to dry off a little bit.
บางผมอยากรู้
I
ว่า
guess you know
เรา
you
จะ
can't
ทำ
get
ให้
picked
เปิ
on
ด
main
บ้างยัง
because
ไง
your
ผม
teammates
เวลา
there,
เจอ
so
สถานการณ์ที่ยิงฟรี
it's a
ได้
safe
3 ถึง
space.
4 ตัวอย่าง
They
มาก
didn't
จะบ
check
อล
it in
ได้
the
2
last
แล้ว
half,
จะ
so
ไปยิง
maybe
ตัว
the
อื่นไม่ทัน
opponents
เล
won't either.
ย
But I mean, looking at this now, like I said, this is the point where you'd ultimately want to see Pacific make a stand. One off the nightfall, like I said, 7, one away from the showstopper. That's a mouthful. Shevin.
พี่จัสผม7 ขวบแล้วไปบอกแม่อยากชักว่าวแม่ถามจำมาจากไหนผมบอกพี่จัสสอนมาแม่ที่เลิกคบเลยทำไม
Looking way more comfortable this week, yeah.
Yeah, like we saw the aggression he had outside A main where he just immediately, I think he
น้อง
popped
ทำดีๆน้องไอ้เหี้ยทำดีๆน้อง
head, just he swings around the
ทำดีๆน้อง
corner. Like, he's looked very, very good. It's just
แม่ง
when
เล
he's not
ย
in position,
โอ้ย
there hasn't been too much else. And even the sort
ไม่
of
ใช่นะครับ
attack side when you had CNET and Ninja, like them
พี่
swinging
เป็นเด็ก
together,
ดีครับ
looked really
ไม่
nice.
เคยสอนอะไรอย่างงี้
But
นะ
now we're starting to see the holes because, as
ใครมาว่า
always,
Pacific
don't get everyone at once.
No.
สกินกุหลาบให้กี่คะแนนเฉพาะแวนดอลเหรอ เฮ้ยดูไปดูมากูชอบนะเนี่ยตอนเนี้ยว่าไป8เลยว่ะ
This would potentially be number 11 for Fnatic, and
เสียดายไม่ได้ซื้ออ่ะ
can you look at the money behind this purchase when we come back into this round?
พี่ชายคาดหวังคูโร2.0ไหมไม่ครับพี่ไม่คาดหวังกับสกินแล้วพี่พูดจริงไปเอ้ยให้เวลาให้เขาเวลาเขาหายใจหน่อยครับปาซิฟิกโอ้ยใจเย็นใจเย็นใจเย็นเร็วเลื่อนไปเอ้ยใจเย็นใจเย็นใจเย็นพี่ตัดสกินใหม่เลยเหรอไม่เอาว่ะน้องมาดูไอ้นี่ไปว่ะโอ้ยใจเย็นครับอย่าเพิ่งไอ้นี่กันเราจบเกมก่อนเรารอเลื่อนไงเอ้ยใจเย็นพอสกินนี่ไม่ดี
จัสจำเราได้ไหมเราเล่นจัสตอนทีเผลอกินน้ำอบสำลัก
เรายังรอดอยู่ยังรอดอยู่
It's not really a necessity.
สกินหมายว่าไงครับ2 เต็ม 10ครับ
See, talk about the old cycle once more. 7, much slower game for him here on the split for sure, but a chance here maybe turn a new leaf. One off the showstopper.
ใจเย็นครับพ่อแม่พี่น้องครับ
Fnatic looking to potentially make early progress.
เอาแบบไม่หยาบจะไม่เอวแบบพอในเฮ้ยอะไรเงี้ย
One more for the nightfall, but he does actually slip away from elbow.
This looks like he's just trying to pop one and then back his
He's not far off with that.
Yeah, he hit a couple of taps onto KAIC, although he'll at least be he'll back up to 100. He knows that they've lost.
ไม่ลบเขาเล่าให้ฟังไง
Ready and waiting, CNET getting ready to go, and it's wiped out. The resource from his teammates have done wonderfully. Even a secondary stun as they look to try and fade away. Spike can't be retrieved though.
จัดอยู่ฝั่งต้าอยู่ฝั่งยักษ์ครับคืออะไรอ่ะ
This 1v1 back
อยู่
to the
ฝั่ง
skirt.
คนครับ
Cupid's actually given up the site here.
ใจเย็นมึง3 ใจเย็นครับเรายังไม่จบครับ
Is going to leave the B site wide open. Bosta has backfilled this. 7 still a little bit away from this. Even looking at it here. KAIC ultimate short. Maybe just putting faith in this retake in terms of
บางวันนั้นผมเห็นบางไปยืนตรง BTS สยามด้วยแล้วก็ไปยืนร้องเพลงอ่ะ
ร้องเพลงอะไร
นี้อะบาง
Nightfall in here, you can clear so much of the site.
เขาอุตส่าห์
But if
เบา
Boaster
หลี
manages
ใน
to get ahead of it,
เชี่ยอะไรวะ
it'll be a little bit
อย่า
more
หูหลี
trouble.
ลองอ่อง
Nightfall getting prepared.
It's not going to catch him.
It won't catch him.
Wait,
He's
no,
now
no.
taking the graph. Less
We don't.
utility going through on the other side, but he looks to go back in the other direction. Now Vekaj is left completely alone. They're already getting onto that spike, and Kayak from above is also only on 35 HP. Vekaj has to do everything, and they are just sticking this the majority of the way. They're given a chance. It's a fadeaway shot from CNED. Back down to 1. Pacific not done yet.
As I said, must win. It comes right down to the wire. Boaster, maybe a mini-map moment or something there. They're not caught by the Nightfall. A chance to
คนนี้
absolutely
เองหรอที่สอนลูกแม่
rip
ค
this
รับว่า
one
วี
away
นะ
from
แม่รู้ว่า
Pacific.
หนูเลยพาไปสนามหลวง ทีหลังอย่าสอนเด็กๆอย่างนี้นะลูกให้โตตามธรรมชาติดีกว่าแม่แค่มาเตื
Consecutive
อน
losses for
ไม่ใช่
Pacific.
ครับแม่ครับไม่ใช่ครับ
Touching
ไอ้
distance.
เชี่ยกูจะโดนจับไหมเนี่ย
We get think your heart rate monitor.
No, no.
Doesn't
That's
go
the next
high
step
enough.
for the no. That's the next step for the coach booth. Just the heart rates. Actually, I mean, you onto something there.
ใครแม่ทีมนี้ทำอะไรไม่ได้เอ้ยไหวรอก่อน
People can donate to
หมดยุคละมั้งยังครับตีนครับ
out the front of the monitor. I don't think Pipsons would stop.
No.
จะเชียร์ทีมไหนครับฟนาติกครับนิวเชียร์ใครครับ
Chance to maybe do some work.
อ๋อไม่มันมีคนพิมพ์หมู่อยู่บ้านแดง
Ultimate is available for him
หมด
as
ยุคเป็ด
well.
ใครไม่รู้ว่าจะมีกลับมา
พี่จัสจำผมได้ไหมครับ วันนั้นที่พี่ถามผมว่าโรตีนี่เอาธรรมดาหรือใส่ไข่ครับ
ครับจำได้ครับแพ็กแล้วแพ็กก็มาบอกเอาใจใครครับบิ๊กก็เลย
Pin
จัดไปครับ
down somebody in terms of an opening engagement. Kayak desperate to maybe catch Cupid. Force out the gravity well here, and Boaster has found Alorante.
They've caught that mid presence.
Still
Still looking at that showstopper though. It's not in a bad place.
Ninja, he's going forward here with the Prowler. Could get backfield, yeah.
Immediate rotation as well.
บี
This
วะ
is
ครับ
where
บี
you
ว่าบี
see
มีคนเดียวอ่ะบีมีคนเดียวอ่ะ
quickly onto the scene. And with 30 seconds left, kind of committed at this point.
I mean, unless Alpha can make some noise, posture up a little bit here.
Yeah.
No chance for a rotation here. Kayak going to pop the ult and head into sight.
Leading the way, hit by the showstopper, 14 seconds. This is looking like the Fnatic of old. They need to get in, and they need to get in now, and it has all fallen apart. The time, seemingly their biggest enemy, and at this point, just fade away. They just got to hold on to the weapons, survive the round. And we thought the Fnatic were going to run away with it, but Pacific have leveled once again.
All tied up, not something I expected to be saying, especially in this opening map, but Pacific looking to do the Pacific thing, man, make this close, and it wouldn't be Fnatic without it.
โอ้ยแล้วกูชูกินอยู่โคตรไม่เอาครับอีเหี้ย
Now we come back to that criticism of inability to close out. Is this one you throw into that bucket, Tom? In terms of Pacific here, double digits.
เชี่ยเอ้ยไม่ทำเอาเหรอเฮ้ย
Look at actually the funds behind this. It's semi-protected for Fnatic, but Kayak's ult popped. Alpha's 2 away.
Yeah.
Don't have that tool available to offset that.
It feels mean, but I'm still nowhere near a point where I believe, even though it's 10-10, even though they've had a good fight all the way through.
You are hate watching right now.
No, but it's just, I always have faith in Fnatic to close, and I don't have it in Pacific. It's like they're the two opposites fighting against each other. And I don't know, I think until we see them hit that 13th round, it's going to be difficult to believe. Timing.
โอ้เอาไงวะ
That's not found Cooper, but the nade will delay them anyway. Maybe remove the expectation. The spike is already running back in the other direction. The Prowler sent through once again, but still finding nothing.
CNED's on this angle with an op though. And will slip into elbow.
โอ้น่ากลัวว่ะ
Again, taking their sweet
30
time with this.
วิไอ้เหี้ย
Ninja's going to be the first one to be
30 วิเอ้ย
spotted. It's all because I've seen it. Missing onto Kayak and now identified.
Needs some help or needs to escape. Diving into the site. And this time they have found themselves the post.
มีเล่นของเล่นหมีเล่นมอหมีเล่นยาจัสว่าหมีเล่นอะไรดีขอทายว่าจัสจะเลือกหมีเล่นหวยถูกไหม
Pacific just waiting for everybody to be on point, everybody to be in position, but still they have to be wary. of the player in the background, or maybe they have to be wary for the player on site. Already one up for KAIC. Doubling up alongside, but Vecca's just fallen. In the meantime, though, again, it's this double list! And again, KAIC taking over. Boaster there to close, but...
Whoa.
We've called this man for a long time, that #1 duelist in EMEA. When he's on.
That was clean from
KAIC.
And obviously finding CNED for free, but in the follow-up here, look at this adjustment. Absolutely
บางช่วงนี้ได้ดูบอลบ้างไหมไม่ดูเลยครับว่าสิงห์บลูเป็นไงแล้วไหนตอนแรกบอกจะตบปืนไม่ใช่หรอวะบางจำได้นะที่ตอนนั้นบางพูดไงว่าตอนวัยรุ่นบางชอบเล่นบอลมากเล่นบอลทีละหลายลูกเลยแล้วบางก็ชอบกับบอลทุกวันนี้
ฝึกบอลไงแล้วตอนนี้หลายลูกใหญ่ยิงหลายลูกเซฟหลายลูกพร้อมๆกัน
They just can't kill him and then there's a
elbowเฮเว่นก็ได้สวย
surprise but that surprise is cool. Alorente still does well. CNED was forced to back out of the site and 7 looking to try and re-clear back towards the ramp. And if it wasn't bad enough, KAIC's now got his HP! The KAIC he uses the bike to spin! That's good! Now 7 has got rid of Boaster as well. It should have been a done deal. Signed, sealed, delivered. Instead, it gets dangerous. But KAIC has just been a safe pair of hands. Every round, the unstoppable force with Crashies alongside him. And Cupid still only on an SMG needs to close the distance. And you just
that's my duelist, bro!
Another 4K to add to the collection. And Fnatic, well, they've got one man to thank if they win this match.
A 3K into a 4K. Insane from KAIC. The divide and the pit getting popped at the same time. Caught with his pants down. Well, you think it's just going to be Pacific to really swing the pendulum here.
2 coffees, 1 Red Bull. He's like this.
We're talking about KAIC's consumption.
กาแฟ2 แก้วเลนบู1 กล่องทำให้แคปเป็นอย่างนี้ครับมาเวลสวัสดีครับทำให้ผมเตะส้มขาวสวัสดีครับน้องชาย
Well, this time though, we'll actually at least trade this kill towards A main. CNED able to reset behind it. Pit towards mid here will be given up immediately by Alorente. Again, it's the weaponry that's going to cause an issue here if Fnatic decide to stick the landing here. But
they got him.
Crashes down, he opened, reloaded.
เฮ้ยไปคัดปะเรื่องเนี้ยได้แล้วเพื่อน
Look at Cupid.
เรื่องเนี้ยได้แล้วเพื่อนปะ
Killed the 2 players that have been causing them issues. It feels like maybe another Crashies round. He seems aware, but not quite aware enough, and that's the spike. Caught trying to go back.
I'm
just going to give it up. Look to regroup with his team.
Boaster.
Oh, not a judge. This is the one weapon you didn't want to come up against.
Oh, he gives him the other.
No, why?
Reverse Houdini as both appear. But they are now running back in the other direction. Clearly feeling like this is going to be a B plant.
Maybe a mystery there based on Boaster.
ถึงเวลาฮีโร่ออกลงเว้ย
If only he had a pit
เวลาฮีโร่ออกลงเว้ยทำไมเขาเล่นสกายเยอะบัฟมันเหรอครับใช่ครับ
Gonna lap this one up. Oh no.
Oh no, he's had a quiet game so far. Still the 3rd player looking to wrap him in from the same position. It's all going to come down to timing. Does he look away or is he just going to hold on? Oh, it is tight. As it always is with Pacific. But 7, make sure that we are going to go the distance, Mike.
No way.
For Pacific, 7 trying to rile everybody up here. Again, it's so messy. So many situations in this where it really just hangs in the balance for both of these teams. Again, Boaster just the timing there is heartbreaking. Come back in here, still a broken bite for Pacific, but at least looking better than Fnatic on the other side. KAIC able to offset that here with an ultimate potentially. Boaster down on a Spectre.
ป่าบวชสปายว่ะ
about the only other thing within touching distance for Fnatic.
ปืนพวกกูกองแก๊งเลยเฮียเรานี้
Just missing 1 ninja and Cupid the same.
It almost feels like it's in Pacific's favor, but well, we thought that through the first half, and look how the tides changed. Alfier on the sniper, at least a couple of light shields. One of them.
โอ้ดันบีครับดันบียืดบีเรียบร้อยอีเหี้ยเอ้ยแคชี่
The spike. They are rounding.
Well, Crashes at least heard that.
Crashes, yeah. I think that'll be enough to make him retreat. And does he retreat far
วัดป่ะวัด
enough?
ป่ะวัดป่ะวัดป่ะวัดป่ะ
Just about works out for him. The whole force of this defense side
เชี่
pushing
ยอะไรวะ
out.
เนี่ยเชี่ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
There's so much space to play into here, and again that set up from Pacific huddled into sight.
Oh, here goes Kayak, the man who's ended the majority of rounds, looking to end
ตัว
another.
นึงสวย
Clearing both players from
ปา
the
โบ๊ท
side, and the wraparound is only
โอ้
just
เชี่ย
making
มัน
it
มาเข้านี่ว่ะเข้าหลังเลยว่ะ
an
หลังสุด
extra
เลยว่ะแชท
second could have made all the difference, and instead now trapped in.
อย่าโยนอย่าโยนอย่าโยนอย่าโยนอย่าโยน
Trying to make
ส
it
วย
once again. It's close, but no cigar. Fnatic, we thought this was going to be an easy victory. Instead, it ends out 13-11. Nonetheless, they take the
เอา
win.
เว้ยเอาเว้ยเอาเว้ยเอาเว้ยเอาเว้ยเอาเว้ยเอาเว้ยเห็นทีมที่ดัดเชียร์แพ้มาสะใจไม่มีคำว่าแพ้นะครับไม่มีคำว่าแพ้นะครับมึงเนี่ยบอกไว้ก่อน
Look at me at the camera.
Have you been a
จบ
bad
แมตช์
bad
แรก
boy?
ก็ยังไง
You're a bad boy.
เฮ้ย
หลัก
ใจ
การ
เย็
ของ
น
ไทยที
เฮ้ย
แล้วมาไม่ก็ฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดตีตามให้ผมน้อยนะแหน
ฟังกูเลยนะทุกคนนะ
แหวนจะได้เปิดกล้ามองเห็นนะแหน
ดาวไปยูแมน
เบลอย่าวู้แหนเลิฟ
เลิฟยู
โร
เบลเพราะนั้นติดสวยฮะ
ถ้าจัสได้ยินเสียงนี้จัสจะลืมว่าตัวเองเคยเป็นเห็นไหมลืมแล้ว
ผมไม่เคยเป็นไม่มีแพ้ผมดูอยู่มาเตอร์ที่ผ่านมาจริงครับฟิวพูดดูครับสัญญากันแล้วดิเพื่อนจัดไม่ได้เลือนแบบสนุกไม่ใช่ด่างกันแบบไม่เอามันดูไม่น่ารักไม่เอาได้ไหมสนุกไงโอ้โหมึงด่าจมดินเลยอะโอ้ยเย้ยเพ่งมึงซ้ำด้วยอะขอบคุณครับซีโร่กูไม่น่ารักมากนั่นไงไม่เอาครับทุกคนครับเกมจบแล้วจบ
ไออยากใช้แวนด้าตั้งแต่แรกก็จบแล้ว
ใช่ไหมจะทำอะไรโฆษณาคิดแคทอยากกินคิดแคทเลยว่ะพูดถึงอ่ะคิดแคทมันอร่อยอ่ะแต่มันแพงป่ะมันเพิ่มราคาป่ะเช็ดตั้งแต่มันโดนขโมยอ่ะมันเพิ่มราคาป่ะใช่ป่ะแม่ป่าบอกว่าไม่จำเหมือนคนท้ายโอ้มันรีบมั้งมันรีบไปคุยแผนแมป2ไงหูฟังที่ได้แข่งแชมป์ราคาเท่าไหร่ครับน่าเป็นหลักหมื่นนะครับมันใช้ของแพงกันจริงเว้ยดีนะเชียร์Fnaticใช่ไหมจัดโอเคก็ได้ครับเชียร์ครับเดมูนครับแม้เลขจะเป็นเลข2ก็จริงนะเดมูนแต่เราเชื่อนะ21ขอ20ได้ไหมโลตัสเราเลือกมาเนี่ยหนีนอนดีกว่าเฮ้ยดูแมป2กันสิแมป2กิมไว้ครับโลตัสเราเลือกมาครับโลตัสมาสเตอร์คาร์ดFnatic PCIFIC นะครับเวลามีคนหนึ่งทำไมเวลามีคนพูดถึงชื่อพ่อจะต้องบอกให้หยุดด้วยก็มันรอชื่อพ่อกูอ่ะเฮ้ยถ้ามีคนรอชื่อพ่อมึงไม่บอกให้มันหยุดหรอมึงชอบหรออีเหี้ย2-1 Pacific ชนะเอาแฮลนะเบ้ลืมเลยว่าปอฝากเชียร์Fnaticเอาไงดีฟ้องปอได้ไหมเนี่ย
ราชาไม่หวั่นไหวราชาไม่โลเลราชาไม่พึ่งใครราชาไม่มีวันยอมแพ้ราชาไม่เคยเป็นที่2 forever
เอาสัตว์เอาแค่นี้ไอ้ที่ลามไม่สัตว์เดี๋ยวก่อนเก้าอี้2มึงนั่งแล้วตู่ขึ้นสวรรค์เลยไหมครับขึ้นเลยครับน้องเพราะแบบฟินเลยอ่ะไม่ครับไม่เกี่ยวครับ พี่ว่าอีเมใครได้ไปลอนดอนเนาะฟุตฟนาติกแล้วก็ใครทีมมึงดีวะลิควิดอ่ะอาจจะมีสิทธิ์ลิควิดเขาแค่เรียกชื่อเองไม่ได้ด่าสักหน่อยจะร้อนทำไมอ่ะมึงก็พูดถูกเป็นไปเลยยังอยู่ไหมครับยังอยู่ครับ เข้ารอบยังไม่น่ามั้งชิต้าลาพิจายเพิ่งได้มาดูสวัสดีครับชิต้าปกติเริ่มแข่งไปแล้วเหรอครับใช่ครับไออันนี้แมป2ครับพอรักมันทำร้ายเลยย้ายมาทำรถพอมามันลดเลยดูดหมดประชดรัก
I think on the second half we just had people really show up when needed. KAИ had some really nice rounds and ultimately that's enough for split.
ตุรกีเกาหลีตุรกีนี่เกาหลีชนยุโรปไหมวะปวดจัด
Get to the double digits on split and aren't quite able to close it out. Initial thoughts on that first map.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but it's what I spoke about with Apex last year. It's so close.
โอ้โหเอลมันรวมพลเนี่ย
I think it's similar themes from last week as well with the GX game. Now, sure.
อะไรแบมบูแลบไอ้ที่นี่ก็สแกมกูจังเลยเนี่ยอันนี้ไอ้เหี้ยแม่งกูได้เมลสแกมทุกวันเลยว่ะแชท
You're now playing against some of the best or the best team that we have in the region and I mean, the thing is with Pacific, they really impressed me here, but it's these key margins, these little differences on, for instance, that last that really make you feel sorry for Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuff like converting advantages, right? It sounds really basic, but against a team like Fnatic, that is where you're getting those extra margins.
อันนี้ค่าโรตีที่ติดไว้ครับรักจัสนะครับจุ๊บ always support ครับ
โอ้ยขอบคุณครับแพ็กจุ๊บครับผม
Yeah, 100%.
There was that one where they looped
ขอบคุณครับ
and I was thinking like, oh my god, is this how this is going to go?
กินเบอร์ W Packs
Yeah, at points I think it's easy to fall.
เขาเรียกน้องที่พัดผ้ากันมากูเชียร์ฟนาติกใครอยากมาเชียร์ฟนาติกเชียร์ได้นะครับเราไม่ว่างกันนะถ้าคุณอยากจะย้ายมาเราพร้อมเปิดรับพวกคุณเสมอนะครับเอาไหมครับเราให้โอกาส
What do you think it was that was the difference maker in this double Gillis head up boys?
เรามันใจกว้างอะจะดูแข่งต่อไหมครับดูต่อครับเนี่ยยังไม่จบเลยครับโอโซนต่อไปแมป2ครับพร้อมแล้วกูไปรับเราจะได้แฟนคลับเยอะๆไงรวมเชียร์กันเยอะพลังมันจะเยอะๆเนี่ยกูไม่ย้ายแต่ถ้ากูไม่เชียร์เดี๋ยวมีคนงอนโอเคไม่รักแปซิฟิกออกจากไทยไปเลยสัตว์จะรักจะแต่ฟนาติกอาจจะยังครับทีมมันหุ่นนะครับแพ็คมาไหมครับมันหุ่นจริงนะ
รักแรกมันยากรักมากมันยากรักเธอเป็นคนแรกจะเปิดซิงโคตรยากร้องเพลงก็เพราะอาย
พวกมันไม่ใช่อย่างนั้นนะมันอย่างนั้นหรอวะกูไม่น่าใช่อย่างนั้นนะบทความเนี่ยกลัวแปลกๆว่ะเนี่ยฉันรู้สึกว่าเดือนนี้มันไปช้าป่ะวะแชทมีใครรู้สึกป่ะ
Are we surprised at this point?
No, I has to be honest. Like, we had the moment last year with the Prince of Pistols stuff. Like, that's the thing that
ทีมขี้โม้โอ้โห
Fnatic from just a good team.
KFC ไม่จัดไอเจดีว่ะเอาไว้ตอนอเมริกาไหมพี่จัดดูยาวๆไหมครับหรือพักก่อนแล้วค่อยมาดูอีกคู่พักก่อนนะครับถ้ามันจบไวนะโอเคไหมพักก่อนไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวตัวระเบิดเพราะเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้เช้าไม่ใช่พรุ่งนี้เช้าพรุ่งนี้บ่ายเนาะวันนี้บ่ายเราไปดู Pacific ต่อ Global เจอกับย้ายต่อยกันมาวะแชทมึงว่าไงวะใช่ป่าววะ
It's harsh to call it, but it's a bit. It was muddy. It was scrappy. I think that's when you've got to see your big name.
เดือดเฮ้ย
Opponents said on the other side as well. So let's go and have a listen in to see what Thinky and their other.
KAИ with India Esport มันมีเทศกาลไงเดือนนี้หรอดูทำตัวไอ้จัดไอ้เร็วไอ้ช่วยโอ้โหได้ดูไหมครับจะไปเอาโอโซน
We try to learn from Cholo Simeone, let's see if we can bring the let's see if we can
เขามีประเด็นกันเหรอเอ้าก็ฟอสไงฟอสกับเทอร์เมียครับตอนทันรอนน่ะที่ไม่ชนหมัดกันนะคิดเต้นไม่รู้ทันหรือเปล่าทันไหม
I mean, I thought Lohan was supposed to be the Mourinho type, so I'm not.
จะลงไหมโอ้ด่าจันไม่ว่าครับว่าจันไม่ด่าจันไม่ว่ากันครับ
Guardiola's got the hair for it.
เงินเดือนทารอนตลกไอ้เหี้ยตลกนะมึงอ่ะตลกนะสัตว์ตรงหน้ายิ้มมาตลกนะมึงอ่ะเยอะมึงตาจะไล่อยู่วะครับดูเอไม่ดูแต่พักก่อนนะเดี๋ยวพักแล้วมานะเอเน่โอเคป่ะไวจัดไอ้หัวใหญ่ไข่เร็วแกท็อปอัพมีเติม 7K มีน่าจะมีนะครับไม่ยิ้มหักอย่าลืมไปใช้โค้ด JJaz นะโอเคไหมได้ส่วนลดด้วยอันนี้คู่ไหนครับคู่2ครับ
We'd even seen triple sentinel played on this map historically, and that did.
What the fuck?
I mean, it feels like patchwork at times when you bring this agent out, but you can simplify a lot of angles, make it difficult to clear. Double slows against a team that plays
What?
30 seconds on their attack.
อันนี้คืออะไรแชท
Hey, if you can bank those, who knows?
I mean, I'm gonna say that like I would rather sub out the veto for a Vise.
กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์จำไม่ได้ครับแต่ลองอย่าลืมนะใช้โค้ดดูมีส่วนลดเพิ่มครับและเราใช้แกท็อปอัพมันมีเก็บเหรียญด้วยเก็บคอยอ่ะเป็นส่วนลดรอบหน้าด้วยอีกใช้ได้2 อันพร้อมกันเลยแล้วใช้ได้หลายรอบครับนะ JJaz ใช้ได้ไม่จำกัดครับ JJaz
Fnatic though, I mean, they've switched up, right? We're with the Neon here.
เซวิโต้2 เซตแปลกมากกูเดานะ1A เอ้ย 1C 1B 3A ตอนกันอะตอนบุกกูไม่รู้ว่ะ
So I was just waiting to see what reaction we got there, but yeah, I mean, they came close.
I think there was none.
They came close. Will they come close here, Tom?
เอ้ยกูเดาออกอะ
Park in the bus, which I will say to say.
จุดยิงยาวเลยไหมไม่เดี๋ยวพี่ตัดจบเสร็จใช่ไหมขอพักไปกินข้าวก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวมา
I hope this is a little bit fun to watch, otherwise this is going to be my nightmare. Well, we saw a close series.
นี่ไม่หนีเชื่อกูดิสตรีมเมอร์ที่จริงใจที่สุดแล้วในยุคนี้
There's been their map for the longest time, and I feel like this one should be dominant. I thought then.
เวคัสมาจากไหนครับ MA ครับ
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. I would have expected Split to be way more one-sided.
มาแฮทแมป2ครับผม
Put it in the same category.
แบบนี้ตอนนั้นเป็นคนเลือกมาครับ
It's going to be a comfort diff here. Again, you bring out
อ้าวเดี๋ยวนั้นมัน 1A 1B 3C อีเหี้ย
to employ, but it's all about the execution here.
A little bit shaky. We've seen teams try to counter this comp from Fnatic or this similar comp with arrays for years, and so we'll see maybe Pacific will finally be the ones to do it. The Sage Wall still managed to get access to the site, and they've already found Ninja. 3 players looking to come in on the flank. Come on, Beckham has rightly to Matt last map. It seems like he's had enough.
Alpha will be found here, but has bought a ton of time. Look at the mini-map. Both are slipping all the way into B site here. A ton of work to do to get out of the tree.
โอเคแม่เห็นได้เฮ้ย
He's been doing great, but they still need to get past Crashies lurking around the edge of the smoke.
สวย
He will be there to close the round. A triple to start. And I'll be honest, the Sage Wall looked like it hindered them more than it hindered Fnatic.
Yeah, whether or not this is the kind of MO here, but to anchor on the Sage, and if Fnatic can identify that timing opportunity, I think they're probably going to try and exploit that. But that's why I'm still curious to see some of the ideas maybe the Pacific have cooked up around this composition. A little unorthodox, you could say. Always happy to see teams experiment.
Yeah, I remember Foot running a Sage on this map back in the day, but they also run it with, I think it was no flashes.
Yeah.
ชื่อทีมอะไรครับ Fnatic แต่ Pacific ครับ แบบแรกใครชนะพนันติครับดุกดุย
match that.
Yeah, I wondered where you were going
พนัน
with
ตินำ
that.
1-0
I'm a bit nervous for them when it comes to the attack side, because getting out of some of those chokes is going to be pretty difficult. They do have prowlers, they do have a little bit more.
Yeah, but you are stacking your chips in terms of
ตอนนี้
having
โซน
a
บ้าน
very
เราใครการันตี
successful
เพย์ออฟมีแค่ฟูลเซนครับ
defensive side. So we talk about the split record, which has been towards the top of their preferred map pool. Obviously, maybe righting their wrongs a little bit here today.
เหมือนชื่อดัวเลยเหรอครับใช่ครับ
Fnatic
มันมีชื่อทีมนี้เหมือนกัน
asking the same thing once more. Again, we'll at least get a hint of Pacific's whereabouts. Question mark still towards A for Vekaj. Looks like Fnatic might just follow through here.
Yeah, the worry for me in particular on this map, though, is that this is on split. I feel like
ถึ
at
งวันนี้ก็
times
แอบเศร้า
it's
ไว้
not
จัด
been
โตมา
the greatest map
23 ปีแล้ว
for
ไม่มีอะไร
both
เป็นของตัวเองเลย
calling
ข
wise. I
นาด
don't
คน
think they
คุย
have a
ก็ของ
really
คน
favored
อื่น
split. It's one of their best maps. This map, I still will stand by that he's
เอ
the best
อมัน
for
แค่ยังไม่ถึงเวลาเราเว้ย
definitely.
เพื่อนเนาะ
I mean, you talk about comfort zones for
ใช่ไหม
teams in general.
Well, look at the space they've already made. Look at the seaside. Look at where Alfia is. Look at where the spike's going.
มีกู
And like
มี
they've,
กู
I know that this one's a gambly sort
อัน
of
นี้ได้ไหมล่ะ
round,
มีขวบเป็น
they've
ตัวเอง
set
อ่ะ
themselves up for success, an opportunity to build those orbs, especially on the
เรีย
two
กอีกคน
players
ลา
that
แพ้
already
10
had
วิสุด
them.
ท้าย
They were the ones that got the kills in the last round. Crashies is now 2 away from having that nightfall going into round number 3.
And they're
คู่แรก
probably
ใครช
gonna
นะ
get him in a
พูดครับผ
position
ม
to find this one as well. Alpha's going to bait onto this angle. I think Ninja's probably got a good understanding of what's going on. Crashies will indeed find another 3K here, back to back for him. As you said, that ult progress early on could be pivotal to their success.
เชื่อแว่นมันที่จังหวะแชมป์มันเหมือนแว่นกันแดดเลยปะแต่มันไม่ใช่ปะ
From Pacific, I'm seeing an Odin in
ถ้าโดนเนี่ย
hand
มัน
for
กิน
7.
มึงแล้วเอลอยู่ตรงไหนในใจมึงเอาอยู่ตรงกลางเลยอ่ะ
Well, yeah, round 2. In zone flawless coming out from Fnatic.
ผม
This attack side has always been
มีมองกันนิดมองกันหน่อยเฮ้ย
face off again.
มีมองกันนิดมองกันหน่อย
Fnatic coming into this one with 5 rifles as well. Not going to make things any easier. A couple of
และผ
players
มและพี่
for
โอ้โหน้อง
Cena
เลย
at
ทุก
least
คน
that
อยู่ใน
would
ใจ
be
ค
one
รับ
shot
เออ
to that outlaw. But this is where I really want
แต่
to
คน
see
คง
the
หัวใจ
tech
พี่เนย
they've
นะ
got
โอเคไหม
this park the bus strat.
Alorante going to have
โบ
his
เตอร์ดู
hands
เยอะ
full
จัง
here.
เมมอยู่
Yeah, the bus is moving along.
โอ้ยกลับบ้านไปเล็งแหลมไปใจเย็นสิโลใจเย็น
Up onto the box here to try and
ไม่
find
เดือด
an
กันไม่เดือด
angle.
กันได้ไหม
Blocked
เนี่ย
off by the smoke right now. Nightfall posted through. Will get a ton
สวย
of
ไหมครับ
value in
โอ้
terms of tags for 7.
สวยกูเทศรู้ดิ
Alorante has found a kill though.
อันโนน
He's trapped in the corner.
สวยสวย
It's just not stopping from the previous map. KAIC gave it to his teammates for the first couple of rounds. Now him and Alpha, Ninja at least having control of the spike. But they're going to be able to fairly quickly figure out where he is. Well, now definitely no. Even allow them to take the spike away. And they're just going to completely reset this.
Yeah. You get another round that can have a ton of space across the map. Ninja still healthy.
30 seconds
KAIC
left.
tagged up. We'll get a
รู้แล้ว
confirmation here of
รู้
the
ข่าว
turret, but plenty of options in terms of plants.
Placing swamp
ที
grenade.
มาจะได้มาแปซิฟิกไม่เอาอยากให้น้องได้มานะ
Actually teed up to convert this bonus here and be off to a flying start.
Spike
I like
planted.
the positioning though. He's gone all the way back round after the contact of the turret. A clever move from Ninja. And did he spot the second player? Alfia just looking to run back towards the site and escape the timing. He gets tickled through the back of the box.
มีไข่เล่นเวลาได้เอารีบกดจัดอะ
But even just trying to bait the idea that maybe he'd already retreated away. Utilize that nano.
รีบจังอะ
1v1 for Ninja. Definitely a little bit more awkward. He's going to tank the damage just to try and cross, but it seems like Alpha at this point is well aware of where his opponent has gone and masterfully played in the end by Alpha. Yeah.
พี่เจเรียกมาตีมันผมเลยครับน้องเราเทดีครับน้องชาย
CT, but Ninja unfortunately again not much time there. Takes him a ton.
This is gross.
Yeah, disgusting from KAIC, and Alorante finds a kill. Unfortunately, can't get out of there.
Oh my god!
Pinned in by the stun.
Let's go man กลับไปกดฟอร์ดในไม่คนละนินจานะนี่คนละนินจานะ
Bucky in hand for CNED, Sheriff, a couple of other upgraded pistols, but round 4 going to be extremely difficult for Pacific to navigate.
Well, yeah, they're trying to use the early slow to just.
Hey,ด้วย
Okay.
โอ้ม
It was an optimistic
อะไรวะ
fight
คนหนึ่งเลยเมื่อกี้แต่โอเค
one that he's very happy to take.
แปลกว่ะเฮีย
Utility
เบรก
being
กับไอเสียงกับวิโต้ใช้เดียวกัน
I think Fnatic have realized
สุดไหนวะ
that
เวียนจริงๆมาแล้วตอนบุกมันจะบุกไงวะแชท
Issue being if Fnatic find that rhythm very early on with minimal resistance, that it's Lotus, man. That they will run away with this.
That guy's just waiting. They're going to fight him together, but they also get caught by Boaster on the cross. And that guy's just been like he had a very quiet first map up until the very end, where he almost managed to clutch out the game. But he started this one hot. And you have to bear in mind, in the last map, it was Pacific getting a 5-0 lead, the climb back constantly there for Fnatic, and eventually they close it out. If Fnatic get a hot start, it's safe to say I don't believe that that's going to happen the other way around.
No, I don't think you're valid with the early concern being raised that here you are stacking your chips. In terms of this composition, it's going to be really difficult to. I mean, because Fnatic love being so unpredictable on the defense as well.
นี่เหลือตอนจัดตะกอคนเดียวไปเลย
I think really this could be a done deal pending this first half scoreline. Again, Pacific not necessarily out of it just yet. They need to get the ball rolling for sure.
Also, you have to talk about the team that they destroyed on the defensive side of this map. They're a team that people are looking at as like, especially on attacks, they've been incredible with how fast, uncharacteristic, awkward they can be playing against. They made it look very, very easy. So I'm definitely already feeling that little bit more nervous for the side of Pacific.
And here, going to see early posture up from Alorante. Again, going to be forced to make a decision early on. Want to secure outside of A. So in a good position right now for Pacific.
Let's have a little listen in to how things are going.
ผมโชว์คุณสมบัติแบบนึงแล้วประสิทธิ์พี่
It could be neon up, to be fair.
They smoke C, bro.
They slow. They pull up now, and we do. The wall up.
I'll reveal for this.
I'm going to TP top rebel, probably. I think they want to recall their C, boys.
Ready? Revealing.
3, 2, 1.
They came over C. They want to recall their C, probably.
Nothing there anyway.
Let's just go into the A.
Hobby top, maybe.
Oh, wall up again.
They peek front B.
Let's go into the A split, boys.
Yeah, open door. Front door. A split, boys. A split.
You have recon from backside?
No.
He was leaving. He left. I'm gonna ult stairs. You're gonna flood, maybe. One gonna be pit, probably.
Nothing pit. I can't do God plant. Take back sight.
I can do God plan.
I want to take heaven after. I'm gonna one more.
มันมี God plan ด้วยเหรอวะ
But I'm late.
Okay, I'm ulting.
Go up, please, Zaki, so I can get in.
I'm ulting.
Welcome to my world.
Pit in play. Post plant already, and a late wraparound coming in from Alfia. It seems like all the pieces are set up.
What the fuck? วัวไปตรงนั้นได้เหรอ
Found nothing in there.
โอ้โหแล้วเดินดีจัดอัล
Now
ฟา
they have to start thinking about that back. Look at them. All of them just went to swing to check behind them.
I mean, consider the save. You can see straight away here with where the pit is. They are locked out. It's Kayak catching the backside of that keeper and seen it removed.
ป่าบัวคอ
Won't be
ดี
able
จั
to
ดสปีด
secure
เอครับอ่านขาดเลยนะเนี่ย
the inventory here for the follow-up round of Fnatic on the hunt here. Rightfully so. Look at the money they have.
Yeah, they can afford
แบบ3
everybody
ด้วยเหรอ
to
แพ็ค
go
แต่
down
ว่า
as
ยาก
long
ว่ะ
as that spike goes off, which I can tell you for free it will be. If they can get anybody more out of this, it's a problem for the Pacific players. Seems like they might be able to hold on to those couple of weapons, but that's not what I wanted to see with them coming back in with their
อะไร
full
คือ
buy.
การที่ทำให้ Fnatic ฟอร์มของที่ว่าจะแบบไม่ได้แย่แต่ก็เล่นได้ดีอยู่นะเป็นทีมที่อยู่มาตั้งแต่
It's decided by like the one kill at the timing. Alpha's able to capitalize on this lurk. Kayak again, salt in the wound, twisting the knife.
ผมว่าทีมมันก็ไปด้วยกันได้ดีไหม
transition away. Come back in here.
ผมว่าอย่างนั้นเว้ยผู้นำดีมีชัยไปมากกว่าครึ่งครับแล้วก็ที่เหลือก็แบบสตาร์ที่แบบแล้วก็โค้ชที่แบบช่วยกันเลือกเพลเยอร์ที่แบบเข้าด้วยกันได้อะตรงนั้นด้วยจบไว้ลงทีมก่อนเลยไม่ไปลงทีมก่อนแต่ไปกินข้าวก่อนพูดแต่ไปเล่นสยามสนุกในเอลสงกรานต์อ่ะแต่ถ้าผู้นำไม่ดีประเทศล่มจมก็อดแพลนเปล่าก็อดแพลนหรือเปล่าอย่าร้องเพลงมาเป็นร้องเพลงเด็กนะครับก็อดแพลนก็อดแพลนเล่นมี
คนที่ผมแอบชอบเขาบอกว่าคนไทยไม่เคยทิ้งกันสงสัยผมคงเป็นฝรั่งแน่เลยเขาเลยทิ้งผมไป
มึงอาจจะมีเชื้อสายอื่นหรือเปล่าพูดเหมือนดีโรตีเหมือนเดิมแล้วกินไหมออลิเวอร์กินไหม
เวกาชมาแทนโครนได้สบายแถมได้ออปชั่นเล่นตัวส่งแฟลชได้อีกเข้าเมตากว่าเดิมถ้าจากกลับมาร่างทองแล้วยืนหนึ่งนอนมาสบายโบสตอก็ฉลาดถ้าได้เป็นโค้ชน่าจะทรงนี่เลยฉลาดเป็นกรด
เทียม
Most of TPing forwards here.
Back
of this. About to be back online. And well, this time the fight's looking decent, but even still the trade's going back Fnatic's way. It's an attempt to escape, a nice reposition from Q, but at least grants him one. That could have been a huge advantage Fnatic's way. Instead, it will end 2-2 for now.
They had a chance to get ahead of this, but was being baited out here. Again, actually, they will drop the orb to try and challenge that.
มันเล่นวิโต้เป็นชิมเบอร์คือมันเคี้ยวจนวาร์ปได้เลยทั้งที่มันทำไม่ได้เว้ยมึงต้องหัดไปวาร์ป
Nano to slow things down even further
โอ้โหเวคัสเลื่อนเหลือ1
1 HP will find both of them number 6 on the board
นี่จะดึงได้ใบ3เป็นหล่อใช่ไหมลูกเนมไม่ครับ
hit that rhythm now
starting to hit the rhythm.
Well, I mean, in terms of the start of some of these rounds, they're a lot pacier. They're not shying away. They're not looking to really send out any probes. Just full confidence in terms of approach here. And like you said, initially, the engagement looks like it's going a little better for Pacific. Fnatic just happy to bulldoze their way through that setup. That's a 3-strong setup on Mound. That's the sort of rhythm I'm talking about, where it's like, yeah, you can't stop us.
Again, right place.
Look up!
How is Boaster still alive in this position? He has an operator! He TP'd across with an open. Nobody noticed! And he's come out with two! I don't know how! He's managed to survive that scenario. Oh, you know, Pacific have all 5 ults online. That's a silver lining. 3 of them are dead.
Spike planted.
He's TP'd across that almost every round.
Yeah. The fact that he's gone up, I didn't even see it on the fly. And then he gets 2.
But they've been throwing the same slows. He's just gone, okay, if no one's going to challenge me, I'll keep TPing. But the mental thing is the fact that Cupid also TP'd and just at no point looked down. Like, just got completely caught off guard by Boaster with an operator. That's another save for the other 2 players. There's nothing else they can really do, but it feels like, wow. Rather than everything they touch turn to gold. Like, it's been a horrible time. And well, there you go, an 80% success rate.
That is disgusting.
How often has he bought it? Is there?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, can I get a fact check on that? But also, let's just brilliant. But he is the. The operator is some of the most unorthodox times.
I love how he's paranoid here.
Yeah. Leave no stone unturned.
But that shot's nasty. Cena has just been made to sit down and...
Yeah, cook, bro.
It's got to be a little bit rough. I want to know.
We've been working on that one.
The training ground. This time it doesn't matter because 7 died instead.
Paranoia posted here. KAIC looking to capitalize on that. Cena will eat a ton of damage from the molly, but elsewhere Alpha still to catch him. Chance to reset behind that, but still come away with 2 casualties. A round that they came in with all ultimates, as you noted. The res being removed early on here.
It's the worst person.
The worst one to die early. But again, they're just not in a position to really, in terms of, I guess, rehearsed set strats. That if you were to probably expect, if you're not going to ban this, it's like
5 ชนะเกมนี้ก็เพย์ออฟครับ
Well, it's also, I think Alorante has had his ult since, I want to say round 3, but maybe round 4 as a push.
สงสารพี่เลยนะไปเล่นทีมไหนคอมทีมนั้นก็แพ้หมดตั้งแต่ไหน
can't get headlining utility. Wonderful. They don't get to the retake. They've already lost the round by the time that ult is useful.
Clean plants, like no resistance and even so, Alorante still sitting towards the top of the scoreboard for Pacific, but again, there's just so many times where they're on the back foot that
น้องชิปตกรอบยังมีโอกาสอยู่ครับน้องชิม
so
อ่ะ
early on at a
มี
disadvantage.
โอกาสเดียว
Cupid will
ถ้า
take
แพ้
some
อาทิต
space
ย์นี้มันจะ
here.
ตกรอบแล้ว
I mean, crashes to just play spoiler. Probably plant the seed of doubt here. Will get big info, but doesn't know about Atlanta yet. Now he does.
Like they're leaving their initiator to lurk across the other side of the map.
It's foul work.
แทนที่บอกวันเจี๊ยบครับวันเจี๊ยบ
TP. But there's got to be some sort of doubt. Like, okay, maybe he could be behind us. Maybe someone can check. They might not even be needed, though. There's the wraparound. And, well, eventually he'll get a kill, but I think the round was already cooked from that point onwards. Cupid maybe thinking he had some time, and instead...
กรุ๊ปสเตจเหรอกรุ๊ปสเตจแพ้ได้มากสุด2 รอบ 3 รอบ
They're still going to have all 5 ults for the next round, but that's not the greatest sign in the world. 8-0.
ขึ้นอยู่กลุ่มเราด้วยนะกลุ่มเราคนอื่นชนะกี่รอบแพ้กี่รอบอะไรเงี้ย
pulling and then it gets hit by a train. It's quite a common.
พี่จำมีแชมเปี้ยนแรกไหมไม่มีครับ
You're never going to let them live that down, are you? That's
เสียดายมาก
No, you can't say you're going to park the bus and then literally start defense.
โอ้ป่าบนเล่นคนเดือดไอ้เหี้ยกระโดดไปยิงเอง
เสียเดินไปได้ค่าพักมาก็ดีกว่าเดิม
You've not parked
เสีย
any
โค้ชไป
buses.
ก็ได้โค้ชใหม่มาไม่ต่างจากเดิม เสียโกรนไปก็ได้คนใหม่มาก็ไม่ต่างเสียจากเดิม
8-0 and Alfie is not happy.
บอลเนี่ยตึง
Neither's
ไป
thinking.
เว้ย
Well,
อะไรอ่ะ
that guy has a boaster.
หมด
Both
ป่า
finding
บดไป
kills
เปิดอีก
here.
1 เหรอ
Cena the only
About
one to
15 seconds,
respond.
you'd say?
Yeah. Round is
ก็เลยขึ้นหน้าเอ
effectively
ว่า
done
ดูไม่
once
เคยทัน
more.
เลยว่ะ
They used an ult though.
They did.
At least. Here we go. No, Vekaj, he really has just been popping off. But then again, other than maybe
ที่เน็ต
Alfie,
เคยได้แชมป์เลยจัด
everybody's
เพื่อน
having
อ่ะ
a great game.
ถือถ้วยแชมป์อ่ะ
He seems to be just sitting, waiting.
Where did that
that's
shot go from
hey,
close to
hey,
the
hey,
ground?
hey,
Into the
hey,
ground.
Straight into the ground. I'm going to guess he tried to no-scope that one. Well, no, come on. They've suffered enough out there. They've suffered enough.
That was payback for dying in garbage time in the previous round.
Oh no. Well, they didn't save the ult, but I think they have
9-0
enough credits
พอ
to
ไม่
deal
โดน
with
ไม่
that.
ดิ
Yes. Yeah,
เยอะ
I think
ชีวิต
so
มึงหลังโด
too.
นว่ะ
And if you were wondering what we were talking about earlier, we're about to see a pretty crazy stat.
เคยเห็นป่าโบดอ่ะ
Sure
ป่าโบดวิ่ง
coming
เนี่ย
out of
ว้า
this.
ไปขึ้นไป
That's
ที่เดิม
actually very good.
ที่เดิม
Look at it, it went in front of the spike. It went in front of the spike. Yeah, Boaster, the second best operator player on Fnatic.
เฮ้ย
12 kills, 15 uses.
จะเป็น
In
น้อย
this
สุด
match,
จะ
he
มือ
has
สามคนตามที่เต้น
จัส
133%
เอาหน้า
impact
อ
on.
อกกล้องไม่ได้หรอก
Wild,
ครับ
right?
ทำไมอ่ะ
There you go.
Nah,
That's a lot of impact.
that's a lot of impact.
ทำไมอ่ะไม่ชอบหน้าเรากันหรอ
Still lots of ults to play with.
โอ้โห
Well,
Evolution, I think, is going to be online the whole half at this stage, I'll be honest with you.
What?
What? Okay. Okay,
รา
someone
ชาไม่หวั่นไหว
check every
รา
PC
ชา
on
ไม่
the
โลเล
stage.
ราชาไม่พึ่งใคร รา
Other
ชา
than
ไม่
maybe
มีวัน
Boasters,
ยอม
he's
แพ้
had a
รา
couple
ชาไม่เคย
of
มอบ
shots
ราง
going
วั
to
ล
the
ให้กับ
floor
ที
in
ม
the
อื่น
last couple of rounds. He's legit, guys. He's legit, but this is legit depressing at this point. Crashy's peaking with 30 health. 7 down. Another swing. And while it's not going to be flawless, but the game is feeling that way.
Is on the cards for a fourth half, yeah.
ไอ้แค่ร้องไห้
Double
อ่ะ
digits
มึง
in the ones.
In the ones, there's a fairly exclusive club looming as well.
ใจมันไปหมดแล้วอ่ะโอ้โหเฮียขำ
Mix well, mix well.
โคตรตัวร้ายอ่ะโอ้ my god มึงดูฝั่งนี้ดิ
Dialed in right
เฮีย
now.
โคตรมืดมนไหนเฮีย
We another timeout for Pacific. Again, it's not much to consider. Like I said, it's almost.
They get annoyed at nothing.
You almost have
ชิว
to
จัด
do the
คนบอก
hard
มึง
work
ทำอะไรเลยโอ้โหโอ้โห
in losses like this.
เกม
In
เป็นไร
terms
บ้างเนี่ยหลับ
of
ไลฟ์ครับ
at
นุ่นเอ็ก
least keeping them
ไลฟ์ครับ
honest,
ผม
and that's just not the case.
คล้ายๆนก
Like
แด
I
ง
said, you talk about traditionally here. Once they hit a rhythm and Fnatic get a feel for the way the opponent's going to play.
What do you say at this point?
อ่อนกากหมาโง่เล่นลูกกากชอบรอเบรแต่เพื่อนดูโอ้ยก็โง่เลน่าเล่นก็รอติไว้ลาวท้ายใช่ครับผู้ใดครับ
I don't think a person exists on this mini. Maybe mini. He did it once, so that's enough, right?
เอาหน้าออกกล้องไม่ใช่เอาหน้าออกจากกล้อง
เอาหน้าออก
Are we putting these two in the same ballpark?
เอาหน้าออกกล้อง
I know it's one of the names is similar, but
กวกอยู่เนี่ย
แต่ฉันไม่เคยปากสั่นเหมือนตอนที่เองไปเจอพี่แนเตนะ
hands on head and it's cute
ครับแชมป์โลกครับดูในไหนล่ะครับน้องมาดูบันในบันมุงพี่ได้นะทิ้งหน้าโปรไฟล์เลยครับน้องชายมากดไลค์กดติดตามกันเร็วบ้านดำครับช่วยขอใจหน่อยครับบ้านดำจุ่มมาเลยบ้านดำเอาไปเยอะคือ2 ละอะไรนะ
The lower third normally gives us these wonderful sets. Like Alpha has 2 knife kills.
Both casters balled. Second knife kill.
ดูลิงก์นะเดี๋ยวดูได้ไหม
For anybody who didn't know, that went out to every language.
คอมอะไรไม่รู้มันไม่เวิร์กจริงครับคอมมันเล่นเกินว่ะ
Not both casters were balled if you weren't listening in English.
Quick pivot away though. Both Seven and Alorante here tasked with.
มันเป็นเพราะอะไรครับคอมไม่ดีเดี๋ยวก็ดูคนละเบอร์คอมมันเลื้อนครับน้องมัน
to lead the way formation
ไม่ได้มันคอมไม่ได้อะไรเลยครับข่าวไม่ได้อะไรไม่ได้เทคหน้าเอไม่ได้เทคหน้าซีไม่ได้ใช่ไหมพอเล่นคอมเงี้ยมันข่าวมันสูงเลยครับเนี่ยตัวมาแรกเนี่ย
Yeah, his KD's improving a little bit. Smile might even creep onto his face. A Sage wall has been really tough to deal with.
It doesn't even reinforce like it's thrown out here. It doesn't even have a chance. It's just immediately ripped away. There's still no rotation coming through, by the way.
Hey, it's wasting some bullets.
คือกูเข้าใจเดียวมันนะว่ากันก่อนอ่ะ
If we see someone run out of bullets, we know why. Lockdown in play.
Oh my God, they've just.
But you know what? He's evolved. There you go. He has a chance to survive this ultimate. Alorante can put a real spanner in the works. He finally uses the evolution. Could this be the moment? The Pacific can win a round. They've still got to deal with both backers.
He's got a pit as well. Too late to pop in now though.
But he's immune to the
ไอ้
pit.
เหี้ยมันกดอันตีมาดิ
He's
ที่เนี่ย
evolved. We've been waiting for this ult for like 7 rounds. I'm excited.
กดไม่กดอันตีอ่ะ
He might not even use.
เฮ้ยกดไปดิ
the pit, right?
I mean, I think that window of opportunity is likely closed now.
Yeah, it seems like it. They're just going to try and 2v4 this. Becca's in trouble, but Kayak not. Already finding one. Alorante, this is his round. The Pacific have done it. Mixwell, put the tweet away. Delete the characters. No 13-0 for you. Pacific have a round.
ใจมา
Yeah. What was discussed in that timeout? Now I want to know.
ประตูพยายามหนีแล้วแหละแต่หนีที่ฝั่งอยู่ทรงว่ะ
Again, 2 freebies for Alorante through the smoke. Alpha.
เดี๋ยวแม่มันนะพวกเนี้ย
He couldn't do that if he wasn't evolved.
คนยังไม่
Yeah.
They're not too sure about that one.
เฮ้ย
Can they get
เบื่อ
a
แบบนี้
second?
แล้วอะไรก็นิออนไปเลยอ๋อเฮ้ยแต่ว่านี่โอเคอยู่นะ
Still got a res.
มีให้ดูฟินิกมีให้ดูเจ็ตนิออนก็มีเวเลก็มา
Yeah, I mean,
ใช่ไหม
look what Fnatic have though.
Genuinely couldn't. Well, he probably would have just run
มี
out
แค่
of the
ทีมเดียวในลีกที่ทำได้เท่านั้นครับ
I don't know if saving it for a rainy day that long away was worth it, but they've at least got one. Alpha
ที่พวกกูโลกตัวแบบนี้พวกกูมันจะง่ายไปเหรอเอาดีดูน
reveal him, and they're using a lot to try and deal with him. They will. On the other side, though, the push has come in towards this A site. Even still, Alorante seems to have woken up, holding the line, and is able to escape. Another 2v4 scenario. Spike needing to go down. Will force it back. Kayak tries to get aggressive, but it's left all onto Crashies. A 1v4. Otherwise, this could be the beginning of a very, very long comeback. A second round.
Yeah. I mean, that's about the best outcome after the timeout you'd want, but it is only 2 rounds here in the first half for Pacific, Tom. I mean, feels like a done deal.
Well, we'll see if they can turn it around.
คอมฟินิกไม่เย็นถือว่าแปลกไหมไม่แปลกคอมฟินิกเล่นได้ครับอันนั้นโอเคแต่พลาดกันเยอะครับพลาดกันเองเยอะ
You guys are so shit. You can't even 13-0 us. Come on, man.
What?
So shit. You guys are so shit. You can't even 13-0 us. Come on, man.
ไม่บอกนะติว่าไอ้เหี้ยพวกมึงไม่กากจัดอะ13-0พวกกูไม่ได้อ่ะมึงว่าไงอะไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยได้1 ราวมันพูดอย่างเงี้ย11อะมันพูดพวกมึงกากจัดอะ13-0พวกกูไม่ได้ไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยกำลังใจครับ wait Fnatic เทปแปซิฟิก48-0หรอใช่หรอโอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยอันนี้เอาดีเฮียอันนี้จริงหรอแม่บอก EMP เอามาทำไมเนี่ยเฮียคูบูลลี่ไอ้เหี้ยไม่แล้วลูกเฮ้ยกูชอบอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยกูชอบไอ้เหี้ยมึงได้กว่า W อ่ะคอนเทนต์มึงดีจัดไอ้เหี้ยสังกัดเช่นเนี่ย
Needed for Pacific, but they did get the 2 rounds at the end of the half, Mike. You know, it's the start of something beautiful after they use their second.
จะเหมือนฟูลเซนไหมส้มเหมือนกันอ่ะรอดูครับ
for one of these teams.
Okay.
นอนไว้ไหมอ่ะมีดูเมกาต่อเนี่ย
how this story ends.
ตัวเหมือนกูเหมือนอะไรอ่ะก็เปิดลิงก์กูอ่ะจะไปแล้วอ่ะซีโร่ไปนอนแล้วเหรอไม่ดูให้จบหรอจบแล้วเนี่ย
I mean, I'm setting a bar.
So they need a round.
Yeah. That's all I'm looking for.
ให้น้ำตอนนี้ Fnatic ครับ No NA ทำไม No NA อ่ะเธอ
Eternal Fire won a map and maybe even should have won the first map. We're just going
พี่สู้ๆนะเขาอยู่โอ้ยเธอนอนเธอวันนี้เหนื่อยแล้ว
If Pacific win,
ขอร้องล่ะ
What did I say to you coming there? Small wins for Pacific.
So if they win a round, they're better than Eternal Fire.
Absolutely.
On Lotus specifically.
บังคับกูอยู่มาอยู่ไหนจะเอาด้วยจบก่อนวันไหนพี่เล่นหรอครับเล่นอะไรครับนี่เล่นเกมหรอ
Incredibly low. Some would
the
say
pistol
on the
win rate's kind of concerning when you talk
อ๋อ No
about
NA ไหมจะดู NA
It's not great. Although one of the losses they had was
วันนี้มีเฮียเขามาลั่นเนี่ยเฮียมวยเฮียแฮมเมอร์
maybe grey linings rather than silver.
เฮ้ยเขาวางซิโร่ปรับเลยแล้ว
Oh, let's see. CNED a quiet first half, but a pretty stellar first map. Maybe they were looking to park the bus on the attack side, which doesn't really make much sense. But for CNED, that has gone
ไปกินข้าวก่อนว่ะผมรอดูพี่เล่นอยู่นะได้เลยครับวันนี้ช่วงนี้พี่ดูทุกคู่ทุกลีกไงเลยไม่ได้เล่นเกมนะครับเดี๋ยวไว้มาลั่นนะครับ
It says that from above it. In fact, I'm just looking at Alorante.
ที่นี่มันกลางลงมาพี่เฮียตามอายุอ่ะน้องแต่จริงมันก็ลั่นอยู่แล้วตอนมันเล่นเจ็ดตอนมันเล่นเจ็ดพี่ให้เลยนะมันยังโหดเดิมนะตอนพี่นะทีมแม่งก็ไม่ไหวว่ะ
Leaves a lot to do for the remaining defenders. KAIC looking to lead the charge. He gets nothing. Cupid looking like they might just lower that stat a little bit further as Alpha has too many targets. Not enough time. 3-0 for Pacific. They are better than Eternal Fire on this map.
There you go. There you go.
ใช่
Alorante said it poetically.
No one quote that out of context.
เดจาวูเหรอไอ้สัตว์ไม่เอานะไม่เอานะ
will get
คอมพีและที่เวิร์กที่สุดคือคอมพี3 สโมกของ FPX ปี 2024
string
ไม่
together
เวิร์กจริงรักไม่เอาเลยบุกอย่างเดียวพาชิพายดมควันจนมึนโอทีได้ทุกรอบแต่แพ้
มันขโมงนะเสียผมในคอมไม่ดูโคตรเด็กหรออ่านจากโทรศัพท์ผมคงไม่หักไม่ดีๆใช่ไหมเพื่อมันก็ช่วยนะ
You guys are peeking me.
เฮ้ยแต่น้องเสียงรออยู่แล้วน้องชาย
1 and 10.
ไม่ได้ดูNA ไหมดู
so much.
Nice shot. Alorante wins the battle of the snipers. KAIC does have another, attempting to try and do a bit of chip damage.
ยังไง
Make things a little more possible for the pistols, but it seems like Pacific are looking to play a similar game, just watch for any aggression, play those rotations. There's now another sniper on the angle.
Same
สไนไว้ใจได้ว่ะเฮีย
3 left standing for Fnatic. Again, going to get bodies here. They're in position, but KAIC has to go crazy. You want a chance at this? Not going to happen.
No, and now the last 2.
One enemy remaining.
Only with the pistols. Crashy still gets 2 out of that, though. That's surprising.
Yeah.
มา
We'll do at least a little damage here. 3 left
ขาด
standing
นาวไปให้
for
ไถ่นาวดี
Pacific.
ครับเดฟเฟอรี่สวัสดีครับ
Fnatic now back on
บายลาวขอดี
decent weaponry. At least here. Yeah, beautiful. CNED.
One enemy remaining.
I'm not even sure actually how.
คนนี้ดาวเลยครับลิเวอร์บอยซับเบล
7 was the one up on in the smoke, right? Good work at least for him to find 2 KAIC. We'll have a judge here.
วนไปข้ามฝั่งเหรอวะฉันมึงว่าไหวปะวะ
Investment will impact the next purchase. CNED's caught on this.
That makes it so easy with the judge. The spams coming through off the back of the Odin, and they have taken full control of this A side of the map. And they look to try and find space. It's not like with Alfia in the last half. There is a watching eye, and that watching eye was VCT.
Try and find an opening back towards B, but
the judge is here now.
Yep. This one's closed as well, boys.
Don't do it. Don't push the judge. Come on. Not on that sort of angle. And now you're giving him a rifle. At least a chance for Ninja to maybe do some damage, but it's looking like this streak is going to be coming to a swift end. He's also being flanked on by an Odin. There we go.
สวยครับไม่น่ามีอะไรต้องเป็นห่วงนะครับพ่อแม่พี่น้องครับไม่น่ามีอะไรต้องเป็นห่วงนะครับ
Again smiling across the stage. Bosa looks heated. Or confused.
Maybe confused.
Very thin line for Bosa. Yeah, for
Where you from, JJaz, bro? Bangkok, bro. I got 100 hours on today. เฮ้ย
One being 7, and I guess the second being these light shields. KAIC going to ride through the judge regardless.
It's going to be a brawl again.
Let's go, man.
They're doubling down versus the center that caught them again. Oh, this time Cena is ready for that aggression, but an immediate shutdown. Boaster continuing that push forward, but has been caught out. Crash is low. They just have to try and fall back. Instead of listening to us, though, let's hear how Pacific try and deal with this one.
Clear left, clear left. Clear left? I want us to stay. Actually, let's just search on this fucker. Gap.
One side. Give Fade a little bit. He's gonna pick us from behind. I'm gonna pick you. I'll hold the
flank.
Yeah. So they're gonna play 2A and then could you see? I'm gonna think this guy behind, okay?
Yeah.
He's one HP.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, I fucking had him as well.
Yeah! Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Clean comms, yeah.
Clean comms.
ปกติเขารอเราตัดถ้าชนะก็เทออฟครับแปะ
But to get at this crunch, even here, CNED finding this first one. Most of crashes just come through. The support system is beautiful from Fnatic. No surprises. When I say that, obviously. Fnatic up to 12, looking to seal the deal. The buy back in, obviously from Pacific. But it's far from a comfortable one. Fnatic looking to take the initiative once more on Mound.
They've heard the steps in. Be a chance for them to get pincered though. Paranoid used, but even still, yeah, just holding the line. He's told everybody to close. It was a close first map and nearly on split. But Lotus, Mike, you just don't go there.
Fnatic again reinforcing just how strong they are on Lotus. Up the sleeve really versus Tunnel Fire, and once again here demonstrating absolute dominance. I think for Pacific again we come out with a similar sort of summary here. Again close but no cigar. Again still we're looking for positives in terms of development, in terms of progression. I think coming across from Split, it's still a little bizarre to me, but I think it sits at the top of the map forward. Again, Fnatic, Split, Lotus, it's just a tough veto for them.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way, and unfortunately for Pacific, even though there's been moments like in the game versus GX where it's like, okay, they were competitive, we go 0-3, it feels like it's done.
Which is why I'm talking about bigger picture, you know, in terms of development and whatnot, but I think as well we're still just not seeing that with Pacific. Again, early on the highlight being around CNED and 7, and again the potential of this roster.
อยากรู้ว่านักแข่งเขาดูแลตัวเองกันอย่างไงทำไมบางคนหน้าใสเนียนจังแล้วยุคนี้ยังมีนักแข่งมาสั่งสตรีมดึกอยู่ไหมแต่ส่วนใหญ่ไม่ค่อยเห็นเลยหรือเขามีตารางอยู่ที่บุคคลหรือเปล่าเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมถามความคิดเห็นของจัส
ขอบคุณมากคุณจะได้ขายใครคุณนี่ครับแต่จริงๆก็เป็นนักแข่งก็นักกีฬาคนหนึ่งอะครับมันตารางมันต้องแน่นอะตื่นกี่โมงนอนกี่โมงครบ8 ชั่วโมงไหมเวลาซ้อมไดเอทเอาจริงๆมันอาจจะดูว่าแบบเกมมันอาจจะไม่เหมือนกีฬาแต่มันเหมือนนะครับนะมันเหมือนจริง นะครับมันเกี่ยวก็เลยจะเป็นตรงนี้ครับเหมือนแต่ก่อนตอนฮารอนหนาที่ผมรู้ว่ารูทีนก็มีตอนนี้ฟูเซนมาก็ได้ยินว่ามีเหมือนกันอะไรเงี้ยมันสำคัญครับดูแลร่างกายอ่ะแต้มและอีกอย่างที่ขาดไม่ได้นะครับก็คือไข่คุ้มมิ่งครับใส่ทุกที่เงียบทุกทางไข่คุ้มมิ่ง
A question about the glasses actually. I've seen you wear them for some games, take them off for others. Is that like a preference thing or?
แล้วทำไมหน้าแก่วายุกูดูทุกคู่สู้ทุกลิงเนี่ยเดี๋ยวรีบมาตอนตีสี่จัดปะแชทเจอทีตอนตีสี่โอเคปะโอเคไหมเจอทีตอนตีสี่นี่ครับอเมริกาเจอกันตอนตีสี่C9 Envy เอ้ยใช่ปะวะอุ้ยคู่นี้มันกูบอกเลยอ่ะคู่สองกูว่าเฉยๆอยู่นะแต่คู่แรกอ่ะกูเดือดเพิ่งสั่งKFCเสร็จเดี๋ยวจะไปกินข้าวก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวจัดมาจะไปกินข้าวก่อนกูข้าวแล้วอันนี้ใครวะคู่สองเฉยๆเอาจริง
จะไปกินข้าวแล้วหรอครับแนะนำอย่ากินลาบนะครับเพราะลาบกินลาบไม่ได้ถ้าเจอพี่ผมจะพกข้าวเหนียวไปด้วยครับจะได้กิน
กูเป็นตัวคำน้อง10-100 ทีมไม่ต้องดูอันนี้ก็น่าดู18วันนี้เป็น2คู่เนี่ยโอเคไหมในสุดแน่นอนทันทีไหมครับผมไปดูนะจะไปรับฟูกูในนะไม่ได้รับยอดแล้วพี่หูข้าวเนี่ยน้องชายที่สตรีมได้บ่าย3แล้วเนี่ยวันเนี้ยแล้วพี่ยาวๆให้เลยเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาต่ออีกโอเคไหมนี่จะเอาฟ้าไหนวะลุยเดี๋ยวจะตีสี่got some firm info from Dog. No surgery needed or anything, but needs to keep it stable for a while. Just posting because I know we get a lot of fans curious when he rocks it on stage Friday. Now, time for some team bonding. ไม่ได้บอกอะสาเหตุคืออะไรอะก็น่าจะไม่รู้ว่าพิกมั้งหรืออะไรไม่รู้อะเฮ้ยอีเฮียไปแล้วแชทเจอกันนะเจอกันตีสี่นะโอเคไหมลงใช่ไหมลงเดี๋ยวเจอกันตีสี่นะโอเคไหมทุกคนนะตั้งเวลาครับโชว์ครับตั้งนาฬิกาปลุกนะครับเดี๋ยวตั้งก่อนไปอะลามตีสี่โอเคนี่ครับเรียบร้อยครับตีสี่ครับโอเคนะเจอกันนะเปิดค้างไว้จะได้ไม่รู้ว่าแอบลงไปนอนโอ้ยเขาไปกินข้าวก่อนต้องแบบทำงานนิดหน่อยด้วยเจอกันตีสี่ใครไปนอนแล้วก็ฝันดีใครยังไม่นอนหรืออยากดูมีการต่อก็ไว้เจอกันตอนตีสี่นะครับผมก็ขอบคุณนะครับที่เข้าไปสตรีมนี้ขอบคุณทุกซับทุกบิตทุก follow ทุก donation ดูแลสุขภาพร่างกายกันด้วยถ้าใครยังไม่นอนหรือใครอยากดูอเมริกาก็ไว้เจอกันตอนตีสี่แต่ถ้าใครไปนอนแล้วก็ไว้เจอกันตอนแปซิฟิกเวลาบ่าย3นะครับผมเจอกันนะทุกคนเสียโบกุณนายครับเจอกันตีสี่ครับทุกคนบ๊ายบายจุ๊มะ